Chapter 104. Fuck. Little Six cursed in his heart. This fellow was truly born in the year of the dog. If he didn't say that, then what would the monkeys say? You are clearly an incomplete being, and you are so ugly yet you still let others say that. It was a slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. Little Six's mind was in chaos. Only then did he think of the right words. Boss, your sword Dao body has just been formed. It shines in all directions and is omnipotent. Stop flattering me, Chu Yang said. Tell me, how can I become even more radiant and omnipotent? Little Six passed a secret technique into Chu Yang's mind. Chu Yang immediately jumped up. Little Six, if you want to commit suicide, then don't take me with you. This secret technique was far too dangerous. Little Six's lips twitched. Boss, that's what I do. I never lie. Because Little Six is following a boss with a transcendent divine might. My monkey life is filled with infinite expectations. Chu Yang roughly understood. For an incomplete Xiantian life form, as long as one destroyed the incomplete, they would be complete. Just thinking about that secret body forging technique made his scalp tingle. Suddenly he asked, Little Six, are you a Xiantian life form? Little Six proudly said, Of course, boss. As boss's little follower, I must have a certain status. Otherwise, I would be disgracing boss. Little Six, you're not bad. Chu Yang was shocked. But what I don't understand is, with your status, why do you have to be so cruel? Isn't that just degrading? Eating human brains? I don't even want to look down on you. Boss, have you ever seen a person eat a monkey's brain? Little Six's sudden words made Chu Yang stiffen. How would he not know? He used 2 plates to clamp the monkey's head and dug it open. Then he used a spoon to scoop it raw and ate it spoonful by spoonful. This was cruel, cruel to the extreme. Is Little Six taking revenge? It definitely was. Little Six, your master is a merciful Buddha. Normally when he steps on an ant, he cries for 3 days and 3 nights. Little Six instantly despised Chu Yang. It only needed to open its mouth to understand everything about Chu Yang's character. It seriously suspected that Chu Yang had eaten a monkey's brain, who was more ferocious than the other. Anyway, Little Six was ashamed of its inferiority. After thinking about it for a while, Chu Yang decided to do something and went to Lu Zi's home. The misty pond was shrouded in mist, and nothing could be seen within half a meter. The heaven and earth spirit chi here was extremely dense. The sound of water gurgling could be heard as ancient trees towered into the sky. Chu Yang sat down and began to cultivate. Little Six's secret technique was indeed very savage, completely putting one in a position of death and then regenerating, breaking, and then re-establishing, going against the flow. This was not just a secret technique, but a divine ability of the physical body. Chu Yang concluded that this was definitely not all of it, but only a small portion. As for the rest, Chu Yang concluded that Little Six had kept it for himself. This secret technique was very simple. The first step was to forcibly extract all the Xiantian qi from the physical body, gather it in the Dantian, and then reconstruct the physical body. Chu Yang swallowed a large amount of pills and immediately used his genius martial spirit. Then, according to the secret technique of body tempering, the method of gathering the Xiantian qi in the body, and obvious changes appeared. His lustrous skin slowly became dim, like a withered leaf, and soon became like the bark of an old tree. Naturally, it was not just that. The Xiantian qi in the muscles, bones, meridians, internal organs, and blood was all extracted by Chu Yang and gathered in the Dantian. This Xiantian qi was not enough. If it was enough, he would not be an incomplete Xiantian life form. Chapter 105. Chu Yang activated the genius martial spirit and the fool martial spirit at the same time, and gradually closed his eyes. Immediately, he seemed to have turned into a stone, without any signs of life. As expected of the legendary martial spirit, it's simply frightening to enter such a realm in an instant. It seems that it's fate that I will die at his hands. Lu Zi watched from the side and sighed. In such a realm, if he tried 10,000 times, he might accidentally break into it once. But Chu Yang did it so casually. Pump. Suddenly, raging flames burst out from Chu Yang's body. The sword heart heavenly fire was also activated at this time. As Chu Yang entered such a realm, it seemed to have also entered such a realm of death and immortality, of emptiness and yet not emptiness. A divine sword born from nature. At this time, Lu Zi finally knew where Chu Yang, an incomplete Xiantian life form, had come from. A divine sword born from nature. Xiantian life forms had different life forms and were not restricted. The sword heart heavenly fire was a kind of Xiantian life form. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In these 7 days, the Xiantian qi in Chu Yang's body grew little by little. In the end, his body, which had lost its luster and withered, was filled again. On the 8th day, the flames that enveloped his body disappeared, and at this moment, Chu Yang woke up again. The first step was also the most dangerous step, breaking the bones. The bones were the support of the human body. Once broken, the body would become a pile of mud. One careless mistake could lead to eternal damnation. Ka. The vital energy in Chu Yang's body enveloped all of his bones and temporarily replaced them. Soon after, the sound of bones breaking and shattering could be heard from within his body. In an instant, his bones were shattered like glass. However, even though they were shattered, they did not scatter. Instead, they were still intact and had completely gathered together. The second step, breaking the acupuncture points. Pa. Another series of explosions rang out from his body as all the acupuncture points in his body were broken open. The third step, breaking the meridians. Chu Yang's 8 extraordinary meridians were all broken. The fourth step, blood condensation. Chu Yang guided all the blood in his body to gather in his dantian, mixing it with the Xiantian qi. After a while, everything in his dantian merged together, spinning crazily. Then, like a dam bursting open, the Xiantian qi burst out and rushed to every part of his body, nourishing his internal organs, reshaping his acupuncture points, meridians, tendons, and bones. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Crackle like thunder sounded continuously. Rumble. There were thunderous sounds in Chu Yang's body as well. The thunderous sounds reverberated throughout the world, as if announcing something. The lightning in his body seemed to have awakened everything that was sleeping in his body. Another loud sound rang out. The clap of thunder in the sky was even more shocking, oppressive, and aged. At this moment, in the Coiling Dragon's secret domain, whether it was the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution or the disciples of the Zhao clan, when they heard the thunderous roar, they couldn't help but be astonished and look towards the sky. What was that sound? What was going on? They didn't know, but they had an inexplicable feeling in their hearts, and this feeling was inexplicable. Rumble. Once again, the oppressive and aged voice came from afar, shaking everyone's heart. What was going on? Not to mention the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and the Zhao clan, even the demonic beasts in the Coiling Dragon secret domain were shocked. However, no one knew what was going on. Everyone was at a loss. They just stood there, watching in shock and bewilderment. Rumble. The aged voice sounded again, and the Coiling Dragon's secret domain began to tremble violently. Chapter 106. Just as everyone was puzzled, a strange scene suddenly appeared in the eastern void of the Coiling Dragon mystic realm. The scene was abnormally blurry, and nothing could be seen clearly. It was like a mass of chaos. In an instant, a giant appeared from the chaos and blur. Behind him was a huge sun, and there seemed to be a golden, divine treasure in his body that was releasing endless golden radiance. What is this? Not only were they shocked, but Little Six was also shocked. It had already begun to curse. Who exactly is the Xiantian life form? That bastard cultivated it himself, but it's actually even more frightening than this monkey, producing such a shocking phenomenon. The more Little Six looked, the more his face twitched. The huge sun is fire, and this is the symbol of the great sun innate body. The giant spirit is earth, earth, and earth, and this is the symbol of the great earth innate body. The golden divine treasure is gold, and this is the symbol of the golden innate body. Fire gave birth to earth, and earth gave birth to gold. Little Six completely understood that Chu Yang's Sciention life innate body was closely related to the sword heart heavenly fire in his body. Fire and gold were the sword heart heavenly fire, and its main attribute was gold. Hidden in Chu Yang's body, earth gave birth to gold. Therefore, Chu Yang was earth, and this was why such a scene appeared. Rumble. That familiar yet strange, thunderous roar sounded again, and the ground began to tremble violently. Gotcha! Countless cracks appeared where Chu Yang was. The cracks were like countless flood dragons that were wantonly spreading out. In the nearby forest, trees fell one after another. Roar! Another thunderous roar sounded, and it seemed to come from the void. At this moment, such a heaven and earth phenomenon caused the demonic beasts in the coiling dragon mystic realm to prostrate on the ground in fear. As for the people of the coiling dragon martial institution and the Zhao clan, they were also terrified. They were flabbergasted and terrified. The giant in the air was even clearer now. It was surrounded by golden light, as if it was a golden giant. It seemed to be tens of thousands of feet tall, standing between heaven and earth. Its aura was majestic, and its power could cover heaven and earth. When it opened its eyes, it was as if the sun and the moon appeared together. As it breathed, it inhaled and exhaled. With a slight movement of its hand, it could block out the sky and cover the sun. At this moment, Chu Yang's eyes suddenly opened. His black pupils were filled with sharpness as he let out a long howl. This howl seemed to come from the 9 heavens, but it also seemed to come from the 9 hells. It came from all directions, and a majestic aura swept out in all directions. Crackle. A series of low and soft thunderous sounds continuously rang out from Chu Yang's body. At this moment, every inch of his skin was trembling violently. His muscles and bones were continuously opening and closing. His meridians were madly expanding. His chi and blood flowed back to every part of his body, reaching the ends of his hair. His internal organs were violently pulsating. In an instant, it was as if there were 10,000 bolts of lightning around him, and a fierce wind blew in all directions. Boom, 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 boom. Another 4 loud sounds rang out. The 8th Wisdom King Dharma idol condensed in an instant within Chu Yang's body. The surrounding mist-like chi of heaven and earth was completely swallowed up at this moment. The nearby scene was instantly vivid in his eyes, as if a large curtain had been pulled open. This was a pond that was neither too big nor too small. The surface of the water was sparkling, and the surrounding vegetation was lush and verdant. There were many fruit trees that bore all kinds of fruits. It was indeed the favorite place of monkeys. Early stage of the 8th level of the Origin Martial Realm. Middle stage of the 8th level of the Origin Martial Realm. Late stage of the 8th level of the Origin Martial Realm. Peak of the 8th level of the Origin Martial Realm. In an instant, Chu Yang broke through to the peak of the 8th level of the Origin Martial Realm. He faintly wanted to condense the 9th Wisdom King Dharma idol, but he did not have enough true chi to condense it, so he stopped abruptly. The true chi in Chu Yang's body surged, and a great power surged again, as if it was about to overflow from his body. He could not help but let out a long howl that resounded through the heavens and the earth. The sound waves spread far and wide. Roar, roar, roar. 4 divine elephants appeared behind him. The power of the 4 elephants. I only increased the power of half an elephant. Chapter 107. Chu Yang couldn't contain his joy, but it wasn't as ridiculous as he had imagined. His strength had only increased by half a mammoth. He was still not a pure, sentient life form, so 1 round of refinement wasn't enough. He would need a 2nd and 3rd time, but each round would be far less effective than the last. And even if he continued to refine, he wouldn't become a perfect sentient life form. He would only be infinitely close, like the decimal point behind pi. He could only be infinitely close to becoming a Xiantian life form. Chuyang was curious, but not very curious. So what if Lu Zi was a Xiantian life form? Lu Zi was a Xiantian life form, but he was still defeated by him. Bullshit. Xiantian life forms are useless. At most, it's a body tempering technique. Lu Zi could only laugh at Chu Yang's conclusion. Sour grapes. Lu Zi wanted Chu Yang to be even more sour. Omnipotent master, why don't you try and see if you can breathe fire? Breathe fire? Chu Yang's true energy gathered into a cloud, and he spat out a tongue of fire. Omnipotent master, why don't you try and see if you can breathe fire? Breathe fire? Chu Yang looked down on him. When he formed the body of Sword Dao, his breath was like a sword, but he still breathed fire. Clang, clang, clang. Chu Yang opened his mouth and spat out a golden light. 9 golden flying swords were spat out. They looked like real swords. Compared to the original exhalation of swords, they were much more powerful. Omnipotent master, why don't you try and see if you can breathe fire? Little Six was so arrogant that he finally exposed his bad intentions. Chu Yang's appearance, just now, was like a toad spitting saliva. Although he instantly realized that he had made a mistake and desperately begged for mercy, his 4 limbs were still nailed to the ground like a toad. Chu Yang continued to experiment. He didn't know how to breathe fire, but he could control the weight of the air mass. When he used it now, he found that the weight had increased by a lot. Before, he could make it 3 or 4 times heavier, but now he could make it 5 or 6 times heavier. When I use fire, sword, and earth-type cultivation techniques, my power will increase by at least 30%. Chu Yang was delighted, but he disdainfully complained, "Chicken ribs." Lu Zi could only assume that Chu Yang was envious and jealous. It's better to break through to the 8th level of the primitive martial realm. After this round of body forging, Chu Yang felt that the bottleneck of the primitive martial realm had completely disappeared. As long as he absorbed enough true qi, he could instantly break through to the peak of the 9th level of the primitive martial realm. Boom! Chu Yang fiercely stomped on the ground and instantly soared into the sky like a cannonball. He directly flew over a small mountain and exploded a huge crater in the ground. It was very shocking. The 3rd revolution of the primitive martial is still the most useful. With this sentence, Lu Zi completely lost his temper. Even Xiantian life forms couldn't cultivate it, but Chu Yang had actually cultivated it. Relying on the short burst of power of the 3rd transition of the primitive martial art, killing a first-tier Chi Soul realm martial artist was only a matter of minutes. Half a month had already passed since he entered the Coiling Dragon's secret realm. There were about 15 days left. In the following time, he had to continuously increase his points. Although he already had about 5,000 points in hand, it was still not enough. After all, when it came to things like points, of course, the more the better. For Chu Yang, whose combat strength was comparable to the Chi Soul realm, it was too easy to earn points. Now, demon beasts at the 9th level of the primitive martial realm were simply too weak to withstand a single blow from him. Time passed day by day. While Chu Yang was polishing his martial techniques, he was also killing demonic beasts. His points were also increasing rapidly. After 3 days, Chu Yang had already accumulated more than 10,000 points. He didn't have any intention of stopping. Zhao family was not necessarily bad, so to be cautious, the more points the better. Chapter 108. The competition for the Coiling Dragon Fruit was the main event. Chu Yang had plenty of time to understand the situation in the Coiling Dragon Mountain and the Zhao clan's trump card. He also had to guard against various demonic beasts. Chi Soul Realm demonic beasts might appear for the Coiling Dragon Fruit. Chi Soul Realm demonic beasts were already intelligent. The stronger the demonic beast, the more intelligent it would be. Some of the stronger demonic beasts could even transform into human form. When Chu Yang was heading towards the Coiling Dragon Mountain, the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution had already arrived. They were gathered outside the light screen on the peak of the Coiling Dragon Mountain. Li Hao and Chu Na were leading the way. During this period of time, they had already earned enough points. However, many of them had also died. This was only the beginning of the cruelty. The rules of the competition were simply to encourage both parties to kill each other. The real tragedy would soon begin. Senior sister, your little brother is not here yet. Did something unexpected happen? Li Hao frowned. Originally, he had only considered Chu Yang to be a top core disciple of the Zhao clan, and this was already the limit in his opinion. However, during these days in the coiling dragon mystery realm, he had discovered that the people of the Zhao clan were frantically searching for Chu Yang. From the shock and anger of the Zhao clan members, he vaguely knew that Chu Yang seemed to have killed the top core disciples of the Zhao clan. Only Zhao Yundian and Zhao Xiaoyi were left. You don't have to worry about him. Even if we are all dead, he will probably be fine. Chuna wasn't worried at all. She even curled her lips and looked at the Zhao clan with disdain. Li Hao, Wang Xiaoman, and Zhang Tian were aghast. At this moment, they vaguely knew that Chu Yang might be the true trump card of their martial institution. Just like the coiling dragon martial institution, the assassins of the Zhao clan also chose to gather together. The reason was simple. If they were scattered outside, the opponent would find an opportunity to kill them one by one. In fact, both sides had already clashed many times in the open and in the dark. Both sides had suffered a lot of casualties, but they were able to exchange blows and neither side was at a disadvantage. Li Hao and the rest were shocked when they saw the number of people gathered by the Zhao clan. Originally, the Zhao clan had more people than them, but now they seemed to have fewer people. Could it be that they were all killed by Chu Yang? After Wang Xiaoman finished speaking, she was shocked and covered her red lips with her small hand. Li Hao and Zhang Tian couldn't help but tremble. If this was the case, then Chu Yang's combat power was simply heaven-defying. He alone could kill more people than all of them combined. However, they discovered that Chu Na actually did not have a trace of surprise on her face. Their hearts could not help but tremble a few more times. Chu Na was indeed not surprised. She had already been surprised. The strength that Chu Yang had displayed when he had used fragrant elephant crossing the river, when he had fought with her father, and when he had fought with her elder brother had already far exceeded her imagination. But suddenly, she clenched her teeth and said, "Damned little sheep, you better not kill too ruthlessly. Otherwise, the Zhao family will jump up and fight back with all their might. If the losses of the martial institution are too disastrous, I will definitely beat you up when I return." What is she worried about? Did I hear wrongly? She is actually afraid of killing too many, and the Zhao family will go crazy and retaliate. Chuna's calmness and her reaction allowed Li Hao and the rest of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's disciples to be relieved. They were no longer on tenterhooks because they had a huge backer, Chu Yang. The tall and short deacon of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and the two elders of the Zhao clan had already gone to sweep the nearby demonic beasts. There were no demonic beasts around now. If there were demonic beasts that the four of them couldn't deal with, they would definitely seek help from outside. At this moment, the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and the Zhao clan were facing each other across the air. The disciples of the martial institution noticed that the Zhao clan's disciples seemed to be frantically searching for something. Combined with what Chu Na said earlier, they quickly found the answer: Chu Yang. The Zhao clan was indeed killed by Chu Yang. Perhaps what they heard earlier was true. Chu Yang killed all the elite disciples of the Zhao clan, leaving only Zhao Yundian and Zhao Xiaoyi. The coiling dragon fruit is about to ripen, and the contest for the coiling dragon fruit is about to begin. The killing intent of the Zhao clan made Chu Na turn solemn. Before the two deacons arrive, everyone has to be 120% alert. We indeed have to guard against the Zhao clan's tricks. This has already happened in the past. Li Hao continued. Furthermore, I don't know why, but I keep feeling that something is amiss. The Zhao clan seems to be plotting something, which is making my eyelids twitch. I have also sensed it. Zhang Tian was a man of few words. He opened his mouth and said, "Especially after I heard that senior sister's little brother displayed his invincible prowess, I also feel that the Zhao clan's actions are a little strange." This made the disciples of the martial institution tense up again. Oof. At this moment, a cold snort exploded in the ears of the martial institution's disciples. So what if you have sensed it? It's too late. Today, all of you will die here. Rumble. Chapter 109. Outside the Shield of Light on Mount Coiling Dragon. The reek of blood was thick, and the area around the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution was filled with rivers of blood. Corpses of demonlings were piled up like mountains, ranging from the first to ninth stages of the incipient martial stage. However, most of them were in the sixth stage or lower. Not far away, in the light membrane, the 9 green, jade-colored fruits on the coiling dragon tree that looked like green jade were also sparkling and translucent at this moment. An alluring fragrance spread out from the fruits and mixed with the smell of blood. It seemed to have become a unique fruit fragrance. In another area, the Zhao clan didn't have a single demonling corpse. Not even a drop of blood could be seen. Compared to the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, the disciples of the Zhao clan didn't even have a single wrinkle on their clothes. In the middle of the two groups of people was a white-faced man. He had white hands, a white folding fan, and a white robe embroidered with a white flower. Apparently, he knew that blood would be shed today, and had chosen to wear white clothes that looked like snow. The coiling dragon tree behind him seemed to be a god tree, and the Shield of Light seemed to be the God Legion paradise. It was almost as if he were a godchild from the God Legion paradise, and his white robes made him feel holy and pure. It was Song Hong too. He was looking at the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution with a mocking expression. He was looking at their corpses, their severed limbs, their flowing blood, their panting, their exhaustion, their anger, and despair. It was a very interesting sight, and he didn't seem to get tired of it. You really are despicable and shameless, Zhao clan. Not only do you want to take all the coiling dragon fruits for yourself, but you also want to slaughter the entire Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Have you thought about the consequences? Li Hao stared coldly at the other party. He did not know Song Hong Tu, but he could feel how powerful and dangerous Song Hong Tu was. He was the trump card of the Zhao clan, and also their most dangerous opponent. If you kill us, you'll all die. Dean Nangong definitely won't let you bastards off the hook. The disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution were both enraged and in despair. Chunan narrowed her eyes. She was probably going to die here today. The Zhao clan actually had the means to control the demonic beasts, and the Zhao clan could have killed all of them long ago, but they didn't. There was something strange about this. After that, she understood that they were waiting for her younger brother, Chu Yang. Chuna couldn't help but feel anxious. So what if I kill all of you? Zhao Yundian sneered and licked his lips as though he was licking the blood of the Coiling Dragon Martial NST. Toot's disciple. His expression was filled with ridicule like a cat toying with a mouse. Kill all of us. The Coiling Dragon Martial Institute will definitely find your Zhao clan and demand an explanation. Some of the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution were terrified when facing death. They helplessly and laughably repeated the same reason. Ha ha ha. The Zhao clan disciples laughed loudly as they watched. It was as if they were watching a person whose throat had been slit, desperately clutching his throat before death. That kind of helplessness and despair was extremely interesting. You want to denounce our Zhao family? What was the reason? You disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial INST, Tushin are all trash. You want our Zhao clan to take responsibility for your deaths? Zhao Xiaoi looked at Song Hong Tu with admiration. At the same time, she sneered, You want us to be responsible for you being trash? Huh. The Zhao clan disciples burst into laughter and were extremely pleased. What Zhao Xiaoi said was too reasonable. You are trash, and we still have to take responsibility for you being trash. If we want to find you, we should find the heavens. The Coiling Dragon Martial Dynasty, Tushin's disciples could only be angry. This Coiling Dragon Mystic Domains competition was indeed a matter of life and death. Even if they were all killed, the Coiling Dragon Martial Dynasty, Tushin wouldn't have much reason. They could only blame the Zhao clan for being vicious and merciless. What else could they say? Life and death depends on one's ability. After killing all of you, so what if Nangong stomps his feet? What reason could he bring out? Zhao Yunyan broke the last line of defense in the hearts of the coiling dragon marshal NST, Tushin's disciples. Don't count on it. Your two deacons are now working together with our two clan elders to kill a demonic beast. After all of you are dead, they might become corpses as well. No scruples. Chuna's expression changed. The Zhao clan had gone mad and had already planned to completely break off relations with the coiling dragon marshal NST, Tushin. Chapter 110. Song Hong-tu had been sizing up the surroundings, but he was ultimately disappointed. He didn't find Chu Yang or his sword-heart sky flame. In his anger, he gave the order to massacre the disciples of the coiling dragon martial institution. The disciples of the Zhao clan sneered and brandished their weapons. Step by step, they approached the disciples of the coiling dragon martial institution. We are finished. We are completely finished. Little brother, you better not come. Chuna was already in despair. She planned to risk her life and bite off a few pieces of the Zhao clan's flesh. She was also hoping that Chu Yang wouldn't come. As for the comparison of strength, she didn't want to think about it anymore. They had been exhausted by the demonic beasts while the Zhao clan was still unharmed. She was especially fearful of that white-robed youth. He was dangerous, extremely dangerous. As though he understood the thoughts of Chu Na and the disciples of the coiling dragon martial institution, Song Hong-tu suddenly stomped. There was a boom, and the ground shattered like glass. Countless cracks extended out and tore the ground apart. A horrifying aura was released without restraint. The powerful aura locked on a Chuna. Chi Soul Realm. He is actually in the Chi Soul Realm. Chuna's eyes were trembling. She wanted to risk her life to kill a core disciple of the Zhao clan, but it was impossible. Chuna had already connected the heaven and earth bridges. It could be said that she had stepped into the half-stepped Chi Soul Realm. The Chi Soul Realm was just around the corner. Therefore, she understood the terror of the Chi Soul Realm. The Chi Soul Realm was a qualitative transformation of the Chi. The Chi Soul Realm was also a qualitative transformation of the Origin Martial Realm. If the Chi Soul Realm was an adult, then the Origin Martial Realm was just a child. The difference was like heaven and earth. A terrifying aura pressured over as though a mountain was crushing over. The disciples of the coiling dragon martial institution were all trembling as though they were children facing a murderous demon. A Chi Soul Realm martial artist was able to kill all of them without a single injury. It was as easy as an adult killing a group of children. Everyone, scatter and escape. The more you can escape, the better. Chuna shouted loudly. She pulled out a sword from her body. One man could hold back 10,000 men. She used the sword to block in front of her. Escape. Song Hong-tu sneered. His eyes were filled with ridicule as he looked at Chu Na and the others, as if he was looking at a group of ants. Running away will only make you die faster. Chu Na's beautiful face involuntarily changed. This was the truth. They had already exhausted too much of their energy from the demonic beasts. Furthermore, they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Fleeing was equivalent to being presumptuous. If they resisted, they would indeed die faster. This is too much. Stay behind and fight it out with them. Some of the disciples of the coiling dragon martial institution roared with bloodshot eyes. I'm going all out. Even if I die, I'll drag someone down with me. No, it's just a waste of time. After saying that, Song Hong-tu suddenly attacked. A long saber appeared in his hand, and a terrifying pressure along with a resplendent saber light instantly slashed towards Chu Na. The surrounding origin chi automatically condensed, transforming into a roaring python that instantly lunged out. Chu Na thrust out her sword to block the attack. Sword chi burst out from the tip of her sword, displaying strength far beyond the peak of the 9th level of the primitive martial realm. Boom! The violent collision created layers of terrifying shockwaves. With a pu sound, Chu Na spat out a mouthful of blood as her body flew backwards. The difference between a half-step into the Chi Soul Realm and a true Chi Soul Realm cultivator was clearly displayed in this exchange. You overestimate yourself, Song Hong-tu said disdainfully. Seeing your sister, Wang Xiaoman rushed out from the crowd and flew to Chuna's side. Attack, kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Don't waste our time to seize the coiling dragon fruit and celebrate. Zhao Yunding's words immediately made the disciples of the Zhao family extremely excited as they rushed forward. Suddenly, there was a loud sound of something breaking through the air. Immediately, a huge blade came slashing horizontally. The Zhao family's disciple who was in the front was instantly cut into two halves. It was as if he had been cut in half at the waist. The two halves of his body spasmed on the ground. Zhao family, if you do this, I can kill and rob without worry. At the same time, an incomparably cold voice came from a corner that neither side was paying attention to. Who is it? Song Hong Tu was the first to react as he angrily shouted, "You're not waiting for me." From a 100-year-old tree, a figure descended and walked toward Shu Na and the other step by step. Duh, duh, duh. Chapter 111. In fact, Chu Yang had arrived a long time ago. However, he was distracted by the two deacons of the martial institution and the two elders of the Zhao clan. They were fighting a wind tiger at the Chi Soul stage. His original plan was to wait for the elders of the Zhao clan to be injured by the wind tiger before killing them and robbing them. He felt a little uneasy and asked Little Six, "Am I as savage as you when you eat human brains?" However, he didn't release his evil intentions because the two elders of the Zhao clan were very astute. Yu Fenghu and the others avoided them as much as possible and tried not to provoke the wind tiger. The two deacons of the martial institution weren't easy to deal with either. They followed suit. At first, Chu Yang only thought that the four old men were scheming against each other, which made him miss the opportunity to kill them and rob them. But who would have thought that the two elders of the Zhao clan were actually scheming against each other? He gave up on killing and robbing. When he came back, it was already too late. The disciples of the martial institution and the demonic beast had already determined the winner. The coiling dragon martial institution didn't have a backpack for the time being. Therefore, he quietly listened to the disciples of the Zhao clan pretending to be powerful. Damn it. While he was watching the show, his sister was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Soon after, she flew into a rage. In the Coiling Dragon Mystery Realm Tournament, life and death are decided by fate. Everyone depends on their own abilities. Trash should die. I like this. With a thud, Chu Yang dropped the unsharpened saber on the ground and put his weight on it. He then looked at the disciples of the Zhao clan with a smile on his face. His appearance caused both sides to be stunned and confused. How could you, Chu Yang, be so arrogant? Chu Yang, it's actually you, you bastard. There was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. Instead, you barged into hell. We were worried that we couldn't find you. Now, you came to us on your own accord. Zhao Yundian sneered after recovering from his shock. You trash butt-face. You don't even know how to be a dog. Don't you know you're affecting your master's supreme brilliance? Move aside. Don't disturb me from sunbathing. You, Zhao Yundian was instantly enraged, but the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution were even more astonished. Such a mocking tone, such a savage tone. Basking in the sun? You even know that a Chi Soul expert is the sun, but your tone clearly shows that you don't care about the Zhao clan at all. Furthermore, the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution realized that Xu Yang's current arrogance was exactly the same as the arrogance of the Zhao clan. It could be said that they were cut from the same cloth. The Zhao family was like a cat toying with a mouse. Xu Yang was also like a cat toying with a mouse. The Zhao clan looked at them as if they were looking at a corpse. Xu Yang looked at the Zhao clan as if he was looking at a corpse. You're so domineering, but where do you get your confidence from? The Coiling Dragon Martial NST. Tushin's disciples couldn't help but fall into chaos. You are the Chu Yang who killed my second cousin, Zhao Yunhu. When Song Hongtu spoke, the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial NST. Tushin were shocked again. A few days ago, the Zhao clan head, Zhao Ba's two sons were killed, and it was such a huge commotion. How could they not know about it? But it was actually done by Chu Yang. Pa! Song Hongtu closed the folding fan in his hand. His eyes were incomparably cold. Is the sword heart heavenly fire on you as well? Also, the disciples of the coiling dragon martial institution were startled again. Chu Yang wasn't a fool. Why would he admit it? He smiled with squinted eyes. You were the one who injured my sister. Chapter 112. The disciples of the coiling dragon martial institution were completely speechless. Even under such circumstances, they couldn't help but look back and forth between Chu Yang and Chu Na. Since Chu Yang was here, Chu Na naturally couldn't let Chu Yang's aura down. She couldn't help but remind, little brother, he is at the Chi soul realm. You have to be careful. Don't worry. Chu Yang spoke casually with disdain. I say, sister, you better get this straight. Whose brother am I? He is just a rotten potato and a smelly bird egg. You want me to be careful? You might not be afraid of losing face, but I still want my face. Wow. The disciples of the coiling dragon martial institution were all astonished and were in an uproar. Chuna was also in a daze. She had never seen such a brother before. He was so tyrannical, so arrogant, and so bold. This wasn't a fight with her father or elder brother, but Chu Yang still didn't treat Song Hong Tu as a threat. Presumptuous, ignorant. The Zhao clan's disciples were completely infuriated as they sneered. How foolish! Zhao Xiaoi even stood out and pointed at Chu Yang. The Chi Soul realm is not something a lowly brat like you can imagine. You really think you are something. Zhao Yundian sneered as well. Later, you won't even know how you died. The coiling dragon martial institution was in a state of silence. This was the truth. You are very interesting. Song Hong Tu finally spoke again. I want to see how capable you are. He waved his hand, and the Zhao clan's disciples immediately understood his intention. They immediately rushed towards the coiling dragon martial institution's disciples. Ah! The radiance was dazzling as it flickered. Instantly, there were miserable screams. The Zhao clan's torrent was like flowing water as they were severed by the curved saber light. Flesh and blood were scattered, and it was a hellish scene. Those who rushed the fastest died, the most miserable death. Chu Yang's saber was actually so astonishing and horrifying. Zhao Yundian was terrified. His eyes were trembling, and the sneer on his face was nowhere to be seen. Zhao Xiaoi's face was pale, and her long legs were trembling. If she was a little slower, she would have been severed into two by Chu Yang. Boom! After the coiling dragon martial institution recovered from the astonishment, they burst out with deafening cheers. They were saved, they were saved. Chu Yang's martial spirit was not a saber, but a sword martial spirit. He hadn't even used his sword, yet he was already so powerful. What would happen if he used it? It was simply unimaginable. Do you want me to eat some dog meat? Why are you so generous? Chu Yang looked at Song Hong Tu in shock, then curled his lips and said, although you're treating me to dog meat, and I can't refuse your kindness, your dog looks like a human. I don't like it. It was actually such disdain. It was actually such a taunt. There was dead silence. Chu Yang didn't even look at Zhao Yundian. He walked towards Song Hong Tu step by step, his killing intent surging. Peak of the 8th level of the primitive martial realm. One blade actually has such power. Song Hong Tu's expression changed for the first time. His expression was grave, as if Chu Yang had just pulled him down from his position as the son of God. Shua shua. Song Hong Tu instantly chopped down 2 blades towards Chu Yang. The blade light was dazzling and the cold aura was piercing. Chu Yang was not the slightest bit afraid. He also chopped down with his large blade, saber chi crisscrossing. Boom! The 2 saber chi collided in the air, creating a terrifying chi wave. How is this possible? Your true chi is actually of such high quality. Song Hong Tu's pupils were greatly shocked. He couldn't believe it. Chu Yang's true chi seemed to be comparable to his true essence. He was a monster. He was definitely a monster. His true chi was almost comparable to true essence. It was simply too frightening. He had never heard of such a thing. A sword made of mud could kill people like a real sword. It was unheard of. It's really useless. Chu Yang's words could only be understood by little 6 in his consciousness. He began to inexplicably despise Xiantian life forms. But little six could only be speechless. What could you say to a bastard of the third level of the primitive martial realm? As for Chu Yang's true chi, it was mostly iron ore, high content and high hardness iron ore. But Song Hong Tu's true essence was a forged weapon. The collision between the two, just now, was like a huge iron ore colliding with a divine weapon. The iron ore was destroyed, and the divine weapon was also sent flying. Chu Yang's strength was far greater than Song Hong Tu's. After exchanging blows, Chu Yang roughly estimated Song Hong Tu's strength. He was definitely in the Chi Soul realm, but it was still very shallow. At most, he had just stepped into the Chi Soul realm, but his martial spirit had just started to refine his true Chi into true essence. Didn't you hear what I said? Answer my question. Chapter 113. Chu Yang was in a bad mood. However, Song Hong didn't seem to understand the current situation and actually ordered Chu Yang around. Chu Yang's anger immediately flared up. Now that you are surprised, you will be even more surprised later. Boom! Chu Yang ruthlessly cleaved down with his saber. In the eyes of the coiling dragon marshal NST, Tushin's disciples, his saber looked like a huge hammer. Sure enough, he didn't understand saber arts, but this was the best news. Kill! The coiling dragon marshal NST, Tushin's disciples were inspired by Chu Yang and actually took the initiative to attack the Zhao clan's disciples. Instantly, miserable screams echoed. Frost's saber. Song Hong Tu cleaved his saber, and instantly, the saber was wrapped in a layer of ice. A white mist of cold air surged over and clashed with a boom. The result was the same as before. The attribute change of the Chi essence wasn't of much use, as it was completely dispersed by a barbaric force. Swish! 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 Chu Yang's saber was fast and fast. It was as though countless arms were cleaving down at the same time. Layers of saber light and saber chi soared into the sky. Boom! 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 The saber exploded. Song Hong Tu was almost oppressed to death. He, a Chi Soul realm expert, was actually being suppressed by an Origin martial realm martial artist. To be exact, he was being bullied. Chu Yang's saber arts didn't have any moves. It was just swinging, smashing, and cleaving, using absolute strength to suppress him. One strength to break all arts. What bullshit true essence. It was useless against such brute force. Blazing saber. Boom. The long saber in Song Hong Tu's hand instantly began to burn with the true elemental energy attached to it. A tongue of flame suddenly burst out of the saber, and the air around it began to sizzle. Chu Yang felt a wave of heat assaulting his face. The heat of that flame saber was astonishing. Only you know how to breathe fire. Boom! Chu Yang sneered again and again. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. The saber light in his hand burst out, and saber chi soared into the sky. As he cleaved forward, the saber spewed out a tongue of flame. Tit for tat, he didn't give in at all. The tongue of flame collided and swept towards the sky. The terrifying saber chi burst out with dazzling radiance and sharp whistling sounds that pierced the eardrums. Boom, 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 slash after slash, each slash faster than the last. The explosions continued. This was a complete head-on clash. Chu Yang was only at the Origin martial realm, but he had completely suppressed Song Hong Tu, forcing him to do his best to block. How is this possible? I'm invincible. I'm a Chi Soul expert. How could I lose to you? Song Hong Tu screamed again and again in fear. He couldn't imagine that he would be completely suppressed and forced into a disadvantageous position. He also couldn't imagine that he was so much weaker than Chu Yang in terms of strength. Chu Yang's idiotic fighting style made him look battered and humiliated. Boom! Song Hong Tu tried to break free and put some distance between himself and Chu Yang, but he didn't have the chance to do so. He had no choice but to receive Chu Yang's saber head-on. The terrifying strength of the saber caused the web between his thumb and forefinger to turn into a bloody mess. There were specks of blood on his white robes. That was all his blood, compared to the elegant and holy appearance of the Son of God, just now. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. In an instant, he seemed to have turned into a downtrodden beggar. Dang! A loud sound was heard as Song Hong-tu blocked with his saber. However, his saber was broken by Chu Yang's attack. Song Hong-tu was sent flying and fell into a mountain forest. A loud boom was heard as the earth trembled. Rocks, broken trees, and smoke soared into the sky, covering the entire area. Song Hong-tu was defeated. In an instant, the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and the Zhao clan all stopped fighting and looked at the scene in shock. A Chi Soul expert was actually unable to withstand a single blow and lost so thoroughly. You think you've won? Chapter 114. SSS. Before the dust settled completely, the sound of a snake flicking its tongue could be heard. It was as though Song Hong-tu had reverted back to his original form like a demonic beast. Soon enough, 2 giant snake heads could be vaguely seen. Their scarlet eyes were like 4 big red lanterns. Wails of agony could be heard continuously from within, as if someone was being tortured there. Waves of black gas were also emitted from there, as if a gate to hell had opened there. The ghostly aura was extremely sinister. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped as a strange aura was emitted. Everyone felt a chill down their spine as they were horrified. Finally, the smoke and dust became thinner and thinner, and the scene there became clearer. Snake, 2 malevolent snakeheads. Apart from the poisonous fangs, they had a mouth full of steel fangs. One of the snakeheads was surging with cold aura. The snake mouth was about to swallow a person. A pair of legs that were completely frozen were hanging outside the snake head. The other snake head was burning with flames and enveloped the entire snake head. There was a human-shaped, transparent body burning in the snake mouth. The miserable wailing sound was coming from that body. Ghostly aura lingered around the body as black aura surged. There were 2 fleshy wings, one red and one white. The red wings were blazing with flames while the white wings were enveloped in a layer of ice. As the wings flapped gently, one of them was blazing with flames while the other was covered in snow. There were also 2 snake tails. This strange snake seemed to be an ice snake and a fire snake that were forcefully fused together, turning into such a strange appearance. 2 two-winged hell snakes. It is actually 2 two-winged hell snakes. It's over. Why does he have a 2-winged hell snake? The disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution were instantly aghast. Their faces were extremely pale as they were truly frightened. The 2-winged hell snakes were said to be 2 extremely horrifying evil spirits from hell. They escaped from hell and occupied the body of a snake. They were formed from 2 souls and had 2 heads, 2 wings, and 2 tails. The ice snake head specialized in eating humans while the fire snake head specialized in eating souls. Wherever they passed by, no living things would be left alive as everything turned into a ghost domain. Don't be afraid. These aren't real 2-winged hell snakes. They are constructed with chi essence. When Chuna spoke, the faces of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's disciples turned red. However, they couldn't be blamed as it was the real deal. However, if they took a closer look, that was indeed the case. Although they couldn't tell if the 2 snake heads were real or fake, the snake body behind them was obviously not real. Song Hong-tu was currently inside the snake's body. The 2 two-winged nether snakes. The Zhao family disciples' spirits were shaken, and they burst into laughter, sparing no effort to ridicule him. You have eyes but can't see. You can't even recognize a Chi Soul stage true Yuan skill. What a joke. Look at their fearful looks. What can the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution say even if we kill them? Idiots who can't even recognize a true essence skill. Leaving them alive is just a waste of food. This kind of trash should die early and reincarnate early. The disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution were flushed with anger. They were in such an advantageous situation, but because of their stupidity, their morale had weakened. They truly wanted to kill themselves, but they were all startled. This saber is not bad. Chu Yang's eyes fell on the broadsword in his hand, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What was going on? Could it be that they were scared silly by Song Hong Tu's two-winged nether snakes? Only Little Six knew what Chu Yang was exclaiming about. Song Hong Tu's Chi Soul Stage weapon was split in half by Little Six's broadsword. Only then did Chu Yang realize how extraordinary the saber was. Little Six despised in his heart ignorant trash. If it wasn't worth looking at, Grandpa Monkey wouldn't even be able to use it. Duh. The sound of footsteps came from where the two-winged nether snakes were. Song Hong Tu walked out from one of them. At this moment, everyone could clearly see Song Hong Tu's current appearance. From his forehead, a line of blood flowed down from his nose, mouth, neck, all the way to his entire torso, straight down. His elegant white robes had long been cut in half, falling to his waist, revealing his fair upper body. SSS. Everyone couldn't help but take in a deep breath of cold air. Chu Yang's saber almost split a Chi Soul Stage expert in half. It was simply too astonishing. Chapter 115. It has a very symmetrical aesthetic. Chu Yang sized it up and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. I am indeed a genius. A casual slash can be so impartial and split everything into two equal portions. That's right, I am indeed a genius. The Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's disciples were in a mess. Was this the time for jokes? Brother, can you not be so careless? Our lives are still in your hands. Can you be more serious? The Zhao clan's disciples were also in a mess because of Chu Yang. Song Hong Tu's innate true essence skill wasn't even in his eyes. Song Hong Tu's martial soul was the twin-winged nether snakes. When constructed, it had a form and spirit. It was definitely not an empty shell and had astonishing power. Genius, is it? Then I shall have a taste of this genius soul today and see how it tastes. Song Hong Tu's eyes were gloomy. His tongue was actually half ice and half fire. The strange tongue licked his lips as though he was already savoring the taste of Chu Yang's soul. This was very horrifying. Because of the twin-winged nether snakes, Song Hong Tu could actually consume a human soul. Tisk, with your crappy snakes. Chu Yang sneered. They are big, but they are ugly, extremely ugly. They are already ugly, but they are specially enlarged. Even if they are symmetrical, they are still like fresh flowers falling into a cesspool. You mean you can't beat me, but you want to disgust me to death? What horrifying. What horrifying. It was all bullshit. Song Hong Tu's brain structure was completely different. These two terrifying twin-winged nether snakes were actually able to embarrass Chu Yang. There was no one else who could do it. Death is at hand, and you still don't know what you are talking about. Song Hong Tu sneered sinisterly. His fair face faintly turned sinister as he was infuriated. In addition, his body was surrounded by ghostly aura. The miserable howls of malicious spirits were constantly coming from his body. It was truly chilling. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. It was so sinister, so strange, and so ferocious. In an instant, it was crushed into pieces by Chu Yang's simple joke. Chu Yang pointed the machete in his hand at Song Hong Tu. Hey, that bastard. My machete is thirsty for blood. I will destroy you on behalf of justice. Consult the owner of my beautiful space warrior, but you must not be called Ultraman. So what if it was Sailor Moon, but what the hell was Ultraman? Be it the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's disciples or the Zhao clan's disciples, none of them knew how to describe Chu Yang. They didn't know how Chu Yang could act so recklessly. Bastard, go to hell. Chu Yang dubbed for Song Hong Tu, attack my big monster. Song Hong Tu staggered. He was completely shocked. The two-winged nether serpents that were about to leap out also stopped in their tracks. Die! Song Hong Tu was furious. Was he playing house with Song Hong Tu? Was he a child? Bastard, I'm going to tear you to shreds later. Boom! Song Hong Tu gnashed his teeth. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound. It was as if a mountain was moving, bringing about a gust of wind. The two-winged nether serpents hissed and spat out their tongues as they charged toward Chu Yang. Chapter 116. Boom. 3 waves of energy exploded around Chu Yang's body and formed 3 auras. Then a crackling sound was heard, and his body suddenly grew 10 feet tall. Flames were raging all over his body. There seemed to be a golden, divine treasure at his abdomen. The golden radiance was incomparably dazzling. It seemed to have dyed the surroundings golden. Everyone was already dumbfounded. Song Hongtu was fine, but how could Chu Yang be so shocking? Rumble. The 2 double-winged hell snakes were like small mountains. They crushed the void and rumbled over. They arrived in front of Chu Yang in an instant. The strong wind blew his long hair. His whole body was blooming with golden light, wrapped in flames. He looked like a god. However, such a tall image was destroyed in an instant. I am a heaven-blessed martial artist. Big monster, kneel down and let me chop off your head to uphold justice. Rumble. Along with Chu Yang's voice, the 2 winged snakes seemed to kneel down. They suddenly fell down from the sky, fiercely smashing into the ground. Whoa! Immediately, Chu Yang's large blade let out a buzzing sound. With a swing of the blade, a huge arc of blade light was formed like a huge crescent moon. Origin martial third revolution, the power of 4 symbols. After 3 times the power, the terrifying power caused the blade light to be incomparably huge and dazzling. Blade chi overflowed in all directions. Chi, like a blade cutting through a piece of cloth, the 2 winged snakes were instantly split in half by the huge blade light. 1 snake became 2 snakes, and a strange snake became a normal snake. Everyone seemed to have stopped breathing at this moment and stopped thinking, especially Song Hongtu, who looked at all of this in disbelief. Boom! The 2 winged snakes were split apart, and the true essence collapsed. A huge explosion occurred, forming a dazzling light that completely swallowed Chu Yang's body, waking everyone up. How is this possible? How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. Song Hongtu was dumbfounded. His expression was confused, and his gaze was chaotic. For a moment, it made people feel sad. A dignified Chi Soul expert's true Yuan skill was actually unable to withstand a single blow from someone at the Origin martial realm. Perhaps no one would be able to accept this. What's impossible about that? I'm a godly martial artist, a genius, and an unparalleled scholar. When I look in the mirror and see my handsome and extraordinary appearance, I want to immediately disfigure myself. I'm worried that you'll commit suicide. The disciples of the coiling dragon martial dynasty, Tushin finally knew what it meant to be shameless, but they were actually powerless to refute. This was too fucking awesome, and they had no choice but to accept it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can a mere Origin martial expert be so powerful? You did well. Chu Yang nodded approvingly and said, "That's what evil wants you to be." At first, the forces of evil were incomparably strong, and justice always seemed so weak. No matter what, they couldn't win. Only after I killed my way out could I show off my unparalleled greatness and logically drag all the beautiful female warriors of the universe into my crotch. You really are an excellent foil. How shameless. Too shameless. When Shuna heard the words drag all the beautiful female warriors of the universe into your crotch, she wished she could go up and knock out all of his teeth. You've done your job well. You can go die now. Dang. Song Hongta took out a black rod from who knows where and blocked Chu Yang's broadsword. What you're doing is wrong. You should die cleanly. Chapter 117. Song Hongtu struggled with all his might, but in the midst of Chu Yang's storm-like saber chi, he was like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished in the next second. This can't be real. This must be a dream. Song Hongtu screamed hysterically, as if he had completely gone mad. Suddenly, he took a huge risk to dodge Chu Yang's saber and flew away. Zhao Huan, Zhao Shi, save me. Cunning. Chu Yang quivered. The 2 elders of the Zhao family had returned. That would be bad. Die! Chu Yang immediately chased after him, and the huge saber chi completely enveloped Song Hongtu. How can this be? I, Song Hong Tu, am a genius. How can I die in the hands of a bastard like you? I still want to step into the ascending soul realm and be invincible. Song Hong Tu completely went berserk, and with a roar, he slashed out with his flaming saber. In an instant, his combat power soared, and he actually blocked Chu Yang's saber chi one after another, endlessly stalling for time. Boom! The saber chi was everywhere, and Chu Yang still couldn't kill Song Hong Tu. He finally felt the power of a Chi Soul Realm elite. Although his mind was taken away, it wasn't that easy to kill him. This is good too. With this experience, it will be easier to fight against Chi Soul Realm elites in the future. Chu Yang directly used the Great Thousand Leaf Hands, and suddenly, the saber chi covered the sky and covered the earth. Every saber chi was fake, but they were all real at the same time. The sky full of saber chi frightened Song Hong Tu, and he gritted his teeth to block. Dang, dang, dang. A series of metal clashing sounds, together with the explosion of the air, turned the area around the two into a deathly, forbidden zone, and no one dared to come close. Great Thousand Leaf Hands. Xiang Xiang Vigorous Art. 18 Flood Dragon Strikes. Wind Killer Sword. Chu Yang displayed all kinds of cultivation techniques one by one, testing the power of these martial skills. At the same time, he relied on his strong physique and immense strength to suppress Song Hong Tu. The saber in his hand was sometimes a sword, sometimes a hammer, and sometimes a stick. Song Hong Tu fought hand to hand. After the initial panic, he gradually calmed down. Although he was battered and exhausted, Chu Yang did not seem to be as invincible as he thought. His ice and fire true yuan continuously smashed out with the black rod. His aura became more and more vigorous. He had never thought that there would be a day where he would have to stall for time to save his life when facing a primordial martial expert. Cold air, cold ice, flames, and golden light intertwined together. Cutting waist style. This was one of the moves of the wind-chasing, life-stealing sword. Using a sword to chop down was more suitable for a saber. As they continued to exchange blows, Chu Yang had already completely evaluated the various martial techniques on his body. At the same time, he was also more familiar with the quintessence of the Chi Soul Realm. Boom! The terrifying power of Song Hong Tu's black stick transformed into boundless energy that swept out in all directions. Divine Elephant Carrying Mountain. The second slash, Chu Yang chopped out like lightning. True Chi surged out and poured into the saber. The sound of an elephant trumpeting came from within his body. The saber seemed to have a divine elephant carrying a mountain on its back. It was incomparably heavy, forming an incomparably terrifying saber chi that swept through everything. Boom! Song Hong Tu's palm cracked inch by inch. The power of Chu Yang's saber had already risen to a terrifying level. Flood Dragon Claw. The third slash was chopped out. The saber instantly seemed to transform into a large saber. Each slash seemed to be a claw of a flood dragon. Bang! The black rod in Song Hong Tu's hand actually shattered under the infusion of the terrifying power. How is this possible? You're only in the primordial martial realm. How can you have the power of the four symbols? Song Hong Tu was alarmed and cried out involuntarily, scaring everyone half to death. The power of the four symbols. Seeing Chu Yang's fourth slash coming, Song Hong Tu immediately shouted, "No, you can't kill me. But before he could shout out, Chu Yang's fourth slash had already arrived. Without any suspense, Song Hong Tu was instantly split into two halves under Chu Yang's terrifying saber chi. Blood splashed out, bones and flesh flew everywhere. In an instant, the entire place was deathly silent. Everyone seemed to have not recovered from the shock of the four symbols' power. They were once again frightened by the scene in front of them. Chu Yang withdrew his saber. His true chi had been greatly consumed. If his true chi had not reached a terrifying level, he would not have been able to support such a berserk attack. You actually killed him. Zhao Yundian looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. He did not think that Chu Yang would actually dare to kill Song Hong too. Do you know who he is? Chapter 118. You are dead meat. You actually dare to kill him? He is the young sect master of the Azure Dragon School. Zhao Yundian spoke repeatedly. So be it. What is there to say? Chuna snorted and walked over with a sneer. This idiot dared to harm the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and even came to the Coiling Dragon Mystic Domain to behave atrociously. He deserved to die. Yes, he wants to kill us. Can't we kill him? If the Azure Dragon School dares to kill our men, why can't we kill the Azure Dragon School's men? It is just a small sect that is only slightly stronger than the Zhao clan. What is it? If we report this to the Five Elements sect, let alone the Zhao clan, even the so-called Azure Dragon School will be annihilated. The Coiling Dragon Martial Institution might be a martial institution used by the Five Elements sect to recruit talents, but it would be a grave mistake to underestimate the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. The Coiling Dragon Martial Institution had been established for many years, and it was unknown how many people had joined the Five Elements sect. The original disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution might not hold a high position in the Five Elements sect, but there were at least some of them. These people were the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's most solid background and backing. This was also the reason why the Zhao clan and the Azure Dragon School had always been afraid of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Otherwise, they would have already annihilated the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. This time, the Zhao clan and the Azure Dragon School intended to massacre the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, and it was considered a grave crime. Why would the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's disciples care? It was natural for them to win, but if they lost, not only would they lose face for the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, but they would also lose face for the Five Elements sect. Kill all these bastards, Li Hao yelled out, and all the accumulated anger in the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's disciples burst out. As long as Chu Yang was around, they wouldn't have to worry about their safety. How dare you? Our Zhao clan will not let you off. Zhao Yundian roared out. Who won't let you off? Idiots. Your Zhao clan will have to explain to our Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. If your explanation isn't good, your Zhao clan can wait to be annihilated. Li Hao sneered. The Zhao clan didn't just violate the rules, they had ulterior motives. They didn't just want to kill them, they wanted to overthrow the entire Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. That's right, kill these bastards. Otherwise, the Zhao family will really think that our martial courtyard is easy to bully and kill as they please. Kill them, then we'll settle the score with the Zhao family. The disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial INSTI Tushin were roaring in anger. So many people from a martial INSTI Tushin had perished because of the Zhao clan. They had also taken a trip to the gates of hell. If it wasn't for Chu Yang's unexpected appearance, they might have perished in the hands of the Zhao clan's disciples. Kill all these bastards and avenge our dead brothers. How many of our disciples have died at the hands of these bastards in the past? Now, let's make them pay all at once. Disciples of the Zhao family, get into formation. We must hold on until the elders arrive. Zhao Yundian and Zhao Xiaoi hurriedly yelled out in fear. Earlier on, it was the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution who were hoping for the two deacons to save them. Now it was their turn to hope and hope. When the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial INSTI Tushin saw such a scene, they felt even more carefree. Every dog had its day. In less than 30 years, it was their turn. Kill. All the disciples of the Zhao family were annihilated. No one would have thought that it would turn out like this. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Zhang Tian was extremely emotional. He was even more emotional because if it wasn't for Chu Yang, they wouldn't have been able to kill Zhao Yundian and Zhao Xiaoi. There's nothing to worry about. This large competition isn't meant to be a spar, so there will definitely be deaths and injuries. Furthermore, they were up to no good this time. They actually allowed a Chi Soul Realm expert to enter the large competition. We're in the right, so their deaths will be in vain. Although Li Hao said so, he was still a little worried. That may be the case, But I'm afraid that with the Zhao clan's vengeful character, they will not let this matter rest. Zhang Tian obviously knew that the martial NSTI Tushin wasn't in a good situation, especially since they had provoked the Azure Dragon sect. What are you afraid of? The Zhao clan isn't to be trifled with. Don't tell me our coiling dragon martial institution is a pushover. Li Hao was enraged. That's true. Zhang Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. However, from today onwards, I'm afraid the title of number one of our generation will be taken away by his senior sister's younger brother, Little Sheep. As the two of them were talking, their senior sister had already roared at someone. When they looked over, they couldn't help but be speechless. At this moment, Chu Yang was silently plundering Song Hongtu before he went to plunder Zhao Yundian and the others. He was very dissatisfied as he muttered, "Pauper, all of you are pauper. Little Sheep." Chapter 119. Li Hao and Zhang Tian were instantly speechless. What were they worried about? Look at how heartless she was. After thinking for a bit, they knew that they were stupid. They shouldn't be worried about these things, as it was useless to worry about it. When they suddenly thought of the Azure Dragon elixir, their hearts couldn't help but burn as they looked at Chu Na with pitiful eyes. "Little Sheep, if you continue to stretch your hand, do you believe that I will chop off your sheep's hooves?" With a clang, Chu Na really took out her sword. Fine. You are formidable. I will keep my hooves, okay?" After Chu Yang finished speaking, he mumbled, "Is she really my sister? Why is her brain so stubborn?" "Little Sheep, you are rebelling. You can even hear this? Your ears are actually so sharp." Chu Na finally went berserk and went over to give Chu Yang a violent beating. Chu Yang quickly begged for mercy. "You're my blood sister. I was wrong. This little sheep promises not to do it again. Don't beat the sheep. The sheep is very obedient." All kinds of shameless begging, all kinds of shameless acting cute and flattering made the disciples of the coiling dragon martial NSTI Tushin dumbfounded. This was still the invincible Chu Yang from a moment ago. Suddenly, Li Hao clenched his teeth and said, "Who dares to call him a little sheep? I promise I will beat you to death." Zhang Tian immediately came to a realization and nodded incessantly. "How? Is this a little sheep? He is simply a hungry wolf in sheep's clothing. He is not a hungry tiger or a demon. Everyone has been deceived by him. Think about what will happen if they accidentally provoke Chu Yang. Not to mention the two of them, even the disciples of the martial NSTI." Tushin looked at the shameless Chu Yang and instantly shuddered. With his shameless appearance, it wouldn't be enough to peel off a layer of skin if they offended him. I think this time, after we entered the Five Elements sect, the Five Elements sect would probably be turned upside down. The other martial NSTI Tushins that bullied us in the past would probably cry their eyes out. At the side, Wang Xiaoman looked at Chu Yang with a beaming smile. It was very attractive. Li Hao and Zhang Tian could not help but imagine such a scene in their minds. Suddenly, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The other martial courtyards would certainly die miserably. Immediately, they became fascinated. The Five Elements sect had gathered countless elites of the Wei state. Among them, there would be countless monstrous geniuses. That would be their stage. With a junior brother like Chu Yang taking care of them, they might be able to rise to the top one day. I'm really looking forward to it now. I even have a premonition that our little junior brother will definitely shine brilliantly in the Five Elements sect. Wang Xiaoman rolled her eyes and said, "Cut the crap. This is a monster." He was already very frightening during the Academy tournament. But how long has it been since the Academy tournament? How ridiculous is this monster? He actually killed a Chi Soul stage cultivator. The more she spoke, the more shocked she became. Wang Xiaoman was shocked. Moreover, he is only at the peak of the 8th level of the Origin martial realm. If he didn't say anything, he wouldn't have known. Now that he did, he was shocked. That's true. Li Hao and Zhang Tian could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Chu Yang was already like this. Wait until he stepped into the Chi Soul stage. At that time, even if Chu Yang entered the Five Elements sect, he would not become someone's slave or vassal. He would even have the right to speak for himself. At this moment, Chu Yang, who was invincible in their eyes, had other ideas. Sister, this time, I'm so talented. It's not too much to take 2 coiling dragon fruits, right? If your hooves touch the coiling dragon fruits, I'll chop them off. Sister, are you still such a person? How can you harm your own brother like this? I want to cry. The siblings were playing around when a rumbling sound came from afar. They saw 4 figures leaping over. Among the 4 of them, the 2 elders of the Zhao clan, Zhao Huan and Zhao Shi, were the first to speak. They were disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Even though they were still far away, they could clearly see the complacent smiles on their faces. There were even sneers on their faces. They couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. 2 old things, you have miscalculated. Chapter 120. How could this happen? How could my Zhao clan's men all be killed? The first to descend was the one-eyed Zhao clan's elder, Zhao Huan. The one with the scar on his face was Zhao Shi. When he landed, his malicious eyes couldn't help but shrink. The 2 of them couldn't believe it. Their eyes were searching for something quickly. When they saw Song Hongtu's corpse, their eyes suddenly turned sluggish as they froze. Song Hongtu was dead. Azure Dragon School's young sect master, Song Hongtu, was dead. Azure Dragon School's sect master's son, Song Hongtu, was dead. How could this be? The 2 of them saw extreme shock in each other's eyes. Even if the plan failed, it shouldn't be like this. Song Hongtu was dead, and the Zhao clan was annihilated. Their eyes instantly turned vicious. When they saw the injured and dead Coiling Dragon Martial NST, Tushin's disciples, how could they not understand what was going on? They immediately roared, "You little bastards! How dare you kill our Zhao clansmen? All of you must die!" Zhao Huan's single, I was like a ferocious beast as he stared at all the Coiling Dragon Martial NST. Tushin's disciples with his malicious eyes. A horrifying aura instantly spread out and locked on all the Coiling Dragon Martial NST. Tushin's disciples. Good. You Coiling Dragon Martial NST. Tushin's disciples are simply deranged. Zhao Shi also had a sinister expression. The scar on his face was like a centipede that had come alive and was twisting on his face. It was extremely horrifying. The Coiling Dragon Martial NST. Tushin's disciples instantly shivered. Under the pressure of the 2, their legs went soft and nearly knelt down. All of you must die. I will strangle you to death one by one and bury you with my Zhao clan's disciples. Just as the 2 of them were about to kill, 2 furious voices echoed. How dare you? You 2 old bastards. You dare make a move on them. Boom. The tall and short deacons descended with a murderous expression. They stood in front of the Coiling Dragon Martial NST. Tushin's disciples like 2 old hens protecting their chicks, protecting them. Zhao Huan, Zhao Shi. You 2 old bastards actually made a move on the younger generation. Don't you find it embarrassing? The 2 deacons sneered incessantly. In fact, they were extremely shocked that the Zhao clan's disciples were all dead. They slaughtered all of our Zhao family's people. Isn't it natural for me to kill them to avenge my Zhao family's disciples? The faces of the 2 Zhao clan elders were twisted, and their hearts were dripping blood. They were angry, but even more so, they were ashamed and ashamed. The 2 of them thought that they had succeeded and tried their best to stall for time, but who would have thought that they would lift a rock and smash it on their own feet? The Zhao family's disciples had all died because of their cleverness. And was this what they were proud of? Was this their disdain? Just thinking about it made the 2 of them feel as if their faces were being peeled off, dripping with blood. Fuck off. The short deacon sneered. Zhao Huan, Zhao Shi, life and death in the Coiling Dragon Mystery Realm is up to fate. Who can you blame if you die? Your Zhao clan's disciples are all trash, and you're blaming us? What a joke. It's just a bunch of trash from the Zhao family that died. What's there to be angry about? Consider it saving some food for your Zhao family. Deacon Gao's mouth was even more venomous. He also sneered, "You 2 bastards, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. Just try it." Chapter 121. I don't care. I want them dead. Zhao Huan was no longer reasonable. His single eye was filled with ferocious light, and he was extremely unreasonable. How many of our Zhao clan's men are killed? How many of your coiling dragon martial institution's men are going to die today? Zhao, she seemed to have thrown caution to the wind. The sinister scar on his face was like a huge crack. It felt as though something terrifying was about to burst out. Why? Your Zhao clan wants to declare war on our coiling dragon martial institution? The short deacon was also abnormally unreasonable. Then let's fight. Fight! Deacon Gao's words were simple as he took a step forward, causing the ground to tremble. I would like to see how capable your Zhao clan is. Can you eliminate the coiling dragon martial institution? Can you eliminate the 5 Elements sect? 5 Elements sect. These 3 words were like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads. Zhao Huan and Zhao Shi's bodies clearly paused. They were forcefully pulled back from the edge of rage and loss of control. What exactly happened? The 2 deacons only started to question at this moment. They were extremely astonished. The martial institution was obviously weaker than the Zhao clan, but the outcome was still the same. Even though casualties were unavoidable in the core tournament, they were truly shocked that the Zhao clan's men were completely wiped out. Isn't it because of those bastards from the Zhao clan? The coiling dragon martial institution's disciples were all talking at once. The 2 deacons' faces instantly turned ashen. When Zhao Huan and Zhao Shi heard it, their faces turned ugly too. Unconsciously, their ferocious eyes landed on Chu Yang. Chu Yang was indifferent. He might have to cooperate with the 2 deacons and keep these 2 old fools in the coiling dragon's secret domain. Good. You 2 bastards. Your Zhao clan is so insidious. Why did you collude with the Azure Dragon sect to swallow the coiling dragon fruit? Deacon Gao's expression was extremely gloomy. If it wasn't for Chu Yang, the coiling dragon martial institution would be wiped out. He knew that the Zhao clan and the Azure Dragon sect had the intention to overturn the coiling dragon martial institution. Yet, they still wanted to swallow the coiling dragon fruit. Chu Yang frowned. It seemed that the situation of the martial institution was worse than he had imagined. The short deacon was infuriated. He clenched his fists and said, Come. Let's kill them. I want to see how you're going to kill them. Today, I'll leave you 2 old bastards here. So what? The 2 deacons played the role of black and white, but in their hearts, they were extremely furious. They still had lingering fears in their hearts. If the Zhao family had succeeded, the ones who would be furious right now would not be them. Not only that, but the entire martial arts academy would be in danger. You will definitely regret this. Zhao Huan was extremely sinister. You will all have to pay the price. When Zhao Huan and Zhao Shi heard what Deacon Gao said, they knew that they had already taken a step back. Their tolerance meant that the coiling dragon martial institution was actually afraid of their Zhao clan. For regret? This time, you are the ones who should regret it. This matter is not over. When the time comes, we will go to your Zhao family to settle this debt. Attendant Gao sneered. The Zhao clan might be wiped out, but they were in the wrong. Zhao Huan and Zhao Shi knew that they could only take revenge slowly. The 2 of them looked at each other and instantly had an idea. This is just your side of the story. If a Chi Soul Realm expert had sneaked in, all of you would be dead by now. Zhao Shi sneered and said, Let me try. Zhao Shi's voice hadn't faded when he opened his hand. His real elemental energy quickly gathered and condensed into a huge palm. There was a rumbling sound. It was as if a mountain had collapsed. Zhao Shi's palm instantly shot towards Chu Yang. This was just a random excuse to strangle Chu Yang right here. Chapter 122. Chu Yang sneered. You want to get a try? Then, I'll let you try. Chu Yang said, You want to try? Boom. 3rd revolution of Shi Wu. Chu Yang roared in his heart, and the Zhun Qi around his body exploded, forming a huge whirlpool of air, engulfing everything around him. It was as if a giant sea monster was enraged, and the big blade in his hand chopped out, and a resplendent blade light instantly covered half of the sky, and transformed into a blade light that chopped down towards the big hand. Boom! The light blade and the giant hand collided fiercely in midair. The giant hand was directly cut open and fell towards Zhao Shi. This bastard is actually so savage. Zhao Shi's hand was densely covered with Zhen Yuan, and he clawed at the saber light. However, a sharp whistling sound suddenly came from above his head. The bastard he had called actually dared to make a move on him. He held his saber and slashed at him. He was caught off guard. Who would have thought? How could a mere primitive martial realm cultivator dare to make a move against a Qi Soul realm cultivator? Chu Yang's actions frightened everyone. Zhao Shi didn't have time to change his move. His true essence surged, and the hand that had just grabbed the saber light once again went up to meet the attack. With a ripping sound, an intense scream pierced through the sky. Zhao Shi's aged palm was split in two, and the slash extended all the way to his wrist. If he hadn't pulled back in time, his wrist would have been split in two as well. Blood gushed out like a fountain, dripping onto the ground. The two deacons were dumbfounded. Zhao Huan was also stunned. The power of Chu Yang's saber was actually so terrifying. In the exchange just now, Zhao Shi had been careless, and Chu Yang had actually chopped Zhao Shi's hand in half. Unbelievable. It was simply appalling. Bastard die. Zhao Shi's rage woke up the tall and short deacon. With a bang, he blocked Zhao Shi's path. Humph! The short deacon sneered. Old bastard, how shameless can you be? Zhao Shi's eyes were filled with resentment, especially when he looked at Chu Yang. However, the intense pain and fury made him calm down. He no longer had the chance to kill him, especially since he was already injured. You two old bastards and this bastard, if they insist on fighting, they might have to stay here forever. The light in Zhao Shi and Zhao Huan's eyes flickered. Chu Yang had just surprised them far too much. He had completely frightened them. How could a mere Origin Realm expert have the strength to rival a Qi Soul Realm expert? Such a monstrous genius must die. After a short exchange of blows, what the disciples of the Martial Arts Academy had said had been verified. After this commotion, the tall and short deacons no longer doubted that Chu Yang could kill an expert at the Qi Soul Realm. Although this was very shocking, to the point that they found it hard to believe that someone in the Origin Martial Realm could kill someone in the Qi Soul Realm, what happened just now was the best proof. Zhao Shi had been caught off guard, so perhaps they would have suffered a great loss, not to mention Chu Yang. But what was the result? We won't say anything else. Zhao Huan was extremely malicious as he pointed at Yuan. He killed the young sect leader of the Azure Dragon School. Our Zhao family needs to give the Azure Dragon School an explanation. Call this bastard out. Otherwise, we'll have to bear the consequences. Does your Zhao family still have any face? Deacon Gao sneered. Your Zhao family conspired against us first, and you actually want us to give you an explanation. Your Zhao family is truly capable. You better think carefully. Does your Coiling Dragon Martial Arts Academy really want to fight to the death with the Azure Dragon School? Zhao Shi said sinisterly with a mocking expression. The tall and short deacons' faces instantly turned ugly. The Azure Dragon School might be a small sect, but they were still extremely powerful. The Coiling Dragon Martial Arts Academy had to fear them, especially the Azure Dragon School, which was famous for their alchemy. They were good at alchemy and had the most connections. Who didn't need alchemy at some point? The disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Arts Academy were already worried, especially Chu Na, whose palms were already sweating. If the two deacons were to hand Chu Yang over to the Zhao family, she had already clenched her fists. Chapter 123. You two pieces of trash, are you joking? After a short moment of suffocation, the tall deacon sneered. The short deacon also said angrily, the Azure Dragon School should be thanking the heavens if our Coiling Dragon Martial Institution doesn't pursue the matter. They still want to explain? What are you doing? Suddenly, the two deacons exclaimed. When they came back to their senses, they felt a cold breeze on their necks, as though a cold blade had already landed on their necks. Chu Yang smiled and said, Deacons, what I mean is, Wouldn't it be better to kill these two old pieces of trash? Dead men tell no tales. Who would want to see the young sect master of the Azure Dragon School? The two deacons' eyes lit up. That made sense. If the Azure Dragon School wanted to punish them, they had to have a reason. What could the Azure Dragon School say? Savage Kid. Not only were the two deacons looking at Chu Yang strangely, but the disciples of the martial institution also had the same expression. He was simply audacious. The tall and short deacons were sure that if they had the slightest inclination to hand him over, one of them would be dead already. I should have killed you long ago. From the foot of the coiling dragon mountain, an extremely cold voice echoed. Chu Yang's expression changed abruptly. Zhao Meng, second master, Zhao Huan, and Zhao Shi were instantly delighted. Oomph. Zhao Meng, can I kill you now? Nan Gong-ing. After Zhao Meng's horrified voice, there was a sudden violent tremor at the foot of the mountain. Soon after, a person let out a groan as though he had fled in a sorry state. Soon enough, a person flew up from below and strolled in the void. Everyone took a closer look and saw that it was the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's dean, Nan Gong-ing. Nan Gong-ing walked down from the sky step by step and landed in front of Zhao Huan and Zhao Shi. He glanced at them coldly and said, "Go back and tell Zhao Ba that I will personally pay a visit to your Zhao clan in a few days. I will ask what your Zhao clan is thinking." Although Nan Gong-ying's tone was calm, it was unyielding and full of killing intent. If the Zhao family did not come up with a plan to satisfy him, this matter would not end so easily. Zhao Huan and Zhao Shi were so angry that their faces turned red. However, when Nan Gong-ying looked at them, their legs trembled. "Do you have any more questions?" "No." The two of them just had to grit their teeth. They were not in the right, and they could not beat Nan Gong-ying, so what was the point of having doubts? "If you don't, then hurry up and scram." Zhao Huan and Zhao Shi fled miserably. They were truly afraid that Nan Gong-ying would kill them. Old immortal Nan Gong, your powers are boundless. Your immortal blessings will last forever, and your lifespan will last as long as the heavens. Mighty. Suddenly, an extremely flattering voice rang out. Everyone immediately looked over, wanting to see who was so shameless. Chu Yang. Everyone really admired Chu Yang. Nan Gong-ying glanced over and waved at him. "Little sheep, come here. Old immortal Nan Gong, your powers are great, and your powers are boundless." Chu Yang once again flattered Nan Gong-ying. Then he walked towards Nan Gong-ying. "Turn around. Can I refuse? What do you think?" Whoosh! Chu Yang ran away, but Nan Gong-ying was faster. He followed him and kicked his butt, making him come into close contact with the ground. Thunder, rain, and dew are all the grace of the Emperor. Old immortal Nan Gong, your powers are boundless, and you are invincible. There was no one who was still flattering at this time. "Why aren't you shouting? Do you have a good eye? No wonder your cultivation is so weak. You don't even know how to flatter." Chapter 124. If you call me old deity Nan Gong one more time, I'll kick your butt. Nan Gong-ying's face darkened. "Can't you call me something nicer?" This old deity Nan Gong. He knew that Chu Yang had bad intentions. "I say, Mr. Dean, how can you treat a meritorious subject like this? You're making me bitterly disappointed." Chu Yang gestured and said, "Is it that cold?" He randomly gestured about the thickness of the ice, and his shoulder could be dislocated. As for attacking, Chu Yang didn't dare. Nan Gong-ying could walk in the air now, and his strength had probably reached a terrifying level. After all, even spirit realm experts couldn't fly, let alone do it so easily. Meritorious subject? Nan Gong-ying laughed. "Little sheep, do you know how much trouble you've caused me?" TSK. Chu Yang despised. If it was my Uncle Li, he definitely wouldn't say that. He was still depressed, and immediately added, "If I knew earlier, I would have let you see a pile of corpses. Then I wouldn't have caused trouble." With a crisp sound, Chu Yang was hit on the head. "I didn't expect you to be such a little sheep. I knew that Li Yu wouldn't teach you anything good. Don't slander my Uncle Li." Chu Yang suddenly said with righteous indignation, "My Uncle Li is such a righteous person. If it was him, he definitely wouldn't give me 2 coiling dragon fruits. 2 coiling dragon fruits. What a big heart. Ta! Nangonging hit Chu Yang's head again. Just one. If you don't want it, then get lost. One is fine. Stingy. Nangonging was too lazy to pay attention to this little rascal. He said to the disciples of the academy, I've already understood the situation. Although there's an unforeseen event, the previous rewards are still valid. At the same time, the others will also receive additional rewards. In the end, Chu Yang received a coiling dragon fruit and some pills as a reward. He threw them all away. I don't want this trash. Before Nangonging could react, he had already escaped far away. Don't run around. The Zhao family must have their eyes on you. If we go to war with the Zhao family, you will be a very good fighting force. Old immortal Nangong, I'm about to break through, so I'm going to the coiling dragon mountain range. If trash like you can't handle it, then go gather the 9 Dragon Balls and call for this great genius. This great genius will definitely disregard former enmity and save you from the fire and water. 9 Dragon Balls. The disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution were slowly getting used to Chu Yang's nonsense. However, Nangonging and the 2 deacons were still wondering what the 9 Dragon Balls were and what they meant. After regaining their senses, the 3 of them could only laugh and scold the little sheep for being crazy. Chu Yang was indeed going to the Coiling Dragon Mountain range. This time, he had killed and plundered many people and had reaped great rewards. It was as great as the Sword Heart Heavenly Flame, Blade Crystal Earth Water, from Song Hong Tu's storage ring. Chu Yang saw a book that described a place in great detail. What dangers there were and where the treasures could be found were clearly marked. The Sword Heart Heavenly Flame was one of the most important treasures. The other treasure that was equivalent to the Sword Heart Heavenly Flame was the Blade Crystal Earth Water. Of course, there were dangers. This time, the Azure Dragon School's sect master, Song Lai, had arranged a test for Song Hong Tu. He wanted Song Hong Tu to rely on his own strength to obtain the Sword Heart Heavenly Flame and the Blade Crystal Earth Water. Because of the Coiling Dragon Secret Realm, Song Hong Tu had temporarily stopped his training after obtaining the Sword Heart Heavenly Flame. He had entered the Coiling Dragon Secret Realm to obtain the Coiling Dragon Fruit. As for the consequences of killing Song Hong Tu, Chu Yang could imagine. Song Hong Tu was nurtured by Song Lai with countless thoughts. He was also his only son. If he killed Song Hong Tu, the consequences would be severe. It could be said that a huge storm was coming. Chapter 125. Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, 100 Zhang Waterfall. Rumble. The sound of water rumbled like thunder. 100 Zhang tall waterfall poured down like a huge thunderbolt cutting through the sky. It poured into a huge, deep pool, causing waves of water to explode. Water splashed in all directions, and water vapor overflowed. Chu Yang stood at the foot of the waterfall and felt the ground tremble. Endless water vapor assaulted his face. Looking at the huge waterfall in front of him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a majestic waterfall!" The waterfall poured into a deep pool, and the water behind it was like a rolling river pouring into a huge lake. The lake was sparkling, and under the sunlight, it was even more dazzling. The lake was very wide, and the torrents formed by the waterfall rushed into this huge lake and were instantly annihilated and calmed down. The entire lake was like a mirror. This should be the 100 Zhang waterfall, the Sun and Moon Lake. There's no mistake. Ever since Chu Yang left the Coiling Dragon Secret Realm, he had rushed here without stopping. This place was already considered to be deep in the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. There were many Chi Soul Stage demonic beasts. If he went a little deeper, he would probably easily encounter ascending Soul Stage demonic beasts. I'll first recover my true Chi and count my assets. Then I'll go and try out the trial that the Azure Dragon School painstakingly prepared for his precious son. Chu Yang had already killed Song Hong Tu. Even if he was only at the 8th level of the Origin Martial Stage and not the Chi Soul Stage, he felt that it shouldn't be a problem for him to pass this trial. Letting out a long breath, Chu Yang began to recover his true Chi. After about 2 hours, his true chi had completely recovered. All of his exhaustion was gone, and he was in high spirits. Then he took out Song Hong-tu's storage ring and counted it. There were as many as 5 bottles of Azure Dragon pills, chi-generating pills, and spirit-accumulating pills. However, there were very few spirit-nurturing pills. There were also none of the martial skills. Presumably, Song Hong-tu thought that he had already reached the Chi Soul stage and didn't need spirit-nurturing pills and origin martial stage techniques. All in all, Song Hong-tu's storage ring was almost empty, but his gains were definitely not shallow. Among them were the Azure Dragon School's sect master's experiences in alchemy, pill recipes, and fire control. There is also a detailed introduction to the cultivation of the Chi Soul realm, as well as cultivation experiences and precautions, especially the latter, which was something Chu Yang desperately needed. As for alchemy, he had always planned to do it, but he never had the time. The cultivation of martial arts is all about alchemy. The human body is alchemy. Skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and organs are all medicinal materials. True chi is refined by alchemy fire, divine water, and so on. Refining with alchemy fire and quenching with divine water. Refining with alchemy fire and quenching with divine water, quenching one's mind, spirit, chi, faith, spirit, willpower, courage, and ambition. Body, hair, skin, bones, and flesh. The body is like a pill, crystal clear, without any impurities. Chu Yang opened the alchemy book. Just by looking at the foreword, he felt that there was a great truth contained within. The more he understood, the more he would gain. The principles of alchemy and cultivation were the same, and the two were perfectly integrated together, which greatly broadened Chu Yang's horizons. In alchemy, fire refinement is the most common, followed by water refinement. Other than these two, there are still many other refinement methods. Unfortunately, there were no other refinement methods. It was said that they had already been lost. Later on, the emphasis was placed on the water and fire refinement method. Water and fire could be considered yin and yang. They could also be called dragon and tiger, or sun and moon. These two strange forces restrained each other. If one could combine fire and water in alchemy and cultivation, yin and yang would coexist, and the sun and moon would coexist. Not only would one be able to achieve unparalleled results, there would also be unimaginable benefits. Water and fire combining, yin and yang coexisting, and the sun and moon coexisting. It seemed simple, but it was incomparably difficult. Very few people were able to do it. This problem not only trapped many alchemists, it was also a problem that most martial artists faced. Water and fire coexist, yin and yang coexist. The sword heart heavenly flame and the blade crystal earth water are two divine items. The Azure Dragon School's sect master spent a lot of effort for his treasured son. Unfortunately, it all ended up benefiting me. Chu Yang's forehead was also slightly covered in cold sweat. He still had some lingering fear. If he had killed Zhao Yunhu and seized the sword heart heavenly flame and was discovered, he would have died without a doubt. Water and fire refinement is the best method for refining body and alchemy. It seems like I have to obtain this blade crystal earth water no matter what. Chapter 126. After Chu Yang read through all the alchemy techniques, he tried to control the fire according to the instructions. He had the sword heart heavenly flame, so he could use it to create alchemy fire. Another way to create alchemy fire was to use qi to create fire. Controlling fire with qi. Chu Yang gathered his qi, and with a thought, a flame appeared in his palm. It was very simple. After that, he controlled the strength of his qi to control the size and temperature of the flame. For Chu Yang, who had the innate great sun treasure body, this was not difficult at all. He quickly lost interest and started to read the records related to the Chi Soul realm. There were 9 levels of the Chi Soul realm: the Yuan realm, 2 elements realm, 3 talents realm, 4 symbols realm, 5 elements realm, 6 directions realm, 7 stars realm, 8 trigrams realm, and 9 palaces realm. The Yuan realm was actually one type of qi, while the 2 elements realm was 2 types of qi. After that, every realm would increase 1 type of qi. As for the 1 origin, 2 polarities, 3 talents for divisions, 5 elements, 6 directions, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, and 9 palaces, the concepts contained within them were too high. It was almost impossible for someone at the Qi Soul realm to achieve them. The most basic Qi in the world were metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. If one wanted to cultivate all 9 types of Qi, it was basically impossible. The reason was the same as before. The Qi Soul realm was too low, so it was difficult to master all 9 types of Qi. Therefore, the wider the range of Qi, the harder it was to cultivate. This led to the narrow range of Qi. To be exact, it was very fine and small. For example, sword essence. Cultivating 9 sword techniques would allow one to form 9 types of sword essence and reach the 9th level of the Qi Soul realm. Saber essence. Cultivating 9 saber techniques would allow one to form 9 types of saber essence. The range of Qi was even wider. For example, beast essence and soldier essence. Beast essence was the Qi of demonic beasts. Cultivating 9 types of beast essence, such as horse, monkey, snake, elephant, tiger, and crocodile, would allow one to reach the 9th level of the Qi Soul realm. Soldier essence was the Qi of weapon essence. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and 18 types of weapons would allow one to reach the 9th level of the Qi Soul realm. The greater the division of true essence, the more difficult it would be to cultivate, but the more powerful it would be. Chuyan was completely refreshed. Only now did he realize that there was such a huge gap between the Qi Soul stage. In addition to the cultivation of true essence, there was also another cultivation method mentioned, body cultivation. The Qi Soul realm focused on refining the Zhen Yuan, focusing on the martial spirit and Zhen Yuan. It didn't focus on the cultivation of the physical body. Therefore, the increase of each realm in the Qi Soul realm didn't increase the strength of the physical body by much. Each realm only increased the strength of one elephant. Body cultivation did not refine true essence. It was a completely different kind of cultivation method. True Qi was born from the physical body, and when the physical body was strong to a certain extent, what was born was naturally no longer true Qi, but true essence. However, cultivation was extremely difficult and dangerous, and the progress was extremely slow. Only after cultivating the strength of 10 elephants, which was equivalent to the strength of 1 dragon, would one be able to cultivate true Yuan. After that, the strength of 2 dragons would be equivalent to the Qi Soul realm's 2 elements origin realm, the 3 talents origin realm, and so forth. The strength of 1 dragon is almost equivalent to the strength of the first layer of the ascending soul stage. How difficult would it be to cultivate the strength of 1 dragon? Chu Yang was speechless. This was an extreme cultivation method, and he felt it the most. He had formed the body of Sword Path, and had almost become a pure, innate life form. He had even gone through an intense cultivation, but he only had the strength of 4 elephants. After that, there was still the strength of 6 elephants. How could he achieve that? Moreover, the path ahead was already cut off. It was said that the cultivation method was too difficult and was completely abandoned by people. In the end, the cultivation method was completely cut off. Overlord Fist. Therefore, when he saw the Overlord Fist cultivation method, Chu Yang was still hesitating whether to cultivate it or not. After all, it was too time-consuming. It was completely abandoning the mainstream and stepping on the road to a dead end. It was definitely not an exaggeration to say that. Let's not think about this Overlord Fist for now. I should go and get the blade Crystal Earth Water as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the Azure Dragon School knows that Song Hongtu was killed, they will definitely think of coming to get the blade Crystal Earth Water themselves. If they react, I will be in danger. Chapter 127. Swish. Within the rumbling sound of water, Chu Yang flew towards the other side of the lake. If one were to use the 100-jong waterfall as a reference point, then the Sun Moon Cave would be on the other side of the lake. Chu Yang naturally did not dare to fly across the wide surface of the lake. If a Chi Soul realm demonic beast suddenly appeared in the lake, it would not be strange at all. But in the water, his battle power would be greatly reduced, and he would probably cry his eyes out. Ka-ka. After a while, Chu Yang's feet solidly stepped on skeletons one after another. It was not that he was disrespectful to the dead, but there was simply no place for him to step on. He stopped and slightly looked around. There were skeletons everywhere. If they were not the skeletons of beasts, then they were the skeletons of humans, densely packed with white bones. In front of such a beautiful scenery, it was extremely strange. However, Chu Yang was a little confused. Don't snakes swallow their food whole? Why are there so many skeletons? Further in, there was not a single demonic beast, nor was there any life form. It seemed that other than the plants, everything was already dead. However, there were still some smelly corpses and even some new skeletons. Are these from the Zhao family and Azure Dragon School? If so, then the rainbow heaven-swallowing python should not be far from here, especially when there was not a single living thing in the surroundings. It made Chu Yang even more certain that he was close to danger. If there was not a terrifying existence here, it would not be like this. The Sword Heart Heavenly Fire is on you. Suddenly, a cold and sharp voice came from behind him, giving Chu Yang a fright. He quickly turned around, and when he saw a person, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. An extremely strange person was imprinted in his eyes. A 7-colored person. 7-colored hair, 7-colored face, 7-colored skin, and brightly colored clothes. It looked very colorful. This person's pupils were vertical, 7-colored vertical pupils. Boss, be careful. This is a 7-colored reptile. It can be considered a variant species, but its bloodline is not very pure. That's why it's so colorful when it turns into a human. Little Six reminded Chu Yang in his consciousness. 7-colored reptile. Chu Yang asked in his mind. Little Six, you're saying that this is the sky-devouring python. TSK. Little Six disdainfully said, it's just a reptile, and an incomplete one at that. However, heaven bless Martial God Boss, this reptile is not weak at all. Suddenly, the Sword Heart Heavenly Flame in Chu Yang's consciousness jumped, as if it had met its partner or an acquaintance. The blade Crystal Earthwater is on you. The Sword Heart Heavenly Fire is indeed on you. Chu Yang and the 7-colored freak spoke almost at the same time. Damned human, how dare you steal my divine item? You deserve to die. The 7-colored strange person glared at Chu Yang with its vertical eyes. A ferocious light flickered in its eyes, filled with resentment. The 7-colored sky-devouring python has found the wrong person. To be more specific, you should thank me for killing the thief with 1 slash. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. This was undoubtedly the 7-colored sky-devouring python. But why did he feel that he was not its opponent? The trial that the Azure Dragon School's leader had arranged for his precious son was so dangerous. You're all rats, what's the difference? The 7-colored sky-devouring python's true energy surged, and its 7-colored big hand instantly slapped towards Chu Yang's chest. Whoosh! That 7-colored palm suddenly caved in, and suddenly became empty. The palm power was clearly slapped forward, but the strange thing was that the air in front of it suddenly caved in, converging towards the center of its palm, forming a vacuum zone. A huge suction force was emitted, and a 7-colored whirlpool appeared behind it. Chu Yang couldn't control his body and was swept over. The result had already appeared in his mind. It was as if there was a universe in his palm, and he was waiting for the suction force to control the enemy. Then he would burst out the hidden power at close range and kill the enemy in 1 strike. A martial art evolved from the 7-colored sky-devouring python's instinct to devour prey. This was similar to the gravity change that Chu Yang had comprehended in the Coiling Dragon Secret Realm. Chapter 128. Puff. Chu Yang groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't help but fall a few feet away. This seven-colored heaven-devouring python is actually so strong. Although I didn't use my full strength, I shouldn't have been injured. The seven-colored heaven-devouring python's body couldn't help but sway. Its eyes were filled with astonishment. Its original intention was to kill this human with a single palm strike. It never expected that this human would be so familiar with its divine ability. Not only did he break its attack with a single punch, but his strength was also so shocking. It was at least one elephant strength. The quality of his Zhen Qi was also frighteningly high. It was almost comparable to its Zhen Yuan. Am I the demonic beast, or is he the demonic beast? His strength is actually so shocking. What made the seven-colored heaven-devouring python even more unbelievable was that it clearly sensed that its opponent didn't use his full strength just now. The seven-colored heaven-devouring python's seven-colored face was filled with uncertainty. A faint rainbow light was actually emitted from its face. Your complexion is very good. Chu Yang's eyes flickered, but what he said was definitely the truth. To be able to see a rainbow light from a person's face was very magical. His injuries were naturally not serious. What was more troublesome was the seven-colored heaven-devouring python's Zhen Yuan that had entered his body. Fortunately, the quality of his Zhen Qi wasn't bad, so it wasn't difficult to deal with it. However, his expression immediately became strange. The seven-colored heaven-devouring python's Zhen Yuan seemed to be extremely delicious. The Zhen Qi in his body was actually crazily devouring it, causing the Zhen Qi in his body to rapidly increase. My God, the Mahamayuri scripture is simply too powerful. Chu Yang only felt that it was unbelievable. When the Qi Soul realm Zhen Yuan entered his body, it was equivalent to swallowing a sword. It was impossible to refine it, and it was extremely difficult to expel it. However, he was actually swallowing the seven-colored heaven-devouring python's Zhen Yuan. Moreover, it was Zhen Yuan. A demonic beast Zhen Yuan was generally more tyrannical than a normal martial artist Zhen Yuan because it was a different species. This situation completely exceeded his knowledge of martial arts. If he told others about this, they would only say that he was dreaming. No one would believe him. The seven-colored heaven-devouring python attacked again. Immediately, numerous small green snakes rushed out from its palm. They were densely packed and even caused people's trypophobia to break out. They surrounded Chu Yang, great thousand-leaf hands, indistinguishable leaves. Without any hesitation, Chu Yang unleashed the Kiliacosm leaf hands, unleashing the second magic. Instantly, 50 arms appeared and slammed down. Boom, 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 boom. The shockwaves produced by the exchange of blows between the two of them were like arrows shooting in all directions. The only thing that could be heard was the unceasing sounds of explosions. The towering ancient trees on both sides were actually riddled with holes by the shockwaves. I can't even shatter all these little green snakes. He actually smashed the little treasure formed by the demonic essence. Both of them were horrified. Chu Yang felt like he was slapping a piece of iron when he slapped the little snakes. They were extremely hard. The seven-colored heaven-devouring python was horrified. Although the amount of demon essence used to condense these little treasures was little, the little treasures were also small. Shifting the roots and attaching the leaves, many small green snakes broke through Chu Yang's defense. Chu Yang's move changed. His arms exploded and turned into leaves. Then, a flood channel was suddenly paved by the leaves. The small green snakes were like a torrent. They were guided along the curved path and bombarded back to where they came from. What? The seven-colored heaven-devouring python was shocked. At the same time, an ominous glint appeared in his eyes, but it suddenly became gentle, as if he was being enlightened by the Buddha. Shifting the roots and attaching the leaves, Chu Yang unleashed both of the great thousand-leaf hands techniques, diverting the attacks and simultaneously affecting the seven-colored heaven-devouring python's mind. Then, Chu Yang unleashed a flurry of attacks. Indistinguishable leaves. One leaf blinds the eyes. Shifting the roots and attaching the leaves. 3 moves, 2 moves, all of them fused. Immediately, the arms and palms fell down on the 7-colored heaven devouring python's body. For a moment, the 7-colored heaven devouring python struggled free from the mental interference of shifting the roots and attaching the leaves. Zhen Yuan covered his entire body, but his mind was disturbed again. He couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion. His eyes seemed to be covered, and he fell into a demonic state. After the Buddha failed to enlighten him, he was unwilling to give up and tried again. What kind of technique is this? It's so strange. Chapter 129. Bang, bang, bang. However, when the violent attacks landed on its body, Chu Yang's terrifying power of the 4 divisions was instantly diverted away by the demonic aura like a torrent. Even the defense formed by the demonic clouds had the power to counterattack. Bang! The 7-colored heaven-devouring python was sent flying, coughing up 7-colored blood. However, its injuries weren't serious. Instead, its ferocious nature was completely aroused. Chu Yang was very surprised. This was the first time he had used the great 1,000-leaf hands at full strength, and it actually didn't have any effect. Human, if you have any other skills, feel free to use them. I can already smell the extremely sweet fragrance of your flesh. The 7-colored heaven-devouring python grinned maliciously. It instantly closed in, perfectly demonstrating the ingenuity of the snake's footless movement. Its hands turned into 2 7-colored pythons, rolling and coiling towards Chu Yang. It was like the golden snake coiling silk-hand martial technique. At the same time, a 3-meter-long 7-colored python coiled around each of its arms. It seemed to want to use its hands to coil around Chu Yang, and then form 2 pythons with Zhen Yuan to bite Chu Yang to death. Chu Yang's great 1,000-leaf steps flashed again and again, but he couldn't escape the range of the 2 python hands. He could only face them head-on. A dragon's roar came from his body. Flood Dragon Claw. Flood Dragon rises from the abyss. Flood Dragon swings its tail. Flood Dragon soars the sky. The 18 Flood Dragon attacks, combined with the great 1,000-leaf hands, were instantly used. The 18 attacks seemed to combine into one attack. Not only that, but his mind also seemed to be like a flood dragon. Ferocious, tyrannical, cold, noble, and indifferent to all life, it stared at the 7-colored heaven-devouring python. Most pythons wanted to transform into flood dragons. This kind of mental deterrence was the deterrence that higher-level life forms would have towards lower-level life forms. It was obviously very effective for pythons like the 7-colored heaven-devouring python. However, the 7-colored heaven-devouring python's body clearly paused, but that was all. With just this pause, Chu Yang's bombardment had already landed. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 7-colored pythons that were coiled around his arms were like pieces of rotten iron. They were bombarded by the huge force many times and finally exploded into pieces. Every strike that fell on the bodies of these 2 pythons was like hitting a huge piece of iron. Chu Yang's hands were shaken to the point that they were in pain. At the same time, he no longer had the strength to continue attacking. He could only destroy the 2 pythons, each of which was 10 feet long. Although the demonic chi constructed by those snakes and pythons is scarce and not tough enough, the power of the 4 symbols is still not enough. The great 1,000-leaf hands won't work, nor will the 18 flood dragon strikes. Whoosh! Chu Yang's thoughts raced. Seeing that his attack had failed, he immediately retreated and increased the distance between them. Kiki, human, you really are surprising. You're only at the origin martial realm, yet you can erupt with the power of the 4 symbols. You far surpass some Chi Soul experts. I'm even beginning to suspect that you're a Yao beast. The 7-colored heaven-devouring python was happy instead of angry. This way, your flesh will definitely be even more delicious. There's also the Sword Heart Heavenly Flame and the Flood Dragon Visualization Diagram. Everything is just too wonderful. When Chu Yang used the 18 Flood Dragon strikes, it knew that Chu Yang definitely had the Flood Dragon Visualization Diagram. This was a fatal temptation to it. With the flood dragon visualization diagram, it would be much easier for it to transform from a snake into a flood dragon. Chu Yang was silent. The great Thousand Leaf Hands and the 18 flood dragon strikes had always been his trump cards. Even if he used them at full strength, it was useless. He only had one thing left. The origin martial third transition. He took out Little Six unsharpened broadsword. Boom. Chapter 130. The main body of the seven-colored heaven-devouring python should be like this. The seven-colored heaven-devouring python also used its own technique. This seven-colored heaven-devouring python was much smaller than Song Hong Tu's two-winged nether snakes, but it was also much more condensed. This seven-colored heaven-devouring python's technique was clearly superior to Song Hong Tu's. Especially this seven-colored heaven-devouring python formed from monster essence. It moved without wind, and Song Hong Tu was far inferior in terms of control. Origin martial third transformation. The pressure on Chu Yang increased greatly. He couldn't help but let out a long roar. At this moment, he didn't hold back at all. He completely unleashed the power of the origin martial third cycle. A wave of energy soared into the sky as three energy fields exploded around him. Shwa! With a step, the ground beneath his feet exploded and dust soared into the sky. He soared into the sky and raised his large saber above his head. Behind him, a dragon roared and an elephant roared. A flying dragon and two divine elephants appeared. The power of one dragon and two elephants. Is this still a human? This is simply an ancient monster. The seven-colored heaven-devouring python's seven-colored pupils shook. It was frightened by such a shocking power. Boom! The large saber fiercely chopped down on the head of the 60-foot-long seven-colored heaven-devouring python. The shockwave from the explosion created a dazzling light. After Chu Yang's large saber broke through half of the python's head, it could not go any further. I can't cut it open. Chu Yang was shocked. I am definitely not this seven-colored heaven-devouring python's match right now. He instantly made this judgment. The moment the seven-colored heaven-devouring python was shocked by the power of one dragon and two elephants, Chu Yang pulled out his saber and fled. He exploded with 3 times his speed and was extremely fast. When the seven-colored heaven-devouring python reacted, Chu Yang had already fled nearly 100 feet. His speed was extremely fast and could be called terrifying. The power of one dragon and two elephants. Such a terrifying speed. The seven-colored heaven-devouring python was shocked and terrified. Its vertical pupils almost popped out. When it calmed down a little, Chu Yang had already fled nearly 150 feet away. Where do you think you're going? It hurriedly chased after Shang-Chi. The two of them, one in front and one behind, flew forward rapidly, as fast as an eagle. Although the seven-colored heaven-devouring python could follow closely behind, to the extent that it could not see Chu Yang's figure, no matter how hard it tried, it could not catch up and close the distance. It had originally thought that Chu Yang's explosive speed must have consumed some of his source strength, and that he wouldn't be able to last for too long. However, after chasing for a while, it discovered that Chu Yang's speed didn't show any signs of slowing down. Instead, it seemed to be getting faster and faster. Is he still human? It can only give up. The disbelief in its vertical pupils became even more obvious. It was truly frightened by Chu Yang. That's not right. The reason why he sped up just now was because he was already at the end of his rope. He did it on purpose for me to see. After the seven-colored heaven swallowing python came to its senses and gave chase, it could no longer see Chu Yang. This human must not have escaped too far. He must be hiding somewhere. I must find him. The seven-colored heaven-devouring python's vertical pupils flickered with a seven-colored light. The Soarheart Skyfire and the Flood Dragon visualization diagram were secondary. If it didn't kill this human, it would be a fatal disaster. It shuddered just thinking about it. The peak of the 8th level of the Origin Martial Realm was already so terrifying. If he broke through to the Chi Soul realm, it would be unimaginable. It would be killed with a raise of its hand. The seven-colored heaven-devouring python had already made a decision. If it couldn't kill this human in a short period of time, it would immediately leave this place and never return. Chapter 131. Chuyang did not know how far he had run until he could no longer maintain the third revolution. He barely managed to find a place and fell asleep after using the full martial spirit. The consumption of the third revolution was too terrifying. It was like being able to explode with the power of 12 elephants. So at this moment, Chuyang was almost at the end of his rope. This sleep was extremely deep. When he woke up again, it was the morning of the next day. He faced the east that had just turned white and started to reflect on his gains and losses in this fight. He focused on his vital energy. Through this fight with the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python, he had a complete understanding of the power of vital energy. Vital energy is like steel. It is as hard and firm as steel. Wood rots, but steel exists. Not steel, but hard. Vital energy was condensed to be harder than steel, or even stronger than steel. So just steel was not enough to describe it. It should be hard, extremely hard. It was incomparably hard and firm. In Chuyang's mind, he carefully replayed the feeling after that kind of fight. The feeling of his palm hitting those serpents, in addition to their hardness, seemed to have another kind of feeling. He instantly experienced another feeling from that touch. It was extremely tough and even had the ability to dodge and dodge. If one is hard, then the other is soft. Vital energy is both hard and soft. Only when it is hard and tough can it be unshakable. He started to compare the difference between the vital energy of Song Hong Tu and the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python. It seemed that Song Hong Tu's vital energy was only hard and not soft. Song Hong Tu should have just entered the energy soul realm. The refinement of his vital energy has just started, so his vital energy is much weaker. With this comparison, Chuyang immediately understood. He took out the unsharpened large blade. It seems that I was able to split apart the two-winged nether snakes because of this blade. If the two-winged nether snakes formed from Song Hong Tu's vital energy were a large piece of metal, and Chuyang was a giant with great strength, he would not be able to blow the large piece of metal apart with one punch. It would probably take many punches. However, the saber in his hand was like a giant hammer. If a giant swung the giant hammer, it would be able to shatter a piece of iron in an instant. However, the iron block formed by the seven-colored heaven-devouring python was different. This was because this iron block could be deformed and twisted. After being dented, it could recover. No wonder body cultivation has been completely abandoned. Compared to the cultivation of Zhen Yuan, the path of body cultivation is not only a dead end, but also not very effective. The strength of one dragon and two elephants was just that. Chuyang thought about it a little more. If he used his true essence to construct things like mountains, exploding bears, and barbarian elephants, he would be able to crush a body cultivator in the Chi Soul realm. There were too many drawbacks. How could a body cultivator not give up on such a cultivation method? With the eruption of my third transition, I can at most kill an ordinary Chi Soul stage cultivator. There is absolutely no hope for a second Layer 2 Elements origin stage cultivator. Chuyang began to think about how he could defeat the seven-colored heaven-devouring python. The difference between him and the seven-colored heaven-devouring python was not that great. This little bit of difference did not seem to be great, but if he were to take a step forward, he would definitely not be a match for the seven-colored heaven-devouring python. What should I do? After thinking for a while, he still could not find a way. Boss of the Heaven-Blessed Martial Arts Sect, if you had used the power of fire, metal, and earth, you should have been able to blow the seven-colored heaven-devouring python apart. When Xiao Lu spoke, Chuyang was abruptly stunned. Yes, I did not use all the power in my body. I completely gathered it and struck at one point. However, Xiao Lu feels that it might still be a little lacking. I suggest that the omnipotent boss refine your body. What's the use of that? Chuyang said. It's not like the increase will be too great. Chapter 132. Chu Yang was stunned again. That's right. Let's do it. At that moment, Chu Yang used the genius martial spirit and the fool martial spirit to break his bones, break his acupoints, and break his meridians. He started the second round of body forging. Once again, he entered that wonderful state, like a stone and a tree. This time, it only took 3 days for Chu Yang to wake up from a dream. At this time, the whole world fell into his eyes, and he found that the world in his eyes was different again. Without deliberately sensing, he found a leaf with a withered yellow tip. On the back of the leaf, there were many insect eggs that were too small to be seen by the naked eye. On a lush tree, there were a few insects gnawing on the trunk, crawling, and spitting out white powder. Not far away, there was a black pebble that looked like a tortoise beside a pool. At this moment, the heavens seemed to have removed the leaf that was blocking Chu Yang's vision. He seemed to have seen the heavens, the earth, and all living beings. When he looked at the tree, he felt that the tree was him. When he looked at the rock, he felt that the rock was him. It was as if his body no longer existed. It was a wonderful feeling. His thoroughly meticulous state had improved, and his sense of touch had become more sensitive. When he looked at his own body, he could almost see every part of his body, and even the tiny wounds on his capillaries were as clear as fire. With this look, Chu Yang immediately found that the body that he thought was almost perfect was not as perfect as he thought. There were many hidden diseases. Some of the hidden diseases were small blood clots left after injuries. Some were hidden dangers caused by forced exertion during fierce battles. Some were problems of the body itself, and some were damage to the skin and tendons caused by exposure to the sun and wind, causing the skin pores to be blocked and the skin to be dull and dull. In the past, he could not detect these hidden diseases, but now his sense of touch was much sharper, and these undetectable hidden diseases were revealed. The dike of 1,000 miles collapsed because of an ant's hole. These hidden diseases seemed insignificant and caused very little damage to the body, but in the long run, they would limit the progress of his cultivation and reduce his lifespan. But now, since he could see these hidden diseases, he could naturally eliminate them, and his body would always be in a perfect and flawless state. Now, he already knew that the so-called perfection was only relative. When his cultivation level increased, he would definitely discover new flaws and hidden ailments. The true energy in Chu Yang's body immediately began to circulating over and over again, impacting every corner of his body, especially those places with hidden dangers. Such a process was even more difficult and troublesome than raising his cultivation base and breaking through to the next realm. Raising one's cultivation base only required him to cultivate, but eliminating the hidden ailments in his body required him to focus all of his attention on finding and repairing every single hidden ailment. After an unknown period of time, Chu Yang finally opened his eyes, stood up, and slowly exhaled a mouthful of foul air, lowered his head to size up his entire body, and frowned slightly. At this moment, his entire body was covered in a thick layer of filth. It was like the dust that had fallen from the years and stuck to his body, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. He jumped into the pool, washed his body clean, and put on his clothes again. Immediately, he felt extremely refreshed and comfortable. Looking at his body again, his skin was as white and delicate as a baby's, perfect and flawless. At first glance, he seemed to be much weaker than before, but in his body, there was a hidden power that was more powerful than before. It could be said that when he moved, it was earth-shattering. In particular, every time he breathed, it seemed that all the pores in his body were breathing, expelling the old and taking in the new, inhaling the essence in the air, and expelling the foul air and impurities. Whoosh! Chu Yang suddenly punched forward, and the true energy swarmed into his arm and palm. Suddenly, the air burst out with a thunderous sound. The speed of the true energy circulation was 20% faster than before, and the movement was almost at his will, almost without thinking, as if it had become the instinct of the body. The speed of the movement was so fast that even he was surprised. This meant that his movement speed was faster, and the power of the movement was stronger. Although his cultivation base didn't increase much, his strength had made great progress. Not bad. Chapter 133. Bang! The genuine chi of fire property moved. When it rose from Chu Yang's palm, there was only a very faint sound. Moreover, the flame in his palm was extremely gentle. What's going on? After the second round of body forging, the genuine chi of fire property didn't become stronger. Instead, it became weaker. No! Chu Yang suddenly had an extremely strange feeling. It was as if the gentle flame in his palm was a sun. When his mind entered this flame, he even felt that his whole body was a big sun. What a strange feeling. This feeling made him extremely confused. It was as if he had faintly grasped something, but when he really tried to grasp it, he couldn't grasp anything. What exactly is this feeling? Chu Yang frowned. Immediately, he tried the genuine chi of metal property. When the genuine chi of metal property moved, he only felt that it sank into the ground along with the genuine chi of metal property. It became a metal mine buried deep in the ground, becoming countless mineral veins. It's like this again. What exactly is this feeling? He really couldn't figure it out. However, that strange feeling became clearer and clearer. It was as if he could touch it at any time. Immediately, he tried the genuine chi of earth property. That feeling came again. He seemed to be completely connected with the earth under his feet. It was as if he was the earth, and the earth was him. When he looked at the nearby mountain, he also felt that the mountain was him, and he was the mountain. What the hell is this feeling? Chu Yang's brows furrowed. It seemed that he could clearly see through it, but in the end, it was still so hazy that he couldn't see clearly or understand it. Boss of heaven-blessed martial arts, this is force. Momentum. Little Six opened his mouth. The word power struck down in his mind like a sudden clap of thunder and destroyed all the confusion in his mind. Chu Yang suddenly saw the light. It was as if he had woken up from a dream. He thoroughly understood and saw through everything. Little Six, you're talking about the oneness of heaven and men, right? The omnipotent Big Brother is mighty. Unity of heaven and man. So it's the unity of heaven and man. No wonder I had such a wonderful feeling. But if Little Sixth didn't mention it, I really wouldn't have noticed it. Chu Yang's mind had already started to work at lightning speed. What is the so-called momentum? The right time, the right place, and the right people are momentum. This was the simplest explanation, but it was also the most intuitive one. In a war between husband and wife, the right time is not as good as the right place, and the right place is not as good as the right people. 3 li of city, 7 li of country, encircling and attacking without success. Attacking from all sides, there is bound to be an opportune moment. However, those who do not win are those who do not have the advantage of geographical advantage. It's not that the city walls are not high, the pond is not deep, the military revolution is not firm and beneficial, rice grains are not plentiful. The reason is that the geographical location is not as good as the people. In ancient times, military strategies were all based on the right time, the right place, and the right people. The right time, the right place, and the right people were naturally momentum. The timing was the weather and the momentum of the heavens. With the weather at the time, the operation would naturally be smoother and easier to succeed. The right place was naturally the right place. With the right place, the result would be twice the result with half the effort. The right people were naturally the people's hearts and the momentum of the people. Chu Yang was not clear about other things, but the effect of groups was very clear. If a person in front of a cow said it was a horse, and many people behind said it was a horse, under the pressure of the group, even if the people behind knew it was a cow, they might take a great risk and correct the wrong statement. Chu Yang had a preliminary understanding of force. He flew out and observed the surroundings. He looked at the terrain of this place and had an idea of how to deal with the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python. He was very happy in his heart and couldn't help but let out a long shout. The howl was continuous and spread in all directions. This 7-colored heaven-devouring python should be able to figure out immediately Chapter 134. In order to search for Chu Yang, the seven-colored heaven-devouring python was more than just crazy. It had used all sorts of methods, but none of the snakes it had sent out were able to find Chu Yang. This shocked it. Then, it thought of a possibility. Chu Yang had the flood dragon visualization on his body. Snakes were afraid of such an aura, so they would subconsciously avoid him. As a result, it was natural that it would not be able to find Chu Yang. However, it had discovered it too late. 3 days had already passed, and gradually, by relying on the direction the snakes had deliberately split open, it had already slowly narrowed down the range. At this moment, when the seven-colored heaven-devouring python heard Chu Yang's roar, it immediately determined that it was Chu Yang and hurriedly flew over. In the forest, the seven-colored heaven-devouring python's seven-colored face was gloomy. It jumped as if it was flying, quickly approaching Chu Yang. Its demon essence was blazing like fire. In the past few days, it had been searching everywhere for traces of Chu Yang, but it had been unable to find him. It did not expect Chu Yang to suddenly appear today with a soaring aura. This was clearly a challenge to it. A mere origin martial realm cultivator had previously fled like a mouse. Now, he had eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts, daring to provoke it again. The seven-colored heaven-devouring python was afraid that Chu Yang would escape, so its footsteps were extremely fast. The aura of the Chi Soul stage was completely released. With every step, its aura climbed a level. As it sprinted, its aura also climbed steadily. When its speed reached its limit, the demon essence formed a terrifying force field around it. The seven-colored demon essence turned into a large python that coiled around its body, crushing the branches and leaves that brushed against it. It was accumulating its aura. When it reached Chu Yang's location, it would be able to accumulate its aura to its peak. With a strike of thunder, it would kill Chu Yang in one fell swoop. If Chu Yang discovered it, he would immediately know that the seven-colored heaven-devouring python was indeed extraordinary. It actually knew how to use aura. The seven-colored heaven-devouring python's aura finally reached its peak. It rushed to the side of the pool where Chu Yang was originally at. Looking around, it didn't find any trace of Chu Yang. It couldn't help but become furious. His momentum had been accumulated to the peak, but there was no target. It was as if the huge force of 10,000 pounds had hit empty air, making him so upset that he almost vomited blood. Is this human toying with me? The seven-colored heaven-devouring python's aura quickly fell. At this moment, an extremely relaxed laugh came from Small Mountain. You're looking for me. I'm here. It hurriedly looked up and saw a handsome young man looking down at it from above. His clothes were fluttering in the wind. Suddenly, the seven-colored face became even more gloomy. Are you deliberately provoking me? The seven-colored heaven-devouring python naturally knew how terrifying Chu Yang was. Especially after the battle a few days ago, its impression of Chu Yang could be said to be deeply ingrained into its bones. It was difficult to erase it. The power of one dragon and two elephants was terrifying. At this moment, only a few days had passed. Seeing Chu Yang again, it felt that Chu Yang seemed to be even more dangerous than a few days ago. This was its instinctive intuition. Although Chu Yang's cultivation level hadn't changed, his aura was different. Such a change made it feel extreme danger. Aura. Instantly, the seven-colored heaven-devouring python understood what kind of aura it felt from Chu Yang's body was. The first burst of energy, the second decline, and the third exhaustion. First, it deliberately let out a long hiss to attract it. When it discovered that its aura had reached its peak, it immediately hid. When its aura fell to its peak, it immediately appeared again. What a terrifying human. A mere origin martial realm cultivator has actually comprehended aura. Chapter 135. In just 3 days, you've comprehended force? Even now, it was still in disbelief. It could be said to be simple, but it could also be said to be profound. However, it was definitely not easy to comprehend. It required luck and inspiration. It seemed useless, but it was very useful. At this moment, the seven-colored heaven-devouring python's force was slowly descending, while Chu Yang's force had yet to condense. In other words, Chu Yang had grasped force, while it had lost it. It was at a complete disadvantage. Without comprehending force, it did not understand how powerful it was. It thought it was just looking down from above. However, it was not that simple. It was just that it could not be explained. It could be said that before the two of them even clashed, it had already lost. If Chu Yang was also in the Chi Soul realm, the seven-colored heaven-devouring python would not dare to fight with Chu Yang. It would run away, or would only end up being defeated. The seven-colored heaven-devouring python calmed down and stared at Chu Yang with its seven-colored vertical pupils. With a voice as cold as ice, it said, "Human, if you were at the Chi Soul realm, I would definitely die if I fought with you. However, the gap between us is too big. It seems like you don't understand the gap between the Chi Soul realm and the Origin Martial realm." Its seven-colored eyebrows stood up, and it shouted, "Human, if I can't kill you today, I will definitely become a ghost under your hands tomorrow. So you only have one ending, death. Seven-colored heaven-devouring python, you are too confident. Today, I will take the blade crystal earth water." Chu Yang roared. Like a huge rock, he began to roll down from the top of the mountain. With just his first step, there was a huge sound and dust filled the air. Afterwards, his speed became faster and faster, and his force became louder and louder. It really was like a huge rock rolling down the mountain. With every step, there was a huge sound. This was force. If it was before the huge rock rolled down from the top of the mountain, it would be easy to stop it. However, now that it was rolling down, it was impossible to stop it. Anything to try to stop, it would be knocked away and crushed. Rumble. At first, Chu Yang used the profound of weight and weight to increase the gravity on his body. When he swooped down, his aura increased again and again. Then, he used the third transformation of the Origin martial art. His aura increased again and almost reached the peak in an instant. During this time, he also used his shallow understanding of the wind-chasing, life-taking sword, bringing out a gust of wild wind. Then, with the momentum accumulated to its peak, he attacked the seven-colored heaven-devouring python with an unstoppable momentum. The great Kiliakosm Leaf Hands was a perfect fusion of the two fighting styles. 50 arms appeared, and layers upon layers of palms struck out in succession. True energy crashed down on the seven-colored heaven-devouring python with mountain-toppling and sea-draining force. The expression of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python changed. It immediately let out a cold snort as a seven-colored demonic essence appeared around its body. Immediately, a 90-feet-long seven-colored heaven-swallowing python formed by the demonic essence appeared. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it hissed and extended its tongue in an extremely ferocious manner. Its vertical pupils were filled with malice and killing intent. Facing Chu Yang's aura, the true form of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python was 30 feet longer than before. It was also much bigger. It wanted to use its large size to resist the eruption of Chu Yang's aura. However, in this way, the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python's body became bigger, but it was not as condensed as before. Human, you are indeed very shocking. But let me tell you, so what if you have the aura? The gap between our realms is too big. Killing you is as easy as killing a fat rat. Is that so? With a clang, Chu Yang's 50 arms suddenly changed and combined into one arm. It raised the unsharpened broadsword. Damn it! The seven-colored heaven-swallowing python was shocked. It saw that Chu Yang's palm technique was not the same as before. The broadsword had almost cut through its demonic essence, so this seven-colored heaven-swallowing python was enlarged. Chapter 136. Shua. The arm raised the saber above its head and slashed downwards. It was as if a crescent moon had appeared. The saber beam slashed down on the head of the seven-colored heaven-devouring python. It cut in half before exploding, widening the wound and loosening the primordial essence. Immediately after, the saber slashed down, following the crescent moon trajectory. The saber slashed down, and the huge snake head was instantly split in half. How was this possible? This was the appearance of its main body that it had constructed with its primordial essence. It was its strongest primordial essence skill. Although it had expected that it would be split in half, when it really was split in half, it was still unable to accept it. Boom! The snake's head was split open, and the real elemental energy inside exploded, forming a huge storm. However, Chuyang had already rushed out of it and chopped down on the seven-colored heaven-devouring python again and again. Hiss! The seven-colored heaven-devouring python transformed back into its main body. The snake head opened its mouth and immediately spat out countless small snakes, forming a huge wave that rushed forward. With muffled popping sounds, the small snakes were either split in half or sent flying by the terrifying saber energy. Dang! Immediately after, Chu Yang's saber slashed down on the seven-colored heaven-devouring python's huge snake head, creating a loud sound. The snake head seemed to be a huge piece of metal. In addition, it was wrapped in a thick layer of primordial essence. It was hard and tough. After breaking through the primordial essence, Chuyang only managed to cut through the skin of the snake head. The seven-colored heaven-devouring python was not in a good state. It felt an unimaginable force slam into its head, like a huge rock falling down. The huge snake body twisted and quickly retreated. Where do you think you're going? Chuyang had been accumulating power for a long time. His aura had reached its peak. In addition to the terrifying power of the Origin Martial Third transformation, he had finally broken through all obstructions and slashed at the seven-colored heaven-devouring python's main body. How could he give up? At this moment, his power was not over yet. The seven-colored heaven-devouring python retreated again and again, not daring to take it head-on. But how could this go as it wished? Ah! Chuyang roared angrily and quickly chased after him. With the Li in hand, his strength increased again. Each strike was faster than the previous one, and each strike was heavier than the previous one. The black threads were blown straight by the strong wind. He hadn't used up all his power yet, so he started to accumulate power again. The seven-colored heaven-devouring python was so scared that its gallbladder almost ruptured. It didn't dare to dodge anymore, and could only face the attack head-on. Its huge snake head was wrapped in thick demonic chi. It tried its best to avoid the blade and fiercely bit at it. Bang, bang, bang. The seven-colored heaven-devouring python was still struck countless times. Even though it was protected by a thick layer of demonic chi, its head was already badly mutilated. Its skull was already exposed, and the seven-colored white skull glowed with a beautiful light. It was both shocked and angry. He wanted to kill Chuyang and eliminate all future troubles. He also wanted to take back the Sword Heart Heavenly Fire and obtain the Jiao Dragon visualization diagram. However, he never expected that after just a few days, he would be completely at a disadvantage when facing Chuyang again. This result was simply unbearable to him. However, the power of one dragon and two elephants combined with Shur was indeed too terrifying. However, the price he paid was not in vain. Suddenly, the seven-colored heaven-devouring python felt that the aura of Shur on Chuyang's body had completely disappeared. It couldn't help but be overjoyed. Its head was ferocious as it spoke in human language. Human, I thought you could continue to erupt endlessly. Now your power is exhausted, right? Go to hell, rat. The seven-colored heaven-devouring python pounced and bit at Chuyang. Is that so? With a whoosh, Chuyang stepped on the ground, and the ground under his feet cracked. He soared into the sky. Immediately, an even more vigorous and powerful aura burst out from his body. It seemed to make the seven-colored heaven-devouring python even more fearful than before. Pung! A flame appeared on the broadsword. The flame was raging, and immediately, a golden light burst out from it. The golden light seemed to be bursting out from the body of a giant. Chapter 137. Since there was no way to dodge, he could only fight to the death. The seven-colored heaven swallowing python's ferocious nature erupted. It no longer had any intention of dodging Chu Yang. Its huge snake head bit at Chu Yang. Either you die or I die. Chu Yang had no way to retreat. At this moment, it was a competition of aura. Whoever had the weaker aura would die. Die! Xiao Chun roared furiously as he chopped down with the saber in his hand. It felt like he was chopping through iron and stone. After he had exhausted most of his strength, he chopped into wood. The demonic chi was even harder than the snake's head. The saber broke through the demonic chi and chopped into 1/6 of the snake's head. The seven-colored heaven swallowing python cried out in pain. However, Chu Yang's aura was even stronger. He chopped down with the saber again. The flames and the golden light were even more dazzling. The giant that appeared on the saber was even clearer. Boom, 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 boom. One saber strike after another. The seven-colored heaven swallowing python was frightened out of its wits. It no longer dared to fight head-on. However, it lost even faster. Huge wounds appeared on the huge snake's body. Its tail was even chopped off, and snake blood splattered everywhere. In the end, it could no longer resist. Chu Yang chopped the snake's head in half. It couldn't be more dead. Huff, huff, huff. Chu Yang panted like an ox. His chest was like a bellows. He had used all his strength in this battle and finally killed the seven-colored heaven swallowing python. After he recovered a little, he immediately found the saber crystal earth water on the seven-colored heaven swallowing python's body. It was a drop of water. It was no different from an ordinary water drop. However, in the center of the water drop was a crystal. The crystal was in the shape of a saber, just like the saber in Chu Yang's hand. However, it was countless times smaller. It emitted a surging cold chi. In an instant, frost appeared in the air, and even ice formed. This is the saber crystal earth water. As its name suggests, it has the same structure as the sword heart heavenly flame. Xiao. Before Chu Yang could do anything, the full martial soul in his consciousness took the initiative for the first time. With a beckon, the blade crystal earth water entered Chu Yang's body. Chu Yang only felt a chill between his eyebrows. Immediately, the blade crystal earth water appeared in the hand of the idiot martial spirit. It shone together with the sword heart heavenly flame in the hand of the genius martial spirit. It was like the sun and the moon. At the same time, a comfortable feeling came from his spirit. It was as if he had obsessive-compulsive disorder. That's right, the genius martial spirit and the idiot martial spirit were originally equal and balanced. But after the sword heart heavenly flame fell into the hands of the genius martial spirit, they lost their balance. The idiot martial spirit was supported by the sword martial spirit, but it was still not as strong as the blade crystal earth water. Water against fire, this was the most suitable. The idiot martial spirit had done it instinctively. But as soon as the idiot martial spirit had completed its new perfect state, the genius martial spirit wanted to compete with the idiot martial spirit. With a wave of its hand, the sword spirit fell into the hands of the genius martial spirit. The perfect balance was broken again, and little six could only fall into the hands of the idiot martial spirit. The flood dragon martial spirit didn't move, forming a dragon-shaped curve between the two. What a headache! The two big shots of the Destiny twins were about to fight. Chu Yang didn't know what to do. He could only place his hopes on the coiling dragon fruit. I hope my guess is not wrong. The azure dragon pellet was refined with the coiling dragon fruit as the main ingredient. The blade martial spirit was the most suitable at the moment, but Chu Yang didn't have the blade martial spirit's visualization diagram and cultivation method. Last time, when the flood dragon martial spirit was formed, the 18 flood dragon strikes had at least 20% effect. The azure dragon pellet had at most 30% effect. Although the genius martial spirit and the idiot martial spirit didn't seem to have any reaction, but after thinking about it, the contribution of the two was the most. The Zhao clan and the Azure Dragon School had the Azure Dragon Pellet and all kinds of cultivation methods, but this was the reason why they didn't form a martial spirit. Chapter 138. Let's take the treasures from the seven-colored heaven-devouring python first. The seven-colored heaven-devouring python was a demonic beast at the Chi Soul realm. Every part of its body was a treasure, but Chu Yang was only interested in its beast core and blood essence. With the beast core and blood essence of the seven-colored heaven-devouring python, even if he didn't have the visualization diagram of the seven-colored heaven-devouring python, he could still use them to construct the seven-colored heaven-devouring python and obtain the visualization diagram. The beast core was the best, followed by the blood essence. Chu Yang took the beast core of the seven-colored heaven-devouring python, refined the blood essence, and left in a flash. He found an excellent place to rest and recover. After that, he began to try to form the saber martial spirit, so that the genius martial spirit and the idiot martial spirit could reach the perfect balance. He didn't have much confidence, but it wasn't impossible. There were two key factors: the genius martial spirit and the idiot martial spirit, and the coiling dragon fruit. I hope my guess is correct. Soon, Chu Yang ate the coiling dragon fruit. After a short while, he suddenly saw a sleeping dragon in his consciousness. That dragon seemed to be his body. His consciousness was sucked into the dragon's body as if his spirit had returned to his body. Then, he completely lost consciousness. When he woke up again, the first thing Chu Yang noticed was the martial spirit. He was instantly stunned. At this moment, Xiao Lu was also thrown away. The genius martial spirit was the sword heart heavenly flame and the sword martial spirit, while the idiot martial spirit was the saber crystal earth water and the saber martial spirit. The sword heart heavenly flame against the saber crystal earth water, the sword martial spirit against the saber martial spirit. It was like yin and yang were opposing each other, but yin and yang were embracing each other, forming a perfect balance. The two were like the sun and the moon, making his consciousness seem to have time and space, as well as day and night. Sleeping like this, the saber martial spirit is formed. Chu Yang felt like Zhu Beiji eating a ginseng fruit. He didn't feel anything at all. This was very magical, and the genius martial spirit and the idiot martial spirit formed a perfect balance. Such a comfortable feeling swept through his body. My guess was not wrong. The Azure Dragon Pellet and the Coiling Dragon Fruit have a huge connection. Moreover, this Coiling Dragon Fruit is indeed miraculous. No wonder the Zhao family and the Azure Dragon School did not hesitate to take such a huge risk to seize it. After Chu Yang calmed down, he could not help but be taken aback when he sensed his body again. His will seemed to have turned into swords and sabers, lotus flowers, spirit pearls, treasure bottles, and even the shape of a lion or light. His flesh, blood, veins, bones, and internal organs seemed to be made of thin, thread-like blades and swords. Every inch of his skin was filled with the aura of blades and swords. Heart of blade and sword, body of sword and saber. Chu Yang instantly understood the part of the sword and blade. But what about the lotus, spirit bead, and treasure bottle? Then his divine body shook. The ninth wisdom King Dharma idol had already formed in his dantian, the peak of the ninth level of the primitive martial realm. After swallowing the coiling dragon fruit, he directly rose from the 8th level of the primitive martial realm to the peak of the 9th level of the primitive martial realm. Naturally, this was not the most surprising thing for him. The most surprising thing was the change of the wisdom King Dharma idol. On the 5-colored lotus platform, there was a golden Buddha sitting cross-legged. Beside him was a peacock, and behind his head were 5-colored divine rings. In addition to the appearance of the peacock, the biggest change was that the Wisdom King Dharma idol no longer had 3 faces and 6 arms, but 3 faces and 8 arms. There were already 5 seals in its palms that were extremely clear. One was a lotus, one was a spirit bead, one was a treasure bottle, one was a lion seal, and one was a light seal. The lotus, spirit bead, treasure bottle, lion, and light in my consciousness represent these 5 seals? Chu Yang completely understood. The deduction of the Mahamayuri scripture had advanced a step. At this moment, the brand new Zhenqi was following a more complex and mysterious path, but looking at it as a whole, it was incomparably simple. The quality of his true qi had increased by another level. If his true qi could be said to be comparable to true origin before, then his true qi was definitely on par with Song Hong Tu's true origin now. Lotus Seal, Spirit Pearl Seal, Treasure Bottle Seal. Chapter 139. Saber Martial Spirit, Saber and Sword Body. 9th level of primitive martial realm. There was also Zhenqi comparable to Zhenqi, the new Mahamayuri Sutra, the seal technique for cultivating spirit. Ha! The progress was too amazing. The gains were too much. Chu Yang could not help but laugh loudly. This could be said to be another transformation for him. Little Six, who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of Chu Yang, was awakened by him. His monkey mouth was straight, his small eyes were full of disdain, as if to say, "You haven't seen much, you haven't seen the most amazing thing." Little Six seemed to have gained a lot, closed his eyes again. Suddenly his whole body was shining with golden light. "Let's test the strength." Boom! Chu Yang punched out with all his strength. 8 divine elephant phantoms appeared behind him, hit the ground. A huge cloud of dust rose into the sky. The power of 8 elephants. The power of 8 elephants. He quickly rushed out. His face was full of shock. "I actually increased the power of 4 elephants. What happened when I entered deep sleep? I actually increased such a terrifying power. If so, it seems that it is not impossible for me to walk the path of body cultivation." Immediately, Chu Yang took out the book of Overlord Fist from Song Hong Tu. His eyes could not help but stare. Devouring monster cores to temper the body. Chu Yang was scared out of his wits. Swallowing a monster core was extremely dangerous. Most of the people who swallowed a monster core would be demonized. If the monster core was extremely powerful, it could even completely demonize the person. And if there were still remnants of the monster core's spiritual consciousness, the monster core could even take over the person's body. This was the most important thing. The monster core was always the condensation of a monster's essence. If it conflicted with the Zhenqi in the body, it was very easy for it to be like fire meeting oil, burning the person to death, or even directly exploding the person into pieces. In addition to these, there were many disadvantages, but the cultivation method of Overlord Fist was actually such a dangerous method, devouring monster cores. Damn your grandpa, body cultivation is really a dead end. This is too crazy. Maybe this is just an extreme method of tempering the body, not a moderate method of body cultivation. In any case, the cultivation of Overlord Fist was very dangerous, but the moves were very domineering. Overlord Cauldron Lifting, swallowing mountains and rivers. Strength pulling mountains. Sovereign overlooking the world. Overlord suppressing the sea. The Overlord's fist was also incomplete. It only had these 5 forms, but each form was fierce and overbearing. It was as if any one of these forms could cause the sky to turn dark, the sun, the moon, and the stars to fall, and the heaven and earth to collapse. This was extremely good, extremely cool, and extremely cool. But thinking of the cultivation method, Chu Yang still felt his scalp go numb. Even if he was demonized by devouring the demonic primordial energy, it didn't matter. He could use this opportunity to temper his whole body and refine the heterogeneous demonic primordial energy, and then return to his human form. It could be said that the Overlord's fist was an overlord, and that heaven and earth were his domain. He wanted to devour all of the vital energy of heaven and earth in one gulp, and control all of the heterogeneous true energy. Anyone who refused to submit would be beaten into submission. It was truly domineering. However, Chu Yang ultimately felt that he was not an overlord. If he ate the Yao core in one mouthful and turned into a demon, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Forget it. I will walk the proper path first. I will not seek death for the time being. Chu Yang threw Overlord Fist aside and began to temper his body with Sword Heart Heavenly Flame and Blade Crystal Earth Water. After swallowing elixirs or coiling dragon fruits, there would be impurities in his body, so he would always temper his body afterwards. However, this time was different. Not only was he going to temper his body with fire, but also with water. The water and fire were like dragons and tigers. He had to be careful during his first tempering. The genius martial spirit and the fool martial spirit will definitely be able to subdue the dragons and tigers of water and fire. After all, the two have formed a perfect balance. With the Destiny Twins martial spirit, Chu Yang was not very careful, but he was very cautious. He carefully separated two strands of his consciousness, separately triggering Sword Heart Heavenly Flame and Blade Crystal Earth Water. Immediately, water and fire came together, rushing down from top to bottom, rushing through his body. Suddenly, Chu Yang let out a groan. A fishy smell rushed up from his throat. The water and fire elemental forces collided with each other in his body, and every time they collided, there would be an explosion, causing him to be seriously injured in an instant. Not good. Chapter 140. Chu Yang hurriedly weakened the power of fire, and after many adjustments, he finally managed to balance the fire and water and no longer caused an explosion. The yin and yang of water and fire are called dragon and tiger, and it is indeed not wrong at all. These two strange powers mutually restrain each other, and if I am not careful, it will result in a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger, and the consequences will be very serious. However, if I can combine fire and water, yin and yang together, I can achieve an unparalleled effect. Fortunately, I have the genius martial spirit and the fool martial spirit to subdue this dragon and tiger. If I didn't, I would have lost half of my life, even if I didn't die. Chu Yang's forehead was full of cold sweat, and he was really scared just now. Under the effect of the two martial spirits, the power of water and the power of fire no longer clashed violently, and gradually merged in his body, and they were like the sun and moon, shining on his body, tempering and washing his flesh, meridians, bones, true qi, and even his spirit. In an instant, Chu Yang clearly felt that some of the impurities in his body that were not refined by the Sword Heart Heavenly Fire were directly washed away by the Blade Crystal's water, washing away the impurities. His true qi, spirit, and so on seemed to have been cleansed and tempered in an instant, becoming more tenacious, and even blooming with a new light. No wonder the Azure Dragon School Sovereign said that the tempering of fire and water is the best way to refine the body and refine pills. This is true. Chu Yang was surprised and happy, and he felt that in an instant, the impurities formed by swallowing the coiling dragon fruit were washed away and expelled from his body. And the impurities in his body were still being washed and tempered over and over again. After the tempering of the divine fire, the tempering of the divine water, the tempering of the divine fire, the tempering of the divine water, and the cleansing of the divine water, the combination of fire and water, the effect was much better than just one. Chu Yang let out a long breath of turbid air. After the tempering of fire and water, he no longer needed to control them and let them freely cleanse him. The incomparably pure water and fire elemental forces mixed and intertwined and continuously poured into his muscles, veins, blood vessels, bones, and bone marrow through his skin over and over again. And over 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 again, he felt an incomparable burning in his heart. However, what surprised him was that of the 9 wisdom King Dharma appearances in his dantian, one of them disappeared after being tempered, and his cultivation level dropped. And this situation was still continuing. At the same time, the strength that had skyrocketed to the level of 8 elephants was also rapidly falling. 7 elephants, 6 elephants, 5 elephants, and even surpassed the original level of 4 elephants, directly falling to the level of 3 elephants. His cultivation and strength did not increase at all. Instead, they were shrinking at an alarming rate. Chu Yang was startled. He carefully examined himself, but was shocked to find that while the water and fire were scouring his body and spirit, they were also scouring away his cultivation and other things. They were washing away all the impurities in his cultivation. Therefore, this strange phenomenon of his cultivation and strength not only not increasing, but also decreasing at an extremely fast speed. Such benefits were astonishing, and it was also extremely beneficial to Chu Yang's strength. The impurities in his body that could not be removed were refined, and the impurities in his cultivation base were also washed away. Even his spirit and consciousness were baptized and refined. As a result, his cultivation base was incomparably firm, and no one could shake it. After an unknown period of time, Chu Yang's cultivation base no longer declined. It directly fell to the peak of the 7th level of the origin martial realm, and his strength even fell to the level of 2.5 elephants. The cultivation base and strength that I worked so hard for has actually been washed away by so much. I can be considered amazing. These words were not wrong. It was really difficult for others to lower their cultivation base. Naturally, Chu Yang was only happy. The decline of his cultivation base and strength made him feel even more powerful. His spirit was more active. His reaction, agility, and perception were faster and faster. It was as if after the elite soldiers of an army were reduced, only the elite soldiers and strong generals were left. Especially his true Qi, which was close to the true essence of the first level of the Qi soul realm. After being tempered by water and fire, it seemed to be both hard and soft. The cultivation base and strength that have fallen, I should be able to recover very quickly. In this aspect, Chu Yang could be considered to be experienced. Just as he wanted to feel his own strength, he suddenly heard the strange laughter of a few men not far away. Little beauty, don't run away. Accompany us, brothers, and have some fun. I guarantee that you'll feel like you're in heaven and will never forget it. The hero saving the beauty is finally here. I really haven't done this before. Chu Yang laughed. I hope it's a super beauty. It's best if she gives her heart to me. Hee hee. Chapter 141. Chu Yang's figure was like an eagle. His speed was very fast. He only flew a few times, and everything fell into his eyes in an instant. But those few people, especially that pale-faced woman who was gasping for breath, fell into his eyes. His pupils shrank when he saw her. Zhao clan's people. Wang Xiaoman. Chu Yang recognized Wang Xiaoman. She and Chu Na weren't inferior to man and were the 2 elite disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Many male disciples were ashamed of their inferiority. At this moment, Wang Xiaoman's chest was moving up and down as she panted. Her aura was at its limit and her body was dyed in blood. She was severely injured. She was already surrounded by 5 to 6 Zhao clan's people and had blocked off all her escape routes. Wang Xiaoman, run again. If it wasn't for your good looks, you would already be a dead man. The elite female disciple of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution must have a great taste. Hearing your ecstasy from below, I reckon that it wasn't just ecstasy, but also a special pleasure of conquering the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Perhaps we brothers are about to ascend to heaven. 5 to 6 Zhao clan's disciples were all staring at Wang Xiaoman's alluring buttocks. They were all teasing her and were even anxious. Everyone seemed to want to immediately take off their pants. Don't even think about it. Just as Wang Xiaoman was about to commit suicide, a loud hissing sound suddenly rang out, and a 10 feet long 7-colored python rushed out in an instant. Its huge snake mouth bit a Zhao family disciple to death in an instant, and with a swing of its tail, another person was whipped to death. Where did this demonic beast come from? Soon after, the remaining Zhao clan's disciples reacted and recognized that this was a Chi Soul realm's true essence skill. They spoke out in fear. "Senior, we are Zhao clan's disciples and have a grudge with the coiling dragon martial institution. We hope Senior can understand." "What if I don't understand?" Chu Yang sneered and took a big step forward. He instantly appeared in front of Wang Xiaoman. "Chu Yang, junior brother Chu, be it the Zhao clan's disciples or Wang Xiaoman," they couldn't help but exclaim. "Junior brother Chu, you've stepped into the Chi Soul realm." Wang Xiaoman's voice suddenly stopped because she discovered that not only did Chu Yang not step into the Chi Soul realm, his cultivation was actually lower than before and was actually only at the 7th level of the primitive martial realm. "I was wondering who it was." "So it's you, you bastard. You're only at the 7th level of the primitive martial realm, yet you dare to be so presumptuous. We were worried that we wouldn't be able to find you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to us." When the Zhao clan disciples discovered Chu Yang's true cultivation, their courage was immediately boosted, and then they began to ridicule endlessly, completely not placing Chu Yang in their eyes. Of course, Chu Yang did not put them in his eyes. However, they were only at the 8th or 9th level of the primitive martial realm. He could kill them as easily as killing chickens and dogs. He turned around and took out a healing pill from his storage ring. He jokingly said, "Beautiful senior sister, eat this pill first. Let me tell you, I came here with the mentality of a hero saving a beauty. Just wait for me to repay you with my body. You are courting death. You're only at the 7th level of the primitive martial realm, yet you're so arrogant. I think that in the coiling dragon's secret realm, he killed our Zhao clan disciples, but it was all boasting by the coiling dragon martial institute. Kill him." Since they knew this, they still did not run when they saw him. Chu Yang was really impressed by these idiots. Hiss! The hissing sound of the 7-colored python instantly woke the Zhao clan disciples from their arrogance. "This is a 7-colored python that you created with your true energy," Yang Qi said. "Impossible. This is impossible. He's only at the 7th level of the primitive martial realm. How can he use the methods of the Chi Soul realm? It must be an illusion. Don't be scared by him." Right before he finished speaking, there was a miserable shriek. The Zhao clan disciples tried to attack the 7-colored python, but found that it was useless. One of them was directly bitten and swallowed into his stomach, and he was dead. The other two were scared out of their wits. At this moment, they were still in disbelief. You, how? How can you use the methods of the Chi Soul realm?" Chapter 142. Spare me. The remaining Zhao clan disciples were instantly killed. With a boom, the 3-meter-long python dispersed, and the Zhao clan disciples fell from it. Shockingly, it was as if they had been swallowed into the belly of a snake. Their bodies were riddled with holes, and white smoke rose from them. The 7-colored heaven-devouring python's poison was extremely strong. It was formed from its blood essence. It had many of the 7-colored heaven-devouring python's attributes, which was extremely shocking. Junior, Brother Chu, how did you do it?" Wang Xiaoman also couldn't believe that Chu Yang's cultivation level was getting lower and lower as he cultivated, but he was still able to use the techniques of a Chi Soul realm expert and use a true origin skill to transform into a huge python with astonishing power. It was unimaginable. Chu Yang had already changed the topic. "Senior sister, how did you end up in such a sorry state, being chased by a bunch of idiots?" "There's more," he said with a smile. "Senior sister, are you ready to give yourself to me? I'm already so hungry." Wang Xiaoman's face reddened, and she said in shock, "Junior brother Chu, you should quickly return to the martial courtyard. The Zhao family and Azure Dragon School have gone crazy this time. They are besieging the martial courtyard, and Deacon Li and the Dean are already heavily injured." "What?" The smile on Chu Yang's face froze, and then he calmed down. "Senior sister, speak slowly, don't rush." After swallowing the healing pill, Wang Xiaoman's complexion improved a lot. After the Coiling Dragon Secret Realm, the Zhao family and Azure Dragon School knew that their intentions were exposed, and they were afraid of being punished, so they took the initiative and colluded to besiege the martial courtyard. How could Uncle Li and the dean be so easily injured? Deacon Li was Li Yu. Wang Xiaoman's face was full of hatred. It's all because of Zhao Du and those bastards from the martial courtyard. They colluded with each other and plotted against Deacon Li and the dean. Although they didn't succeed, the Azure Dragon School sect leader and Zhao Ba both attacked at the same time, adding to Deacon Li and the dean's injuries. The Zhao family and Azure Dragon School, aren't they afraid of angering the Five-Element sect? Chu Yang's eyes were cold. If the martial courtyard, then his parents, brothers, and sisters, he didn't dare to imagine it. The anger on Wang Xiaoman's face grew. Junior brother, you should know that there are many Zhao clan disciples who have entered the Five-Element sect through the martial academy. With that said, Chu Yang understood. The Zhao family and the Azure Dragon School were well prepared. Chu Yang quickly understood the general situation. Although Li Yu was heavily injured, he had also heavily injured the Azure Dragon School school head, Song Lai, and was directly carried back to the Azure Dragon School. Nangonging did not let Zhao Ba off easy either. Both of them were heavily injured, but Zhao Ba was in a much better state. Although his battle strength was greatly reduced, his injuries would recover faster than Nangonging. His father, Chu Yunlong, fought with Zhao Meng and lost an arm. As for Wang Xiaoman, when the Zhao clan and the Azure Dragon School besieged the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, she wasn't in the martial institution. Therefore, she was fortunate enough to escape the calamity. However, when she went to investigate the situation, she was discovered by the Zhao clan, which led to the earlier scene. Zhao family, Azure Dragon School. Chu Yang's expression was extremely gloomy. I will make you pay the heaviest price. Chu Yang's eyes burst out with an oppressive radiance. The aura on his body frightened Wang Xiaoman. She felt as if she was facing the dean of the martial institution, Nangonging. I might not be able to take care of senior sister. Here are the recuperation elixirs, chi-generating elixirs, body-nourishing elixirs, and divine accumulation elixirs. Senior sister, you should be more careful. Chu Yang suddenly raised his head and let out a heaven-shaking roar. The mournful roar reverberated in all directions. His body was surging with murderous aura like the tide and waves, causing people to be endlessly frightened. Zhao Clan, Azure Dragon School. If anything happens to my parents, elder brother, or elder sister, I will kill all of you. Bang! A burst of air exploded, and Chu Yang instantly disappeared without a trace. Such fast speed, how is it possible? Wang Xiaoman cried out involuntarily. Her eyes were lifeless, and she had almost lost the ability to think. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that in just a few days, Chu Yang's martial Dao had actually improved to such an extent. Not only was he able to use true essence skills, his speed was also terrifying. Most of the Chi Soul Realm experts that she had seen before did not have such speed. So much so that she had such a feeling, Junior Brother Chu is so amazing. Perhaps he could turn the tide. However, she instantly knew that this thought was ridiculous. Shortly after, her body trembled. She shouldn't have allowed Chu Yang to return to the martial institution. That was simply walking right into a trap. Chapter 143. Chu Yang calculated that it would take him at least half a day to return to the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. His heart was burning with anxiety, and this feeling was getting stronger and stronger. I hope that the martial institution can hold on. This was Chu Yang's only hope now. At the same time, his mind was rapidly going through the entire situation. The Azure Dragon School must not have mobilized all their forces, or else the martial institution would have been breached. This also meant that the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and the Azure Dragon School would not dare to be too ostentatious. The Zhao clan and the Azure Dragon School must treat this as an internal strife of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. If the Zhao clan and the Azure Dragon School attacked the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution together, once this news was confirmed, it would be a slap to the Five Elements sex face. Be it the Zhao clan or the Azure Dragon School, they would definitely be annihilated. This also means that the Zhao clan and the Azure Dragon School are cooperating with Zhao due to overthrow the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. This would explain why the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution had not been breached yet. Of course, the Zhao clan must have mobilized all their forces. They had a very good excuse. Many of the Zhao clan's disciples were not only members of the Zhao clan, but also disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Therefore, they would not leave any traces behind. This should be premeditated. The extent of the Zhao clan's infiltration in the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution was probably beyond imagination. Many of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's disciples should have been roped in by the Zhao clan. This was the reason why they started the rebellion. Xu Yang's mind was getting clearer. Zhao Ba, Zhao Meng, Azure Dragon School sect leader Song Lai, Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's Deacon Zhao Du, Do Antai, etc. These names flashed through his mind one by one. The most threatening ones should be Zhao Ba and Zhao Meng. Fortunately, Zhao Ba was already injured. Otherwise, Chu Yang would not have a chance. As for Zhao Meng, he should be at the Chi Soul Realm's dual element realm. How should he deal with Zhao Ba? How should he deal with Zhao Meng? What did he rely on? After Chu Yang killed the seven-colored heaven-devouring python, he was confident that he could kill ordinary first-layer Chi Soul Realm martial artists, especially now that his Chi was comparable to true essence. However, he had no confidence in dealing with Zhao Meng, who was at the dual element realm. Zhao Du and Douan Tai, these traitorous deacons. Preparedness leads to success, and unpreparedness leads to failure. Chu Yang thought of the worst-case scenario. It could be said that this was the biggest crisis he had ever encountered. The Coiling Dragon Martial Institution was a huge whirlpool. He might be like a huge rock that fell into it, and there would be no more movement. The sky was getting darker and darker. It was almost dark, just like Chu Yang's mood at the moment. However, this did not affect Chu Yang. He used all his strength to rush back to the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Whoosh! Before Chu Yang's physical strength weakened, his genius martial spirit, Fool martial spirit, Saber Sword martial spirit, and Flood Dragon martial spirit were already crazily devouring the origin chi of heaven and earth. Even Little Six was using his full strength. If Chu Yang died, it would also die. The advantage of having many martial spirits was evident at this moment. Chu Yang was like a fast-moving whirlpool. Wherever he went, the origin chi would be sucked in. It was a horrifying scene. Chu Yang, who was sprinting, was like a small ball of hot air. Wherever he passed, there would be a violent gust of wind. Sand and stones would fly, and dust would be blown into the sky. The speed at which he devoured the origin chi of heaven and earth was extremely terrifying. Strands of origin chi of heaven and earth would be instantly devoured when they got close. It was as though the pores on his body were all heaven-devouring titanic beasts or black holes. This was the result of tempering, especially after the tempering of water and fire. Although his strength and cultivation level had been washed away, his ability to devour origin chi of heaven and earth had increased tremendously. The origin chi of heaven and earth surged into Chu Yang's body from all directions. The origin chi of heaven and earth was rapidly absorbed, replenishing Chu Yang's exhausted physical strength and transforming it into true chi. After rushing back from the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, Chu Yang could vaguely see the lights of the Coiling Dragon Town. Although he had consumed a lot of true chi, his true chi had increased instead of decreasing. He had even climbed from the peak of the 7th level of the Origin Martial Realm to the peak of the 8th level of the Origin Martial Realm. This was equivalent to half a day of crazy cultivation. If he did not consume any true chi, he might have already recovered to the 9th level of the Origin Martial Realm. This gave Chu Yang a lot of confidence. Such a thing could be said to be unheard of. If people knew about it, they would probably be scared to death. Chapter 144. Sharpening the axe would not delay the work of chopping firewood. After he adjusted himself to his optimal state, he immediately rushed towards the coiling dragon martial institution. Buzz! The air was sliced apart as Chu Yong rapidly disappeared into the night. Who is it? Stop right there. With a shout, a few figures lined up in a row and blocked in front of Chu Yong. But as Chu Yong approached and saw the astonishing aura, he immediately shouted again. The coiling dragon martial institution is killing a rebellion. Unrelated people, please make a detour. These people were disciples of the martial institution and disciples of the Zhao clan. Die! Chu Yong raised his hand and slapped, stirring up a violent air current as he slapped over. Boom! A force that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas swept up an unparalleled air wave that blasted forward. With a loud boom, a row of Zhao clan disciples screamed out miserably as they were blasted into pieces and died without a complete corpse. Someone is trying to barge into the martial institution. Quickly stop him. In the darkness, someone exclaimed, I am the disciple of the coiling dragon martial institution, Chu Yong. Those who block me shall die. Chu Yong roared like a lion. The sound waves were like a large bell that resonated through the void. What? It's Chu Yong, the one who killed the Azure Dragon School's young matriarch, Chu Yong. He actually came back. Many people exclaimed in fear. Chu Yong had completely killed his way to fame. He was even able to kill a Chi Soul realm martial artist in the Origin martial realm. Good timing. There was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. There was no door to hell, but you barged in. Chu Yong, we were worried that we wouldn't be able to find you. I didn't expect you to be so stupid as to deliver yourself to our doorstep, someone said in a sinister voice. With just you. Chu Yang's eyes revealed an ominous glint. He took 2 steps forward and flew towards the source of the voice. He appeared in front of the Zhao clan disciple who spoke in the darkness and extended his hand. Like grabbing a duck, he grabbed the disciple's neck and lifted him up. Let me go. Master, kill him. The disciple of the Zhao family never expected that Chu Yong would be so amazing. He was at the peak of the 9th level of the Origin martial realm, but he did not have the strength to fight back. He was like a chicken being choked by the neck. He struggled desperately, but soon he could not speak. The Zhao clan and the Azure Dragon sect are audacious enough to attack the coiling dragon martial institution under the 5 Elements sect. Die! Chu Yong clenched his fingers, and with a cracking sound, the immense power directly crushed this person's neck. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere as the head was separated from the body and flew into the air, causing everyone who saw this scene to tremble in fear. Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's subordinate disciple has set things right. We will not pursue this matter. Those who refuse to realize their error and assist the King of Zhou in his evil deeds will have their entire clan executed. Chu Yang's voice rumbled like thunder. Not only did it resound throughout the entire Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, it even reverberated throughout Coiling Dragon Town. Just a few words were more powerful than any technique or technique. It directly struck the weak spot of the Zhao clan and the Azure Dragon sect. His words were also frightening. The disciples of the martial institution who participated in the rebellion would not only die, but their entire clan would also be executed. At this moment, whatever ruthless and murderous thoughts were all thrown to the back of Chu Yang's mind. He did not care about these torrential floods. It's just a mere Chu Yang. No matter how capable he is, he can only crush a few nails. Everyone attack together and kill him. After this, Deacon Zhao will definitely reward you handsomely. 10 people swarmed up and surrounded him. Some of them were disciples of the Zhao clan, while others were disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. All of them were loyal to the death. Otherwise, they would not have placed such an important position at the entrance of the martial institution. Ignorant. Today, I will teach you how to write the word death. Boom! Chu Yang's eyes turned cold as he emitted an eerie, baleful aura. It was as though a divine elephant was stomping on a mountain. Anyone who came into contact with it would either die or be injured. It was especially so for a few people who were in an even more miserable state. Chu Yang slammed down with a few palm strikes, smashing their heads into their chests before exploding. It was hard to tell which part was flesh and which part was brains. Pong, pong, pong. Chapter 145. Anyone in his way would die. No one was a match for him. Chu Yang was like a hungry wolf rampaging through a flock of sheep. The rest of the survivors were scared out of their wits. Chu Yang, you are dead meat. Do you think you can save the coiling dragon martial institution? Idiot, you are just here to die. Chu Yang continued to charge in. Suddenly, a voice filled with resentment echoed. He looked up and saw Yi Tianhao and Zhunshuang. Among these two, Yi Tianhao was the disciple of Deacon Zhang. He had been defeated by Chu Yang in one move in the academy tournament. Zhunshuang was in a similar situation. Both of them had lost to Chu Yang in the martial academy tournament. But now, they were bossy and arrogant. With the martial institutions and Zhao clan's disciples standing behind them, they became even more arrogant and resentful. For Chu Yang, this was just a repeat of the scene at the entrance of the coiling dragon martial institution. After committing suicide, the resistance at the entrance and here were relatively fierce. There was almost no resistance in the middle. The strength of these two places was almost the same. However, the front was dominated by the Zhao clan's disciples, while this place was dominated by the coiling dragon martial institution's disciples. This place was also a crucial place. Behind, it was the Coiling Dragon Grand Hall. The Coiling Dragon Grand Hall was the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's final barrier. The founder of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution had predicted that the martial institution would fall into a crisis. Therefore, he built the Coiling Dragon Grand Hall to defend against the enemy. Right now, the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, Chu Yang's parents, big brother, and big sister should be inside. Zhao Meng, Zhao Du, Douan Tai, and the others weren't here. This meant that the Zhao clan had yet to succeed. Chu Yang swept his gaze and calmed down. When he looked at Yi Tianhao and Zhunshuang again, his eyes were filled with cold light. So it's you too, trash. I will give you one last chance. Immediately set things right. Otherwise, I will exterminate your entire clan. Ha! Yi Tianhao and Zhunshuang laughed as if they had heard the funniest joke. With just you? Lowly bastard. Who do you think you are? If I were you, I would immediately kneel down and beg for mercy. Repent immediately. This way, we will let you die a better death. The group of people behind the two of them also clamored one after another. They were just people who wouldn't shed tears until they saw the coffin. How could Chu Yang put them in his eyes? He sneered endlessly. As expected, you're all idiots who don't have the slightest bit of discernment. The dignified five-element sect didn't seek refuge, but instead chose to become the Zhao clan's dog. I've never seen such idiots as you. Zhao family's dog? Yi Tianhao sneered. What a joke, he's just giving up the darkness for the light. Zhunshuang also ridiculed endlessly. So what if we rely on the Zhao family? We will obtain the Azure Dragon Pellet and obtain a huge amount of resources. Moreover, we can also enter the five-element sect. This is just the Zhao family and the Azure Dragon School suppressing the unrest for the martial courtyard. It's just suppressing unrest, and you still need resources? Chu Yang's killing intent surged as he sneered. Is your surname Zhao? This question stunned all of them. Enter the five-element sect. Chu Yang's voice became even more sarcastic. Even if the Zhao family and the Azure Dragon School succeed in the end, and their people in the five-element sect suppress this matter, who doesn't know that you, the original disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Courtyard, are all traitors? Do you think the five-element sect will still nurture you? This is the biggest stain in your life. You can't erase it no matter where you go, and you still think you're so proud of it. Even idiot isn't enough to describe your intelligence. The Coiling Dragon Martial Courtyard's disciples couldn't help but have a drastic change in expression. This was the truth. Don't listen to his lies. Kill him. Yi Tianhao and Zhunshuang's hearts were also shaken, but their resentment and jealousy still suppressed everything. Do you think I'm wasting my breath because of you two trash? Chu Yang's voice was incomparably cold. You two aren't worthy. Killing you will only dirty my hands. This was the truth, and he said this for the coiling dragon martial courtyard's disciples to hear. It could also be said that this was his usage of influence, and the Five Elements sect was currently the biggest influence. Not worthy. Yi Tianhao and Junshuang's faces flushed red. We only lost to you once. Chu Yang, do you really think you're a genius and that you're invincible? That's why I said you two aren't worthy. Chu Yang said coldly. You're so stupid that I have nothing to say. You're so stupid that I pity you. You're so stupid that I'm worried about you. How are you going to live? Chapter 146. Boom. Yi Tianhao and Junshuang were like two waves, leading a group of people to surge forward like a tidal wave. Swish. The moment Chu Yang moved, the air seemed to be cut apart. His hands went straight for Yi Tianhao and Junshuang's necks. He was extremely tyrannical. He ignored all of their attacks and forcefully broke through all of their obstructions. He grabbed their necks as if he was grabbing two ducks and lifted them up. Extremely terrifying. Chu Yang was the biggest wave, a sky-shaking tsunami that submerged this wave, causing it to instantly retreat. Yi Tianhao and Junshuang were so frightened by Chu Yang that they kept retreating. Kacha! With two crisp sounds, Chu Yang directly broke the two's necks, just like how he killed the Zhao clan's disciple before. His huge strength caused the two's necks to burst open. Their heads flew up into the sky as blood spurted out. Yi Tianhao and Junshuang's eyes were wide open with extreme horror. They couldn't believe that this was real, even in death. With two muffled sounds, the two heads fell to the ground and rolled on the ground. They died with their eyes wide open, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Duh. As soon as Chu Yang took a step forward, the disciples of the coiling dragon martial institution finally couldn't bear such terror. Run, quickly run. If you don't run, you'll die. He's not a human. Too terrifying. How can he be so powerful? Who can be his opponent? Demon. Most of them seemed to hate themselves for not having two more legs. They were scared witless and ran away. This was the advantage of brutality. It seemed cruel, but it was actually merciful. Otherwise, more people would die. Bang, bang, bang. No one ran away. Chu Yang no longer spoke nonsense and launched his great thousand-leaf hands. One palm, one head, one watermelon, all of their heads exploded. They were all dead. Right now, he only had the physical strength of 2 elephants and a half. None of these people could be his opponent. His astonishing and heaven-defying strength was also manifested at this moment. Killing a 9th-level origin martial realm martial artist was like killing a chicken or a dog, effortless. In an instant, there was no one in front of Chu Yang. Corpses littered the ground beneath his feet. Just as he was about to make his way to the coiling dragon hall, a furious roar burst out. Bastard! How dare you be so fierce? He looked up, and the killing intent in his eyes exploded. Do Ontai. Although Do Ontai was a deacon of the martial courtyard, he was more obedient than a dog in front of the Zhao clan. Before the martial courtyard tournament, he wanted to kill Chu Yang, but he failed. Now that the martial institution was in chaos, this Do Ontai was definitely the main force and played a huge role. If Do Ontai did not die, it would not be enough to intimidate them. The rebellious disciples of the martial courtyard would definitely not know their mistakes. The undying heaven could tolerate him, but Chu Yang could not tolerate him. Boom! A large hand that was like a huge millstone pressed down on Chu Yang's head. This Do Ontai had actually stepped into the Chi Soul realm. However, he had only just stepped into the Chi Soul realm. The true origin that was condensed into a large hand was sloppy and ordinary, far inferior to Song Hong Tu's. Old dog. As Chu Yang spoke, he raised one of his hands into the sky. True Chi gushed out and transformed into an even larger hand. It grabbed the large hand and directly crushed it. In an instant, true origin exploded and a fierce wind blew. Chu Yang's sleeves fluttered in the wind. Do-on-tai was so scared that he trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear. You are just a useless dog. Chuyang coldly looked at Do-on-tai. You will be in the future, you will be in death, you will be in life, and you will be in 3 lifetimes. Killing you is no different from killing a dog. Such a shocking scene was witnessed by all the disciples of the martial courtyard who were hiding in the dark. They were scared to death. Do-on-tai's expression changed greatly. Blood was about to burst out from his face. It was extremely red, but fear made him turn around and flee. Old dog, do you think you can escape? Shua. Chapter 147. This earth-shattering roar was truly like thunder, rumbling and shaking the surroundings. Before his voice faded, 2 figures pounced out of the coiling dragon hall, one in front and one behind, blocking Chu Yang's path. Boom! A flaming palm rapidly expanded in the void. In the end, it was like the palm of a Buddha. It raised a monstrous force and grabbed at Chu Yang. Roar! Almost at the same time, a huge phantom pounced at Chu Yang. It swept through the void, causing the air to collapse and emit a rumbling sound. Boom! Chu Yang used the 3rd transformation of his origin martial art. His strength suddenly increased, and he directly charged through. The 2 heaven-shaking attacks landed on empty air. And at this time, Chu Yang had already caught up with Do-on-tai. Do-on-tai's true essence condensed into a flying sword and shot out. His martial spirit was a sword martial spirit. This was his true essence skill. Suddenly, he was caught off guard. It was as if Chu Yang had slammed into the flying sword. However, he did not slow down. Instead, his speed increased. With a boom, he collided with the flying sword and shattered the flying sword condensed from Do-on-tai's true essence. No, Do-on-tai could not believe it. His flying sword was condensed from his true essence. Furthermore, it was his true essence skill. It was extremely powerful and could kill origin martial realm experts like killing chickens. However, it had been shattered by Chu Yang. It was like a wooden sword had collided with a huge piece of iron. Chu Yang's true chi was of a higher quality than Do-on-tai's true essence. His body was extremely powerful, and his true chi covered his entire body. Do-on-tai was just a piece of rotten wood in front of him. However, this scene was too frightening. The 2 people who had rushed out to save Do-on-tai were frightened. For a moment, they were stunned on the spot. They stared blankly at everything in front of them and at Chu Yang. The surroundings were deathly silent. Everyone who saw this scene was so frightened that their hearts were about to explode. In this silence, Chu Yang was like a god of death. He arrived in an instant. With a snap, his hand stretched out like the hand of a demon from hell and grabbed Do-on-tai's neck, lifting him up. Old dog, I said that killing you is no different from killing a dog. Am I joking? Do-on-tai could not answer. He was choked by Chu Yang to the point that his tongue was sticking out. His face was flushed red as he desperately tried to move Chu Yang's hands that were like iron pincers. His feet in the air, he was like a drowning man on the verge of death. Despair. Helplessness. Kacha. The crisp sound of Chu Yang snapping Do-on-tai's neck instantly made the surroundings even more silent. Even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard at this moment. I will kill Do-on-tai. Who can stop me? What kind of power was this? What kind of horror was this? What kind of tyrannical power was this? There were almost no words that could describe this kind of elegance and grace. In the coiling dragon town, no one had ever seen this before. A martial artist of the origin martial realm killed a martial artist of the chi soul realm, like killing a chicken or a dog. Do-on-tai, who was at the chi soul realm, was strangled to death. At this moment, everyone present felt as if the world had been turned upside down. It was as if the sun and moon had swapped places. It was as if the chi soul realm was the origin martial realm, and the origin martial realm was the chi soul realm. Everything had been completely reversed. And the reason for their confusion was Chu Yang, the godlike Chu Yang. At this moment, Chu Yang was acting as if he was the supreme ruler. He looked disdainfully in all directions. Looking at his background was like looking at the supreme background of an emperor. It was like looking at a sacred background. It was as if they were only qualified to see such a background, and were not lucky enough to see his supreme appearance. Bang! Chu Yang threw away Do Antai's corpse. He turned around, and the sharp light in his eyes was like a heavenly sword that slashed in all directions. Everyone who was swept by his gaze immediately retreated. Deacon Zhang, you want to stop me? Chu Yang was majestic as he looked down at Deacon Zhang, and Zhao Du. It was these two people who had stopped Chu Yang. And Deacon Zhang was Yi Tianhao's master. Chu Yang did not pay attention to him at all. He looked at the Coiling Dragon main hall 100 meters away. The Coiling Dragon main hall had already been broken through. At this moment, Nangong Ying was confronting a short middle-aged man. There was a broken spear in Nangong Ying's chest and a broken sword on the short old man's right shoulder. Then, Chu Yang's pupil shrank. His father's left arm was indeed cut off. He and the three deacons of the Martial Arts Academy were confronting Zhao Meng. Zhao Meng had two martial pets by his side. One was a white lion at the first level of the Qi Soul Realm. The other was a black eagle, also at the first level of the Qi Soul Realm. It was not very big and landed on Zhao Meng's right shoulder. Chapter 148. Chu Yang couldn't find Chu Na's figure. His gaze was fixed on the Coiling Dragon main hall. He didn't even look over as he spoke to Deacon Zhang. Deacon Zhang, I respect you as a deacon of the martial institution. Even if you don't have any contributions, you have worked hard for the institution. Therefore, I will give you one last chance. Immediately withdraw from this matter and cut ties with the Zhao clan. Otherwise, you will be the next Doan Tai. Chu Yang's words were chilling, and his killing intent was blazing. What? You want me to withdraw and cut ties with Zhao Meng? When Deacon Zhang heard this, he seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. Chu Yang, am I crazy, or are you crazy? Deacon Zhang sneered incessantly. The Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's momentum is already gone. I'm just waiting to kill all of you who disobeyed me. After that, I will take care of Nangong Ying and Li Yu, the two old fogies. After that, I will be the dean of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Immature brat, you are truly laughable. No matter how capable you are still not in the origin martial realm. Deacon Zhang took a few steps forward with a faint trace of excitement on his face. His gaze locked onto Chu Yang as if he would never let him escape. This is the Zhao clan's promise to you. Chu Yang couldn't help but sneer. You actually believe that they can even overthrow the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Who do you think you are? You're just a puppet and a dog at most. Today, there is Deacon Zhang. In the future, there will be another Deacon Zhang, and the next Deacon Zhang. Chu Yang directly pointed at him. You are simply too stupid. You don't want to be a good person and want to be a dog. I feel ashamed for your parents. This is simply a case of muddle-headedness. His brain has been fed to the dogs, but he still believes in the Zhao clan. Chu Yang is thoroughly convinced by such an idiot. Don't listen to this little bastard's nonsense. Zhao Du's expression changed. He was really afraid that Deacon Zhang would suddenly realize something. He coldly said, "This little bastard is just trying to drive a wedge between us. Don't fall for his trick." Not bad. Another two people escaped from the Coiling Dragon Hall and flew over. Their faces were unfamiliar, but Chu Yang had a vague impression of them. This should be Deacon Yang and Deacon Liu, who were closer to Deacon Zhang. The duo looked at Chu Yang and sneered. This little bastard has a sharp tongue. Previously, he had exclaimed loudly and slandered the Zhao clan and the Azure Dragon School. He said that the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution was suppressing the rebellion and said that the Zhao clan and the Azure Dragon School were here to eliminate the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. He truly deserves death. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. These two were the loyal lackeys of the Zhao family. They were even more loyal than Deacon Zhang. You don't even have a chance. I declare you two dead dogs. Shameless boasting. Arrogant. Chu Yang stared at the two of them. and it was as if they were facing a great enemy. "Don't panic," Zhao Du said. "This little bastard is only in the origin martial realm. No matter how monstrous he is, killing a Chi Soul realm martial artist is definitely his limit. He is not a match for the four of us." These words hit the nail on the head. It made Deacon Zhang, Deacon Yang, and Deacon Lu feel at ease. There was a huge gap between the origin martial realm and the Chi Soul realm. No matter how monstrous Chu Yang was, he could only fight one-on-one at most. With just a few words, Zhao Du had eliminated the pressure that Chu Yang had accumulated. Chapter 149. The entire area fell silent. "Ridiculous," Chu Yang said coolly. He really didn't think much of these four, nor did he see them as a threat. His only opponents were Zhao Meng and Zhao Ba. "Today, I'll teach you a lesson." Chuckling coldly, he said, "There are some people you can't afford to offend. After you go to hell and reincarnate, you can forget everything, but don't forget what I've taught you." Arrogant, Zhang Luyang and the other two were infuriated by his sharp words. "Don't waste words with this little bastard. Kill him." Boom! The ground quaked as Zhao Du took the lead, followed by Zhang Luyang and the other two. They attacked Chu Yang from 4 different directions. Howl of wind and roar of thunder. Zhao Du bellowed, and his real, elemental energy surged out. A gale sprang up, and lightning flashed. Then, a wind and thunder wolf the size of a calf was constructed. It set off waves of wind and thunder, and pounced towards Chu Yang with the momentum of a thunderbolt. "Oomph!" Chu Yang snorted coldly, and his true energy surged out as well. A 7-colored python appeared, moving even faster than Zhao Du's, causing the latter's eyelids to twitch. However, this was only the beginning. What caused him to be even more shocked was that once this 7-colored python appeared, it opened its mouth wide and easily swallowed his true Yuan skill, Wind Thunder Wolf, into its stomach. In the next moment, Zhang Luyang and the other two's attacks also arrived. A 10-meter-long blood vine, covered in thorns, shot out like an arrow. A large cauldron smashed down from above. There was also a rolling stone that rumbled as if it was rolling down from a mountain peak. Chu Yang's expression was cold and disdainful to the extreme. It could be said that he was imposing without being angry. The 7-colored python appeared again and swallowed the huge rock in one gulp. Then it grabbed the huge cauldron with one hand and grabbed the blood-red vine with the other hand with a pop sound. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yang was like a god, blocking all 4 attacks. The entire area was deathly silent. Zhao Du, Zhang Luyang, and the other 3 were all struck dumb. How valiant! A mere origin martial realm cultivator had actually managed to block the attacks of the 4 of them so easily. How could this be? How could this be? Even a monster wouldn't be able to do this. The 4 couldn't help but cry out in shock. As for the spectators, their hearts leapt out of their throats. "Don't be surprised," Chu Yang said casually. "I've said it before. All of you are trash. It's useless no matter how much you pile up. Trash will always be trash." Hiss! Of the 2 pythons, one charged toward Zhao Du while the other pounced toward Deacon Yang. Before the 2 of them could even unleash their attacks, the 2 pythons exploded, sending them flying backward. "Here!" Boom! Chu Yang threw the big cauldron at Deacon Lu with one hand. Deacon Lu's expression changed instantly. "Deacon Zhang, come here and die." At this moment, the people who were secretly watching the scene discovered that Chu Yang's hand, which was holding the blood-red vine, wasn't injured in the slightest. Instead, the barbs on the blood-red vine were twisted and bent like steel needles. "Pah!" The blood-red vine suddenly tightened, and Deacon Zhang, who was on the other side, was instantly pulled over by Chu Yang. Deacon Zhang was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly abandoned the blood-red vine and hurriedly retreated. Boom! On the other side, Deacon Lu was actually forced back by the cauldron condensed from his true essence. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble. His face flushed red, as if he had been smashed by a mountain. He was actually unable to block the terrifying power contained within. Chapter 150. What a shocking quality of Jinqi. It was even tougher than Jinyuan. That was why the seven-colored python could swallow the wolf of wind and thunder and the boulder in one gulp. His prediction was also extremely accurate. He knew that the wolf of wind and thunder and the boulder would struggle, so he detonated it directly. What a terrifying strength. He caught the cauldron with his bare hands. Even the controller of the cauldron couldn't withstand such strength. What a powerful physical body. The Bloodvine's barbs were extremely sharp and were even more terrifying than swords. But with a casual pinch, the barbs were bent. Everything happened in an instant. After everything happened, everyone seemed to understand. When they understood, they were stunned and petrified. Their minds buzzed and their thoughts stopped. What kind of terror was this? He had completely subverted the martial Dao rules of the origin martial realm and the Chi Soul realm. He had trampled on the so-called iron rules and truth, casually mocking and ridiculing them. What kind of person could do this? Everyone couldn't help but look at Chu Yang without blinking. Those people who had thought that Chu Yang was dead for sure were now frightened to the point of wanting to run away. It seemed as if Chu Yang was omnipotent. He had seen through all their thoughts and their hearts. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone, hold on for a while longer. Then, there will be nothing left for you to do. Suddenly, a relaxed and mocking voice rang out in the coiling dragon main hall. It was the heavily injured Deacon Li Yu. Chu Yang's location wasn't far from the coiling dragon grand hall. The commotion here, Chu Yang's domineering words, and his awe-inspiring aura were naturally noticed by the coiling dragon grand hall. It instantly roused the spirits of the coiling dragon martial institution. Junior Brother Chu is back. Haha, Junior Brother Chu is back. We are saved now. Those bastards from the Zhao clan. We haven't even killed enough in the coiling dragon secret realm. They actually dared to provoke our coiling dragon martial institution. They're simply courting death. Yes, they won't even know how they died. They don't even know how strong Junior Brother Chu is. They are extremely stupid. Li Hao, Zhang Tian, and the other disciples of the coiling dragon martial institution, especially Li Hao and Zhang Tian, might have understood Li Yu's intention. He was thinking of ways to raise their morale, so they did their best to cooperate with Li Yu. Ha! At this moment, Li Yu was laughing even harder. Our martial institution's monstrous genius is back. These Zhao family members are all trash in front of him. They can't even withstand a single blow. And you little brats, do you think Uncle Li is lying? The terror of the little sheep is not something you can imagine. It was not fake. Li Yu's words caused everyone's body to tremble. Li Yu coughed up blood as he laughed, but he was still not satisfied. He laughed again. These fools from his Zhao clan, they don't understand why I deliberately mentioned this little monster. This is a warning to you all. But it's not me, Li Yu, who's warning you. It's this freak. Ha ha. Ha. Li Yu's injuries were too severe. She couldn't laugh anymore and fainted. Was that really the case? Everyone might have believed it, but when Chu Yang heard it, he only thought of it as Uncle Li's brilliant plan to raise their morale. He thought that Uncle Li probably didn't believe that he could turn the tide. Uncle Li had placed more hope on the deacons and disciples of the coiling dragon martial institution. The unity of wills was like a city. Mountains couldn't shake, and the sea couldn't drown. I cannot lose. Chu Yang knew that he was now the wind vane. Right now, victory or defeat was tied to him. There was no need to think about the future. The Zhao clan's focus would definitely be on him. No matter what, they had to destroy this bridgehead of the coiling dragon martial institution. Chapter 151. At this moment, Chu Yang felt that the weight on his shoulders had suddenly increased. Go, little lion, little eagle, kill that bastard for me. Zhao Meng's sharp eyes instantly locked onto Chu Yang's eyes. Then, ominous lights suddenly shot out from the coiling dragon hall. The ominous lights of the white lion and the black eagle were also fixed on Chu Yang. Roar! The white lion roared and rushed out from the coiling dragon hall. Like a bolt of white lightning, it arrived in an instant and pounced at Chu Yang. Screech! The black eagle let out a high-pitched screech and spread its black wings. It rushed out from the coiling dragon hall and soared into the sky. Then it swooped down and clawed down with its black claws. The lion and eagle were both Qi Soul realm demonic beasts. Together with Zhao Du and Zhang Luyang, there were 6 Qi Soul realm experts besieging Chu Yang at the same time. They were besieging a origin martial realm expert. How could Chu Yang resist? He could still withstand it. In the coiling dragon hall, everyone from the coiling dragon martial arts institution felt their hearts tighten. Their nerves were stretched taut. In any case, they had no choice. If they were in Chu Yang's shoes, they would close their eyes and wait for death. There was no way they could resist the joint attack of 6 Qi Soul realm experts. Attack! Zhao Du roared. If Chu Yang did not die, the Zhao clan would perish. Rumble. Suddenly, the air waves surged and rumbled. It was as if there were really waves surging here. When the 6 Qi Soul realm experts attacked at the same time, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The scene was extremely terrifying. Before the attacks arrived, the sharp wind had already arrived. Chu Yang's long hair and sleeves fluttered, but his expression was still calm. The corner of his mouth hooked up in a faint sneer. Boom! 3 air waves exploded around him, forming 3 auras. The air was blasted by his aura, forming a wave of air that soared into the sky like a beacon. Bang, 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 bang. Behind him, divine elephants appeared one after another. The power of 1 elephant, 2 elephants, 3 elephants, a total of 7 divine elephants. An entire strength of 7 elephants shocked everyone to the point they were dumbstruck, and their heartbeats seemed to have stopped abruptly. An unsharpened broadsword appeared in Chu Yang's hand. Even in the face of the 6 astonishing attacks, he was still not afraid. It was as if the wolves of wind and thunder, the rolling boulders, the huge cauldron that came crashing down, the blood vines that were like sharp swords and spears, and the extremely ferocious black eagles and white lions were all his pets. They were all here to curry favor with him. What was there to fear? What was there to hide from? Whoosh! Chu Yang moved and slashed horizontally with his saber. A terrifying saber chi formed a glaring and sharp saber light. The saber light turned into a crescent moon and swept across. At this moment, the dazzling saber light made it hard for people to open their eyes. It was as if it was going to drown the world and drown everything. Roar! The white lion instantly let out an angry roar and retreated quickly. Its sharp lion claws had been sliced apart and blood was dripping. Immediately, the eagle's high-pitched cry was heard. Its pair of sharp black claws had also been slashed open. The winged thunder wolf also hurriedly dodged the saber light, but its throat was still cut open. If it had not been constructed with true origin energy, its throat would have been slit and it would have died an unnatural death. The 3 blood vines that were in a triangular shape were all cut apart. Only the cauldron and the boulder, which used force and weight to oppress people, collided with the saber light and exploded with a loud bang. The 2 were almost split in half, and the saber that followed directly split the cauldron and boulder in half. Just the saber light alone was extremely terrifying. Just 1 slash, and it was already so terrifying. Chapter 152. The elegance of this blade made everyone gasp in astonishment. This blade was simply a blade of the gods. Chu Yang was simply a god descending to the mortal world. The members of the Zhao family instantly went silent. Their faces were lifeless, and their pupils were trembling. This saber seemed to have slit their throats, making them unable to make a sound. Moreover, it made them feel a strong aura of death. It seemed as if death had already beckoned to them. The gates of hell had already been opened for them, and Chu Yang was their funeral procession. Boom! The Coiling Dragon main hall exploded. Every member of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, regardless of whether they were deacons or disciples, was boiling with excitement. Deacon Li's not lying. He's speaking the truth. The power of 7 elephants is comparable to the strength of a 7th-layer Chi Soul realm martial artist. This blade is simply earth-shattering. It killed a Chi Soul realm martial artist in an instant. Junior Brother Chu's blade is many times more terrifying than the one in the coiling dragon secret realm. Amidst the uproar, Li Hao and Zhang Tian's eyes were somewhat blurred. Chu Yang's blade made them yearn for it so much. Due to his injuries, Ji Jingsheng did not participate in the core competition of the coiling dragon secret realm. However, he had heard of Chu Yang's deeds. It was unimaginable for him to kill a Chi Soul realm martial artist with a single blade. In his knowledge, Chu Yang's sword was the most terrifying. He did not have the slightest impression of his blade. However, at this moment, he no longer needed to think about it. Everything was displayed in front of his eyes. Even the blade in the coiling dragon secret realm was not as terrifying as this blade. He's indeed someone I can't compare to. No one could understand Ji Jingqing's feelings at this moment. Only he knew. He felt lonely, but he also had the motivation to chase after Chu Yang. No matter what, he had to chase after Chu Yang. Today, I'll teach you how to be a man. Chu Yang took out the 7-colored heaven-devouring python's beast core. The 7-colored beast core was extremely dazzling. It was instantly imprinted in everyone's eyes. However, what made everyone's eyes pop out was that Chu Yang actually swallowed the beast core directly. How dare he? Wasn't he afraid of the conflict between the beast core energy and Qi, causing an explosion or being completely demonized? There was no other way. Whether it was Zhao Du's group of 4 or the 2 demonic beasts, none of them were Chu Yang's targets. His targets were Zhao Ming and Zhao Ba. The Origin Martial Third Transformation was his trump card. He had no choice but to use it now, but he could not continue to use it. Otherwise, he would be powerless to deal with Zhao Ming and Zhao Ba. Boom! In an instant, it was as if a star had fallen into the ocean. With Chu Yang as the center, waves of qi surged out like raging waves. Following that, Chu Yang's body underwent a great change. His hair turned rainbow, his face turned rainbow, and his skin turned rainbow. His entire being, his pupils, everything turned rainbow. Snake scales quickly appeared on his skin, and his pupils seemed to become vertical slits. His tongue seemed to be branching out. This was the prelude to demonization. Suppress. Chu Yang operated the cultivation method of the Overlord Fist. Billowing beast core energy surged along his meridians and was quickly absorbed by his body. At the same time, it clashed with the qi in his body. The quality of his qi was no weaker than the beast core energy, and this was an important reason why his blade had become so terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. From his body, explosive sounds constantly rang out. In some places, the conflict between the beast core energy and the beast core energy was so intense that his flesh and blood directly burst apart. He can't suppress the beast core energy. He's going to demonize. Once he demonizes, his soul will definitely be attacked by the beast core energy, and he will lose his reason and calm. Be careful. Try your best to avoid fighting him head-on and fool him to death. If he demonizes, he'll be an idiot. He'll be worse than a demonic beast. He'll only have brute force. He's not scary. Chu Yang was courting death. Zhao Du and the rest were overjoyed and spoke out to stabilize the morale of the troops. At this moment, they naturally wouldn't affect Chu Yang's demonization. If Chu Yang didn't lose his reason, he would be courting death. However, it would be different later on. The Coiling Dragon Martial Institution never expected such a sudden change. They didn't expect Chu Yang to be so extreme and actually swallow the beast core. Chapter 153. Punk. Chu Yang's whole body emitted rolling flames. His lower abdomen also lit up, as if a giant had appeared. There seemed to be a golden treasure there as well. The golden light was dazzling. The sudden appearance of this phenomenon shocked everyone. Chu Yang dared to devour the Yao Dan, so he had his own methods. Fortunately, this was far from enough. Chu Yang's demonification was still ongoing. His skin was turning into snake skin, and his bones were elongated. His hands and feet seemed to be on the verge of disappearing, turning into a snake without hands and feet. "I'm the Overlord. Who dares to disobey?" Chu Yang opened his arms, raised his head, and let out a long roar. His seven-colored hair fluttered in the wind, as if countless seven-colored snakes were slithering around. It was both strange and shocking. Soon after, his body was like the night sky, and the acupuncture points on his body lit up like stars. First was the center line of his abdomen, where his body was 64. An acupuncture point lit up like a lantern in the night sky. As this acupuncture point continued to devour the Yao Dan, it became even brighter, emitting seven-colored rays of light. It was as if the acupuncture point had been divinized. Soon after, it seemed as if the night had turned even darker, and stars began to appear in the starry sky. Many of Chu Yang's aperture acupoints lit up. Some of them were unknown aperture acupoints, and some were newly opened. These bright, lantern-like, and star-like acupuncture points outlined the figure of an overlord. His aura was like that of a tiger, and he was the only one who reigned supreme. Chu Yang's body emitted a domineering aura in an instant. Boom! As of this moment, rumbling sounds could be heard from inside of him, as if he were an enraged overlord. He was enraged at the defiant demonic chi, and wanted to use brute force and domineering force to exterminate them and suppress them. It was as if the overlord's power was too great, and it was as if the heaven and earth were collapsing. At this moment, everyone felt as if Chu Yang's body was collapsing, and endless Yao Dan was being devoured. In the blink of an eye, the demonic phenomenon immediately stopped and reversed. Chu Yang instantly returned to his original form. His snake scales and snake-like skin instantly returned to their original appearance. His pupils were no longer vertical, his tongue did not split, and the feeling of his limbs degenerating completely disappeared. Seven-colored hair, seven-colored eyes, seven-colored face, and seven-colored skin. All the colors receded like the tide. However, the demonic chi seemed to be like a rebel being suppressed by an overlord. Although it was frightened, its heart was filled with resentment. It resisted fiercely in secret and began to plot. Amitabha, a Buddhist chant came out from his body. Then, a peacock appeared in his abdomen. It was angry, and five-colored flames surged around it, completely suppressing the demonic chi. The demonic chi was completely suppressed by him. He actually succeeded in devouring the demonic core. What kind of cultivation technique is that? It's so domineering. Even the heterogeneous demonic chi was forcefully suppressed without any resistance. Isn't this a little too terrifying? Whether it was the coiling dragon martial institution or the Zhao clan, they were all shocked by this scene. Chu Yang seemed to be omnipotent. As the Yao Dan was suppressed and devoured, Chu Yang only felt that his body was like a giant beast that had just started eating. It was far from being full, and he felt incomparably hungry. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and took a deep breath. The void in front of him seemed to collapse, and endless heaven and earth yuan chi was pulled over and swallowed into his stomach. It was as if he had swallowed the entire heaven and earth in one bite. Deacon Zhang's legs were already trembling and shaking. Zhao Du, Deacon Yang, and Deacon Liu were so frightened that their pupils seemed to be jumping. It was as if their hearts were beating violently, and they were about to burst. Chapter 154. Zhao Meng's voice caused Zhao Du and the others to tremble. They had been waiting for death just now. If Chu Yang had completely refined the demon energy, it would have been a disaster. Hurry up and kill him. Zhao Du hurriedly made his move. Instantly, the sound of wind and thunder rang out from his body as a much larger wolf of wind and thunder rushed out from his abdomen and pounced on Chu Yang. Zhang Yang, Yang Lu, and the two demonic beasts, Black Eagle and White Lion, each pounced from 5 different directions. Huh? Chu Yang laughed loudly. Good. I'm still lacking a lot of true energy. You guys are really helping me in my hour of need. Hiss! A seven-colored heaven-devouring python rushed out and swallowed the wolf of wind and thunder like a snake devouring an elephant before returning to its body. From the other two directions, the boulders and cauldrons were also swallowed by seven-colored heaven-devouring pythons. To be exact, Chuyang had already moved before they could return to his body. He took a step forward, and his speed reached the extreme. He grabbed Zhao Du and used him as a shield to block the incoming attacks. Then, he suddenly retreated. Zhao Du was powerless to resist. After exhausting most of his true energy to create the wolf of wind and thunder, he no longer had any protection. Like a helpless baby, he could only let Chuyang do whatever he wanted. Boom! The three blood vines pierced through Zhao Du's body, followed by Black Eagle and White Lion's attacks. Zhao Du's body exploded into pieces, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Chuyang stood still, and the three seven-colored heaven-devouring pythons that he had released returned to his body. His body swelled up fiercely, as if it was about to explode. But immediately, it shrank back fiercely, and everything returned to normal. He was safe and sound, and even a little unsatisfied. He could actually swallow the attacks of three Chi Soul Realm experts and still come out unscathed. What kind of terror was this? Was that still the body of a human? Just how powerful was it? At this moment, Zhang Luyang and the other two had the urge to break into a run. They no longer had any of their previous schemes, especially Deacon Zhang. He no longer had the dream of becoming the coiling dragon marshal Inst. Tushin's Institute master. He only wanted to escape. Chuyang counterattacked and went straight for Deacon Liu. Shocked, Deacon Liu hurriedly released a wall to block in front of him. With a boom, Chuyang smashed through it like a piece of paper. Then, Chuyang's fist landed on his chest and went straight through. A fist appeared on Deacon Liu's back. His body seemed to be as fragile as a piece of paper, unable to withstand a single blow. How is this possible? His voice came to an abrupt end as he died in an instant. The four attacks arrived as if they were fleeing, but it was already too late. Chuyang pulled out his hand and used Deacon Liu's corpse to block it, as if he was concocting Zhao Du. Chuyang immediately retreated. The moment the four attacks fell, Chuyang rushed out like a fierce tiger and went straight for Deacon Yang. A few incomparably tyrannical punches smashed through all of Deacon Yang's defenses. Then, with a whip kick, he directly swept Deacon Yang's waist into two pieces. I admit defeat. I will immediately set things right and cut off all ties with the Zhao clan. With a plop, Deacon Zhang knelt down in front of Chuyang. Zhao Du died without a complete corpse. Deacon Liu died without a complete corpse. Deacon Yang was broken into two. What about him? What would happen to him? He was completely terrified. You no longer have the chance. Pa! Chuyang arrived in an instant and slammed his palm down, directly smashing Deacon Yang's head into his chest. He couldn't be more dead. Roar! Black Eagle and White Lion were also frightened by Chuyang's brutality. They quickly ran for their lives and ran toward Zhao Meng. You two bastards still want to escape. Leave the beast core and essence blood behind. Swish! The Black Eagle's two claws were chopped off by a saber light, and it fell from the sky. Chuyang then caught up with the White Lion and stomped its head into the ground. Its body was as straight as a seesaw, and its white tail was also as straight as a pencil. Only its head was missing, and it looked like a heavenly deity was stepping on the seesaw. You dare! Chapter 155. Boom! A figure instantly arrived like an eagle. It was Zhao Meng. The two made their moves. The moment their palms collided, Zhao Meng felt as if he was struck by lightning. His entire body trembled as if he was hit by a mountain. He let out a scream and flew out like a ball. He even exclaimed, "What great strength!" Crushing. With just one contact, Chuyang displayed a completely crushing strength. Zhao Ming was also an expert at the second layer of the Qi Soul realm. He had the strength of at least 2 elephants. However, in front of Chu Yang, he was as weak as a child. The two were not even on the same level. Although Zhao Ming already knew that Chu Yang's strength was shocking, when he personally experienced it, his heart almost curled up. Roar! The sound of a beast's whole could be heard as the two exchanged blows. The white lion that was being stepped on by Chu Yang struggled free. A strong gust of wind blew in Chu Yang's face as it opened its huge mouth, revealing its dense fangs as it pounced towards Chu Yang. Bastard! I originally wanted to keep you as a mount. I spared your life just now. Ridiculous. A cold light flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. He jumped up and a series of terrifying explosions erupted around him. It was like thunder rumbling in his body, and also like the roar of an overlord. At this moment, after swallowing the monster core, Chu Yang also had the terrifying strength of 7 elephants without using the 3rd transformation of the origin martial art. This explosion was extremely terrifying. Bang! Chu Yang's face was cold. He stretched his body and quickly descended like a sword. With 1 foot on the lion's head, he ruthlessly chopped down on the white lion's waist like a knife. Roar! With a crisp crack, the lion roared. It fell to the ground on all 4s and let out a painful howl. Its spine was actually broken in half by Chu Yang's palm. Bastard! You dare to be so impudent in front of me. Chu Yang was extremely domineering at this moment. With a qi sound, he transformed his qi into a sword and pierced through the lion's head, killing it. Then, he transformed into a 7-colored python and took out the demon core from the white lion's body. His hand sucked fiercely, drawing out the blood from the white lion's body. With a pung sound, white smoke rose and a drop of blood essence was quickly refined. What? All the rebellious disciples of the coiling dragon martial Nsti. Tushin were so frightened that their faces turned pale and their bodies started trembling. Only now did they understand that although Chu Yang's appearance seemed arrogant, he had actually given them a great opportunity. Unfortunately, their performance was too poor. During this period of time, Zhao Ming did not do anything. He just watched coldly. He had no intention of saving White Lion. The black eagle seemed to know that it had been abandoned. Its sharp eagle eyes were wide open and filled with fear. It said in human language, Don't want to kill me. It's too late. Bastard, you should have said those words earlier. With a swish, Chu Yang also directly obtained the Black Hawk's Yao core and blood essence. Your 2 martial pets, didn't you care a lot about them? Why are you so cold? Chu Yang sneered. This Zhao Ming's heart was really cold and hard. Since he's already trash, he'll only be a burden even if I save him. If he dies, then so be it. However, I'll just have to find him in the future. This kind of cold-blooded person was frightening. You made a huge mistake by being cold. Chu Yang swallowed the Black Hawk and White Lion's Yao cores. Everyone from the coiling dragon, Marshall, and St. Tushin felt like their hearts were about to explode. Was he crazy? Zhao Ming's eyes contracted. You are indeed a physique cultivator. Swallowing Yao cores should be a physique cultivator art. You have good eyesight. Boom! Chu Yang's body surged with demonic essence again. The eagle's cry and lion's roar echoed. The acupoints on his body started to turn cold again. However, it didn't take long before it calmed down. Chapter 157. This is your trump card? You don't seem to be that strong. I was afraid of you for nothing. Chu Yang grinned, revealing his white teeth. Everyone couldn't help but stare blankly at him. Humph! Ignorant. Zhao Ming's robes fluttered as he charged forward once more. Almost at the same time, Chu Yang's eyes turned cold as he charged forward, his aura bursting out even more. Boom! Like 2 giant beasts, the 2 of them once again collided with each other at the speed of a thunderbolt. There was a cracking sound. Strong winds howled as the ground around the 2 exploded. Dust soared into the air, and a massive, spiderweb-like crack tore through the ground beneath their feet. Ah! Amidst the exclamations of surprise, the people who were watching the battle in the dark were swept away by the force of the collision between the two of them. They were turned upside down and retreated in a sorry state. In the coiling dragon palace, Nangong Ing and the short old man were completely focused on the fight. They saw all the details of the fight between Chu Yang and Zhao Meng. Strength, awareness, combat skills, quintessence. Zhao Meng is stronger than Chu Yang in all these aspects. However, Chu Yang's perception, reaction, and insight are stronger than Zhao Meng's. Nangong Xiao slowly frowned, feeling anxious but unable to do anything about it. Chu Yang and Zhao Meng were both geniuses of the martial Dao. However, in terms of combat skills, experience in life-or-death battles, how could they compare to Zhao Meng, who was older than him by 20 years? Boom! Chu Yang was sent flying again. Blood spurted out from the corner of his mouth. Little bastard, this is your limit. Ha! Chu Yang laughed from within the dust. Zhao Meng, you old bastard, this is also the limit of your strength. Two Dragon Force. I was wondering how strong you were. Boom! All of the dust around Chu Yang had been swept away by the wave of qi created by using the third cycle of the primitive martial technique. Everyone saw Chu Yang charge out like a dragon and arrive in an instant. The moment he came into contact with Zhao Meng, the strength of 3 dragons erupted behind him. Like kicking a child, he sent Zhao Meng flying with a whip kick. There was a loud rumbling sound as the coiling Dragon Martial Institution's #1 building collapsed and buried Zhao Meng underneath. Zhao Meng, in your words, if this is all you've got, then you can go die. Chu Yang's voice echoed throughout the entire coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Instantly, the stifled disciples in the coiling Dragon Grand Hall burst out in cheers. Junior Brother Chu, good job. Kill him. Junior Brother Chu's magical powers are vast and boundless. Junior Brother Chu's magic power is boundless, and his life is as long as the heavens. Li Hao, Zhang Yang, and the others were the most excited. They used all the shameless slogans that Chu Yang came up with on Zhao Meng. There was no end to the shouting, and the entire coiling Dragon Grand Hall was in an uproar. As for the Zhao clan, they had a gloomy expression. Even Zhao Meng wasn't a match for this little bastard. Ridiculous. A mere physique cultivator dares to be so arrogant? Boom! Everything that collapsed was blown away, revealing Zhao Meng's figure. The air around him was distorted. The earth and sky shook as a hairy black hand reached out from Zhao Meng's body. It seemed to be stretching his body. The space in Zhao Meng's body was too small, causing it to be suppressed. Then, a beam of black light shot out. In the blink of an eye, a 30-foot-tall, pitch-black demonic ape appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a ferocious demonic ape with boundless strength and boundless strength. It appeared right in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 158. Roar. The Vajra-violent demonic ape roared. Its pair of ferocious blood-red eyes moved a bit, as if it could shake the heaven and earth, as if it could create a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood between heaven and earth. With a wave of its hand, huge waves would surge into the sky. An extremely oppressive feeling spread out, almost suffocating people. This Vajra-violent demonic ape is so shocking. Chu Yang's heart trembled fiercely. Little 6 words flashed in his mind again. The Vajra-violent demonic ape was an ancient species, known for its great strength. It was said that it could carry mountains on its shoulders. Its body was even more tyrannical, like Vajra. It was very difficult to injure its body. Roar. With a roar, Zhao Meng's demonic aura surged. In an instant, the sky darkened. The baleful aura soared into the sky. Zhao Meng's original aura was far from this tyrannical. But after using the Vajra-violent demonic ape's true Yuan skill, the demonic flames on his body immediately soared into the sky, emitting a terrifying oppressive feeling. He has the blood essence of the Vajra violent demonic ape. Chu Yang's pupil could not help but shrink again. Just when Zhao Meng used the Vajra violent demonic ape, Chu Yang's aura suddenly changed. With a rumbling sound, his whole body emitted a boundless tyrannical aura, noble and dignified. He used all of his strength to use the Overlord Fist. All of the acupuncture points on his body lit up, as if forming the Big Dipper, outlining the shape of an overlord. Chu Yang's Jinqi was comparable to the first Yuan level, but it was still a level lower than Zhao Meng's Yin Yang Yuan. Only by using the Overlord Fist with the third transformation of the primitive martial, there was hope to suppress with strength. Monkey, you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Little Six was very gloomy. It was still implicated even after death. I'm going to eat your monkey brain. It was indeed very ferocious. This bastard must have eaten a monkey brain. At this time, Little Six was very sure of this. In the coiling Dragon Palace Hall, a group of attendants and disciples were stunned. Then Li Hao, Zhang Tian, and the others said, "Junior brother Chu, he is not serious again. Once he is not serious, he will definitely win." I agree with this point of view. Junior brother Chu is not serious. He can simply anger his enemies to death. The disciples of the martial institution, who had participated in the coiling dragon mystery realm, suddenly relaxed and even teased them. Many of the martial institution's disciples couldn't help but feel puzzled. How could they have seen that we had won for sure? Even the tall and short deacons couldn't tell. However, Chu Yang's nonchalance destroyed the tense atmosphere in an instant. The destruction could be said to be incomparably shocking. "Little bastard, go to hell." Zhao Meng's voice was like a giant bell, resounding throughout the world. Before he could finish his words, the violent Vajra demon ape leaped into the air, turning into a streak of devilish light as it pounced towards Chu Yang. Boom! With an earth-shattering boom, a dazzling radiance burst forth, and a resonant dragon roar resounded. Chu Yang and the Vajra violent demonic ape fiercely collided with each other. The air violently vibrated and seemed to be startled by the shockwave. Overlord raises the cauldron. Swallow the mountains and rivers. Sovereign's descent. Overlord suppresses the seas. Every time Chu Yang punched out, his fist would sometimes be like a huge cauldron smashing out. Sometimes it would be like uprooting a mountain. Sometimes it would be like the fist of an emperor. And sometimes it would be like a vast ocean. Violent, tyrannical, and unique, he seemed to have transformed into the sole ruler of the world, and those who didn't submit would die. It was extremely shocking, and the aura that burst out made many people feel as if they had seen an emperor and couldn't help but kneel down. Chapter 159. That's not right. Zhao Meng immediately felt that something was wrong. Chu Yang's strength had not only risen by an entire realm, but it was also inconceivably powerful. It had reached the strength of 4 dragons, and was on par with the violent King Kong demon ape formed from true essence. But that was not all. Chu Yang's speed and agility had also greatly increased. He has a body cultivation secret technique that can increase his strength and speed by 3 times. Zhao Meng had guessed half of it right, but it was not a body cultivation secret technique, but the 3rd revolution of the origin martial realm. Chu Yang had the strength of 1 dragon and 3 elephants before. After increasing his strength by 3 times, he had the strength of 3 dragons and 9 elephants. Adding on the Overlord Fist, he had an astonishing strength of 4 dragons. If I attack with Chu Yang's speed, Zhao Meng found that he could not find the slightest opportunity. This was also Zhao Meng's advantage. He could cooperate with his violent King Kong demon ape, but at the same time, he was also his greatest weakness. Compared to the body cultivator Chu Yang, Zhao Meng's strength was too lacking. Most importantly, he did not have enough true essence to form another violent King Kong demon ape. To form such a violent King Kong demon ape, the amount of true essence consumed was terrifying. Therefore, if he rashly attacked, Chu Yang would seize the opportunity to shake off the violent King Kong demon ape and directly attack him. The gains would not make up for the losses. Monkey, do you know your wrongs? I could take care of you in a matter of minutes. Chu Yang laughed mischievously. He was actually showing off in front of a demon ape formed from true essence. Everyone's eyes were wide open. He really was too improper. However, he was truly formidable. He was actually suppressing the demon ape and madly beating it up. Although the demon ape's huge body was nimble, it could not keep up with Chu Yang's speed. Moreover, it had to constantly guard against Chu Yang breaking free and directly attacking Zhao Meng. Zhao Meng did not say a word, using the violent King Kong demon ape to its limits. Roar! Roar! With a world-shaking explosion, the huge demon ape beat its chest with its fists and roared at the sky. Its strength was great, and its movements were extremely agile. Each strike was heavy and powerful, giving off the feeling of a landslide. Bang, bang, bang. The berserk aura covered the sky, and the black body actually burst out with dazzling golden light. The entire coiling dragon martial institution was violently trembling under the devil ape's eruption. Every time it smashed down, it would leave behind a large crater. The stone slabs would shatter piece by piece, flying in all directions, and dust would soar into the sky. The center of the battle had turned into a dangerous storm zone, and the air was turbulent. One vortex after another appeared around Chu Yang. In just a short time, 6 sinister devil apes appeared around him. That kind of terrifying aura caused everyone to feel shocked. I've used almost all of my trump cards, but I still can't shake off this demonic ape. Chu Yang was looking for an opportunity to break free from the demonic ape and go straight for Zhao Meng. As the battle became more and more intense, the gazes of Nangong Ying and the short old man in the coiling dragon palace both flickered. The battle between the two of them would determine their own life and death. Rumble. Amidst the loud noise, Zhao Meng's expression became more and more unsightly. If this continued, his violent Vajra demon ape might be smashed apart by Chu Yang. Ha ha ha! Zhao Meng, you don't look too good. Why? After seeing how strong I am, are you preparing to escape? Chu Yang was still waiting for an opportunity to mock Zhao Meng and infuriate him during the battle. Zhao Meng's expression was gloomy, and he was constantly looking for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Damn it, why is his speed so fast? How could someone in the origin martial realm have such speed, such power, and such keen insight? Chapter 160. Chu Yang was not as relaxed as he looked on the surface. The origin martial third revolution could not last forever. If he continued to fight with the violent Vajra demonic ape, he would definitely die. The surroundings were silent. No one made a sound. The short elder was already anxious. Chu Yang's speed was too shocking. Zhao Meng's defeat was only a matter of time. Pa! In the silence, a crisp sound came from under his feet. A stone tile was split into pieces. His heart seemed to be curled up. The boulder in front of him was completely different from what he had imagined. Oh, Meng, you cannot lose. If you lose, our Zhao clan will truly be finished. You and I will become sinners of a Zhao clan. This short elder was the Zhao clan's patriarch, Zhao Ba. Zhao Ba, a mere origin martial realm disciple of my academy, is able to stand up to your brother. Are you finally afraid now? How could Nangong Ying let go of such an opportunity to provoke Zhao Ba? Nangong Ying, don't be happy too early. It's still hard to say who will win. Zhao Ba's expression was extremely gloomy. His injuries were too severe. Although he had plotted against Nangong Ying and Li Yu, they had the coiling dragon fruit. If it was not for the coiling dragon fruit, there would not be such a situation. The coiling dragon martial institution would have already been taken over by the Zhao clan. Damn little bastard. If I survive this calamity, I will definitely tear you to pieces and grind your bones to dust. Zhao Ba hated Chu Yang to the extreme. The plan was originally perfect, But with the appearance of this monster, Chu Yang, it turned the perfect plan into a joke. It had also disrupted everything in the Zhao clan. If it was not for this Chu Yang, the Zhao clan would not have suffered any losses. It could be said that Chu Yang had destroyed the Zhao clan. He had destroyed everything in the Zhao clan, including their great future. How could Zhao Ba not hate him? How could he not want to drink his blood, eat his flesh, and gnaw his bones? But he was powerless. He could only be ruthless, resentful, and even fearful because he could not bear the consequences. As if he had heard Zhao Ba's thoughts, Zhao Meng finally changed. The violent Vajra demon ape shrunk to the height of a human and merged with Zhao Ba. Soon after, Zhao Meng's fighting style changed, suddenly becoming erratic and flexible. He moved from east to west, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. He tried to find Chu Yang's weakness from all aspects, instead of blindly fighting Chu Yang head-on. As a body cultivator, the most valiant thing was strength. A head-on confrontation was what Chu Yang hoped for. The sudden change caused Chu Yang's eyes to narrow. The pressure on him suddenly increased, and he had no choice but to hold his breath and concentrate on dealing with it. The size of the violent Vajra demon ape has shrunk. Not only has it become faster and more agile, its defense has also become more astonishing, and its strength has not weakened by much. Zhao Meng is also hiding inside. I don't have any chance to launch a sneak attack. Suddenly, Chu Yang was shaken. Could it be that he already saw that my origin martial third revolution cannot be maintained for too long, so he's intentionally stalling for time? If that's the case, then it's bad. And this Zhao Meng really can't be underestimated. He saw through my weakness long ago, but pretended not to know, completely confusing me. Chu Yang was shocked. A battle of life and death was ever-changing. It was not only a contest of strength, but also a contest of wits. One careless move, and the whole game would be lost. Sure enough, these words were not empty words. He had been too careless. He had clearly been caught at his weakest point, and he did not even realize that he had been exposed. I definitely can't wait any longer. Between life and death, various techniques flashed through Chu Yang's mind, and all he could count on now was this. I can only try the Great Thousand Leaf Hands. If I can disturb his mind, then I can kill him in one blow. That you're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.